going to hire someone with legal defense funds to talk for me when I go to jail. I'm not going to pay for someone else older than me, who's more scholarly than me, who's doing more than me to get out of the same trouble as me. You get it? We don't do double and triple standard here. So you're going to walk with Paulie Boy in the way as he perceives it because you perceive it the same way, or we're walking a different walk here, and that's okay. Don't come to me expecting shit from me that I don't expect from others for doing the same things, if not more, the right way. Get it?
Hi.
How are you, ma'am? Sorry that you had to witness that. I just have to fucking go off every once in a while. Right,
because
you understand.
I'm sitting on the panel and I'm not quite sure. I know you're very impassioned, and you sound like you're standing on business. So I'm just curious what the topic is, because I came over here because everybody said that you guys were racist, and I love talking.
Right, racist. I know you got a one-track mind because you see color and everything, and rather than conform to what I came
over here to find out for myself.
Okay, so then the more you listen. The more you listen, the more you listen, the more you you could play power games with me right now, or you can shut the fuck up and let me speak.
People over there calling y'all motherfuckers racist,
and let me speak on my broadcast. I don't owe you a motherfucking thing either. I don't owe you an explanation. I'm not a part of what Brian O'Shea is doing. I don't give a fuck if y'all's is racist because we's all be white. Cut the games. I'm not that. I don't live that way. Don't project it onto me. If you want to understand me, shut the fuck up and listen to me. Don't do the passive-aggressive power games projection and then force me to explain myself to you as if you're some authority. Don't give a fuck about your thoughts and feelings and what you came into this interaction thinking. So either you want to talk to me man to woman, color the fuck aside, or you want to play these fucking games. In which case, I'm going to throw you the fuck out and you can all do your worst. I don't give a fuck. You get me? Do we have an understanding? Can't hear you.
Oh, I was still muted. I mean, hey, man, whatever. This your channel. I didn't come over here to call you anything. I came over
when you start off with the racist bullshit that I've been hearing for the past.
Can you listen to me? I came over here to ask you directly because there's people over there in my sector. I'm Jaguar Right. They're over there right now in the Jaguar Right sector labeling y'all as racist.
Because they're racist. Because they're racist. Get it?
Oh, I know
they're over there. They're over there labeling other people. Are we going to have the back and forth? I just let you speak. Are we going to have the back and forth, or are you going to keep talking over me when I go to speak?
I'm agreeing with you.
Are we going to have the back and forth, or are you going to keep yapping over me when I go to speak on my broadcast, as you say? I don't owe you or anyone else in your sector an explanation. Now,
you're absolutely
if you keep fucking yapping while I'm talking, I'm going to throw you the fuck out. You obviously won't like that because you want to be seen and heard right now. So can we have the back and forth? Are you used to dealing with a man, color aside? Do you know how to shut the fuck up and take direction, or at least be equitable and ethical? Are you aware of how to do that? Or did you not have a daddy? Are you ready? Would you like to try again?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay. I don't owe you or anyone in your sector an explanation. Because I'm a loving, caring man and I care about truth, I'm willing to explain who and what I am and what I do. So right there we have our first experience of non-racism. Because I see you as a self, same as me, I'm willing to take this as far as you need to take it so you can get an understanding. That's my level of love and care for you and your people. Because I don't see your and my people. I see all of us as a people.
Okay.
Under God, right? We are all God's people.
I've never found somebody that is so hard to agree with. I told you I agree with everything you said.
Right. So please understand, ma'am, if we could just refocus, and maybe we started off on a wrong foot, let's refocus. To have it understood, the people who keep labeling everyone else hateful and racist are hateful and racist.
Oh, I agree.
Right. So the rest of us are just playing off of certain ideas. We're kind of triggering a little bit. We're kind of talking real truth at times, and people are deep in their feelers about it on all sides.
Can I take a second?
Absolutely.
You want to know why I was laughing? Because you over here jagging. I didn't know they jagged in other sectors.
Is she cutting out on your side, Brian? Because she's cutting out on my end. Is she cutting out on your end?
Yeah, she seems to have some static or something. Maybe if she talks more, I'll be able to.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're crackling a bit, and it seems like there's some lag. We might have to get closer to the signal.
I'm on my burner phone, and I'm in Vegas.
Okay.
So, well, I don't know you guys, so I'm not going to tap into the live on my actual network phone.
Yeah, no, we don't mean any harm. We're not living in hate, and we don't have any.
That's why I was laughing, because everything that you just did, I be doing over there on my channels and my sets all the time. And they call me crazy, and they call me deranged. They say I'm the female Donald Trump. They say I'm a baby unalive. But they say all kinds of things about me, which is why, because see, what Brian doesn't know is when y'all was over there on the chat, I call her Frag, but the Kimmy Love, she's my ex-head mind.
Can we get you on the good equipment? Because I want to hear from you, and this is terrible quality.
Okay. Well, listen to me. Do I got to worry about you guys? Because it's
no, absolutely not. We're allies already. I could already tell. We're here to collaborate and co-create. You ain't got nothing. You're in no danger right now.
Let me get on my other phone and let me come in. All right, I'll be back because you need to know. Oh, by the way, Brian, she was over there saying that she put a copyright strike on your channel, but as I see, you're still broadcasting lovely, so I guess it didn't go through. I'll be right back.
Please do. I want to hear from you. All right, Mr. O'Shea, you're off and running. You're over there. You're creating content for better or worse. You're triggering folks. You're getting conversations happening. So I ain't down on it, right? That's essentially what this game is, directly or indirectly. Promotion, non-promotion, triggering conversation that leads to supposedly some conversion or resolution. I got David back there. Is this the Dave? I want to make sure it's the Dave. I have a Dave in my life. Oh, yes, Dave. You guys remember Dave from like 2 years ago when we first started live streaming on Facebook? I was playing around a little bit. He was my first. Dave was my first. What's going on, D?
What's happening? Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, man. Look at you. You got microphones and equipment and shit. You're like fucking Art Cassia without the 5 laptops from the audience.
There's like a buzzing electricity coming from your end, Dave, but it's not that bad.
That's my laptop fan. I'm not sure what all I can do about that. I can try and get further from it.
Yeah, that's better.
So yeah, Dave hit me up privately. He's one of my personal friends. I don't have too many of those, so I gotta humor them, right? To keep them on my side. I'm very abrasive and obnoxious, as you all know. So Dave was speaking to me about, holding folks liable in or out of costume for wrongdoings, right? So at some point here, we can get into that. Dave, do you want to, what's your timeline like right now? Do you got some time? Do you want to hang out? Do you want to address what you were talking about first and then get on your way, or I'll work it around you?
Yeah, I'm on a little bit of a time crunch, but, I got a little bit of time.
This guy's fucking type A, man. He's never not on a time crunch. He's always working out, running around. Yeah, this guy's, how could I have guessed that you wouldn't have all the time in the world like me? Okay. So, all right, we're going to have to refocus here, I guess, because we were just right in the middle of something. We got black stuff going on, Dave. We got racism stuff. We got Chile DeCastro getting arrested for statute, policy, and code. I don't know if did you hear that? Have you seen that?
I came on the tail end of that.
Okay. Do you want to watch some of that footage from Brian from High Impact? Are you aware of Chile DeCastro? No. Okay. So yeah, he's someone who does the legal thing. We don't agree on how to approach it or what it all means or the understanding of it. And obviously, we've gotten different results, at least thus far. I mean, I may get my 180 at some point. You never know. But he got 180 days. And I suspect it didn't help that he called the bailiff a pig. And, the judge set him up and said, "You hate all policy enforcement." And he went like this, probably didn't help the case, right, at all. But we're going to just completely ignore that apparently in this community, non-community, because, personal accountability and responsibility is frowned upon. So we're just going to go free Chile DeCastro. The government's bad. Everything's bad and wrong. And it's like, okay, yes and no, because you can't approach this a certain way, have no understanding of it, inject yourself in intermetal and expect to not be written up as a dishonorable person or a belligerent combative. So probably not the best option at court to say, I hate all police implicitly and establish your bias. Probably takes away credibility from your case and the facts of the matter. Probably not the best idea to call the bailiff a pig, regardless of what the fuck they did or didn't do. Right? Your whole point at court is to retain good faith and retain your honor. You're not there like you're on a panel or out in the street arguing and fighting, going back and forth. You're at court to establish good faith and honorability and honorable presentment. If you can't do that, I suggest you not show up at court, right? Come on the panels here with me and Jaguar and other folks, and we can hash it out, yell and scream, act out a little bit, and all the rest of it. You got to understand setting, and venue and what we're there to achieve versus not. So with that said, I'm just going to touch on this real quick, Dave. If not, me and you will talk privately if you have to go at some point. I got to follow some non-structured format that's pretty much in my head, hypothetically, that obviously I don't prepare. Because again, you're the type A guy. I'm not. I can't prepare anything. This is how I roll. So we'll get to that. Watch a couple minutes of it at least. Because again, Dave, I don't know if you've been keeping up with me on here. I pretty much made myself an enemy of everybody in YouTube. I know you could have expected this, but all the people who gave me a shot, all the people who put me on, all the people who gave me an audience, I've turned against them at some point, right? Is what the narrative is, because I don't agree with them. I don't think that they're understanding properly or applying this understanding properly. And I think they're making a lot of excuses and justifications. And I think it's embarrassing the legal lawful community. Your thoughts, Miss Jaguar?
I just wanted to commend you on your outlook, because personally, I burn at least a good crop of CCs once every 6 months. You get what you need out of them and then you move on. I call it feeding the fish.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not about like the way you just said it, right? It's like, it's not that I come into these interactions looking to get stuff out of people or use them and then move on. I'm highly aware coming into interactions that most of the time in life, if you're going to be authentic to yourself, good, bad, or indifferent, you're probably going to offend. And one thing I've learned about people is when they're offended, they usually think something has to happen or has to be done after, right? There's usually a consequence.
Why would you be offended? They're just words.
Well, again, I mean, we all have our own beliefs at times. We all have our own feelings at times.
But words are still words. They're just words. They only mean something when you make them mean something. You could sit here and call me giraffe pussy all fucking day. I know I'm not giraffe pussy.
Right.
If I choose to be offended, it's because there's something in that statement that bothers me. And that's what's called a personal problem, which is why my personal hashtag is Jag don't get no fucks.
Right. Well, again, it's interesting because the more that we come here, the more the same themes get brought up. The idea of romanticism versus stoicism, right? So it's kind of a practice for all of us at different times to observe ourselves and to then feel whatever it is, hold the feeling, and then see if we can interpret beyond the feeling and then the consequence, right? We feel something, we react. So I think that's kind of the practice for all of us in this realm, in a sense, is we're all going to have experiences.
Girl. I'm old. I'm old. I'm about to turn 47. So most things that most of you people are dealing with, I'm just not dealing with. I'm pushing 50. I don't give a fuck. I just don't. I have an objective. I have a goal. I believe in executing. I've been being gaslit on the YouTube now for about almost 4 years straight. It started with the Tasha person that went after the Cardi B.
And okay, I don't know about that.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to tell you how the worlds are blending. There's a lot of people in this chat right now from the Black Tea sector and the Jaguar Right sector, especially that Meat Cruz and my former mod, Octavia. And I'm trying to figure, what you doing over here, child? You're pregnant. Is this a very stressful conversation? Why are you here, Octavia? Get your ass the fuck offline and go take care of your kids.
Who were you talking to? Is that someone in my area or someone?
She in the chat, the Octavia. Lying ass bitch. Coming
Here we
over
go.
here
Dave,
with the fucking
Dave, can
meat
you help out
crew.
here, Dave?
No, what I'm trying to tell you is you have bad actors that come in your chat and they lie about y'all, and then they come over to the black tea sector and they call you all racist and they say this stuff. We got some bad, we got cross contamination. I came over here so we know exactly what kind of bear spray we need.
Oh, right. Yeah. But again, now we got to practice the information we were just speaking because they don't bother me.
Oh,
Right?
I know they don't bother you, but these people are involved in my swatting because I got swatted last August.
Oh, okay. So they're involved in kind of malicious activity behind the scenes.
Yes. Yeah. Well, they've been trying to kill me all week.
Right.
I just had to change my phone number again. They doxed my building. They doxed my door number. They got fake restraining orders. They do all of this. So that's why I was trying to figure out how Brian ended up over there because Kimmy, we call her Fraggle Rock, aka Frag. He fell in the Frag's chat. And then the people were saying that he was the R word. And I'm like, they don't even know this man.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's part of the thing too. Is if you're going to be a public figure, so to speak, and you're going to be on YouTube, it's probably
Honey,
best.
I am a public figure. I got over 1 billion views. Tank.
Right. You got to let me
In a
finish
year
though.
and a half.
You got to let me
Oh,
finish.
yeah.
You got to let me finish. What I'm saying
sorry,
is,
baby. Go
if
ahead.
we're going to be public figure, right, we're going to be on here. Well, then you got to move a certain way. So you probably can't have mailing address, and you can't be on record everywhere. And you got to kind of approach these situations
Well,
a
nobody
certain way.
said it was my address.
Oh, okay. So they're doing that. I've seen that before, where folks dox things and get people in situations, and then you find out they don't even have the right information. So probably not the best course of action to be playing like that. We could do better. I think that's a mutual
Humanity
assurity for
could
all
do
of us. Is
better.
we could always do and be better.
And that's
All right, let
what
me
I like.
refocus. Let me refocus here, Jaguar. I don't want to get too much time on this metaversal drama
You
shit.
don't listen to me. You don't. I just came over to meet you guys because I wanted to know where the rabbit hole led. And I'm glad we've met.
Right.
My name is Jaguar Wright. Some people still use my married name, Johnson, but I'm Jaguar Wright. My channel that's operating right now is 3.5. I'd love for you guys to come over and we can have some kind. I like the cross homogenization. It's really
Yeah, I'll come
nice.
over. Just I got to refocus because we got
So
other
please,
things.
no, get back to your
Yeah.
task. And Brian, I just want to let you know, I saw your comment. You are my kind of white guy, but you are. It's the beard. It's giving me. It's giving me Tennessee vibes. It really is. Yeah, you just look like whiskey and some good meat, and I enjoy that. So I'll see you guys later. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I'll make sure I let
Dave's from
everybody know.
Kentucky down there.
Huh?
Dave's from Kentucky, I believe.
Oh, you a Kentucky? Are you a Kentucky or are you Kentuckianin?
That guy.
Neither.
Because I think you know the difference.
Yeah, I've lived in Kentucky. I'm not from Kentucky.
Okay. I was just wondering. I had a good friend of mine.
That's what everybody who's from Kentucky says.
If someone's from Kentucky, they're going to tell you what county they're from.
Well, I'm a Philly girl with Southern roots, but I live between Dallas, Shreveport, Louisiana, and out here Vegas, where I'm working and filming my podcast. I'd like to talk to you guys some more. Maybe we could do an episode for my podcast together.
Yeah, I'll jump over there.
All right, darlings. Well, it was lovely meeting you. I'm going to make sure I let everybody know y'all ain't no racist. You just good, American people.
That's it. We're dirty white boys over here. We ain't racist.
And guess what? I'm a slutty black girl. At least that's what they say. They call me all kind of whores. They've been counting my body count for the past 2 weeks. I done slept with everybody but the concierge,
All right, we're going to have to get Brian and Dave into that mix, I suspect. Brian and Dave are going to sleep with you next, and we're going to fucking live stream it with a blurred vision.
Have some interracial crazy kids we're raising anarchists. We're going to take over the Shluminati. That's what's fit.
Right.
I'll see you guys.
Thank you, Miss Jaguar.
My email address is jaguarwright@gmail.com. See you later.
All right. Man, That's a handful. Okay, so comes on here. Another one of the channels Brian's been frequenting comes on here. Pretty much admits to being a whore, and then we're gonna get Brian O'Shea and Dave to fuck that woman and to do it blurred so we don't violate policy, and then we're gonna observe and report on that. All right. Any thoughts, gentlemen, before we refocus and move back to the legal lawful conversation?
Yeah, I thought this was a channel about some lawful shit.
No, that's the thing, right? This is what this, Dave, you haven't been keeping up with my journey,
I have not.
right? Or my regression,
What
really.
have you done over here, man?
That's the thing. I didn't do it. They did it to me. This is the internet. You know?
You need to get off the internet, bud.
Yeah, I might have to take some time. Jennifer and others have been urging me.
Sometimes
may have to take some time away.
Players, you know?
Yeah. Well, let me get to the video with DeCastro so that I can fucking comment on it. Dave, at some point, shut me up, stop me, refocus me, because you know I'll do another 2 hours ranting and raving over this fucking nonsense. So let's somewhat refocus here. DeCastro got arrested, as you know. We also got a call from him. Apparently, Brian from High Impact Flick said he called him from jail, and he's doing the free chili campaign. So we'll watch a little bit of the original video that got him arrested.
When you asked the defendant to back up, did he follow your order?
No, he did not.
Okay.
I gave him 3 additional warnings to back up.
Okay, and did he obey those orders?
No, he did not.
I don't really want to be part of your YouTube channel. So
You already are.
great.
You already are. He's a pig.
Excuse me?
I said he's a pig.
Okay. So I'm not going to permit you to speak to anybody in my courtroom in that manner. He wants this. He wants to get arrested. He wants to get into an altercation with police officers. He welcomes this. This helps his YouTube channel. He called the officers here in my courtroom to pigs. He called and he's nodding his head up and down. So apparently he hates every law enforcement officer in the United States. All right. Please stand up, sir.
Got you right there, man. I already spoke on this the other day. That's what you guys don't get. You want to talk about Black's law and the code, statute, policy? It's real simple. Honor and dishonor. And this is something we're all having to learn, right, in life. We weren't taught this. We didn't live this. So we're having to learn and practice this day by day. She got you right there. That's it. I don't care what happened before or after everything in the case. The last 5 minutes is where she got you. She baited you and got you right out of honor into dishonor and into bias. And that's all they need to hem you up. So when she said, he says he wants to get arrested to promote his commercial activity on YouTube. He goes, yes, I did. He says that he hates all policy enforcement implicitly. Yes, I do. He called my bailiff a pig here today and potentially, tried to rabble rouse and breach the peace. It's that simple. I don't even care if you don't like it, don't believe it. That's what just went on there. So you will be held in contempt. You will be deemed as dishonorable. They will stick statute, policy, and code on you. If you want to come into those venues, let an attorney speak for you, put yourself in their jurisdiction, and then show you're implicitly biased and hateful and dishonorable. It's beyond laughable. And then you guys want to yell free Chile DeCastro when he did everything possible incorrect based on what I've put forth and what I've done and understand. Based on that, he did everything incorrect and pretty much did everything he could to get put at jail, as far as I can conceive of, right? After a certain point, especially. One thing on the side of the road, you want to film and all that, okay. You don't want to understand the legal and lawful, right? The protected class versus privileged class, public safety clause in the Constitution versus upholding rights. You don't want to understand any of that, right? So you made a mistake, whether you know it or not, and you got yourself at court. And then you did everything you could to establish you were dishonorable and biased and get you hemmed up with code. Any thoughts on any of that, Dave? See, I only got 3 seconds in and I'm already going off.
Yeah, I mean, we got to think about the place that we want to create, the world we want to live in, and we want to be respectful to each other. And when I go in court, I start off respectful to everybody because I don't know who I'm talking to, right? I don't know if the judge is someone that knows what I'm talking about or knows what I'm talking about and is going to try and sweep it under the rug. I don't know the clerks. I don't know any of these people. And so I want to be respectful to them to begin with and then see how they treat me and, go from there. And we got to, that's reputation, right? That's what we want to build.
Yeah, we almost have to give the benefit of the doubt to others, knowing that we ourselves do wrong oftentimes and are not perfect. This is humbleness and humility, right? And we oftentimes miss the mark. So you want to go in there and play big Billy badass, and I'm always right, and I got all the answers, and you don't want to observe humbleness and humility and give the benefit of the doubt. Well, at some point, then somebody's got to get checked. Somebody's got to find out that they ain't completely in charge, right? Again, control over others is power. True power is self-mastery. So if you can't control your thoughts, emotions, actions, and responses and reactions, we got more work to do on self, right? Stop putting it on policy enforcement. Stop putting it on the courts. Stop putting it. This is why I said I started legal and lawful spiritual faith, and then I became aware of what I know about me is true for others. This has to start with self-understanding, self-knowledge, and self-mastery. Then it goes to the legal and lawful venue and the courts and marriage and relationships and all the rest. So we're pretty much doing cart before the horse. What's up with all the number drop? We doing algorithmic games or what? We're doing that again. I'm watching the number counter. Dave, there's been like dozens of fucking games they played with me and on me. You should see it all, right? Then they admitted to me behind the scenes they're doing it all, like to try to cover their ass. So yeah, we got counters going up to 150, back down to 100, back up. Yeah, whatever. Let me get back to the video.
It's like that Marcus Aurelius that you had running at the beginning of the show. It's talking about waking up thinking about how you got people that are going to do you wrong basically all day, and you got to be prepared for that. And yeah, I mean, and it's hard too, right? Like it's one thing to say that we got to come respectable, but even when I'm talking to police and stuff, it's like, be as respectful as I can. And then even if they're being respectful and it's like going pretty well as far as being courteous to each other, I still get frustrated because I know that they don't understand a lot of times what they're saying. Like they don't understand that the legal terms they're using have very specific meanings. And so I get frustrated, and like that comes out in my tone of voice, my mannerisms, whatever, no matter how hard I try, so it's always a personal growth thing, always trying to learn and be better.
It's interesting that this person, I'd be interested to have this person come up and display themselves. It's interesting that you would say David is not the brightest crayon in the box. He happens to be one of the more intelligent people that I interact with. I mean, we don't always align in the way that we perceive things, but I would say if you had to put him on a scale of the average slave, versus what I've seen with him and from him, I mean, again, we all miss the mark at times, but I would say he's, above average intelligence, at least, right? And I'm kind of being humble for him in that sense. Right. But yeah, I've met a lot of folks and I've dealt with a lot of folks, and I probably wouldn't deal with somebody who is not above average intelligence. Right now, we can all argue, each of us, how much we've had to work backward with emotional intelligence, because a lot of us are behind an 8 ball in the way that we grow up, that the household we grow up in, what the values and principles are there or not. So a lot of us, I think, struggle at times or are challenged by our emotional intelligence because we haven't lived as much of a functional, holistic life, I think, as we could have, especially in our formative years. So even that, though, I've seen a fair bit of emotional intelligence with David, where he doesn't always have to get what he wants or like the outcome to observe what is being said or being shown in order to adapt to a process. So that is evidence to me, along with other things, of higher intellectual intelligence and emotional intelligence, or at least an ability to practice that, which again, to me, is the majority of the battle. It's really not about the scale of how smart everyone is. Everyone seems to have a lot of potential and opportunity. It's misused or misaligned, right? So to me, it's about the practice and the processing, not the presumption or evaluation of who's what, when, why, and how, right? Usually we have and are all that we need. We're just not using it as effectively and productively as we could. Your thoughts on any of that, David, about this woman, Daddy's Black Princess, thinking that she's more intelligent than you, apparently? What are the odds that's going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, come on up. I mean, you've known me for all of like one paragraph of me talking, so, come let me know who I am.
Right. Usually, like, at the risk of being presumptuous and assumptive, very oftentimes you're not going to have a case where Daddy's Black Little Princess is going to come up and outcompete myself or David when it comes to intelligence. I mean, I'm open to anything to, present itself, but I don't see it happening here today. But again, feel free to surprise me and shock me.
I mean, just a suggestion. When you see something like that come across the screen, I wouldn't spend 60 seconds of your precious airtime even addressing someone like that.
Oh, Dave, I do 7 days a week here, over 500 days straight. It's thousands of hours of broadcasting. I got time to kill. You know, she's my calamingus for the moment, right? I get at least a couple minutes to just kind of check her goofy ass, get her back in alignment. Like that's why I'm founder of Online Daddy Inc. Right, as you can see down there, right? Because I got a lot of metaversal stepchildren. Every once in a while, I got to just kind of, you know, give them a different perspective, put them back on course. All right, let's get back to DeCastro, man.
Go get in your car and do your job, little doggy. Go feed her. You're being detained right now. Okay, then detain me.
An American is locked away in a concrete and steel cage for the next 180 days. He damaged no property. He stole no property and neither harmed nor threatened to harm any other man or woman on this earth. He's in jail on 2 charges: obstructing a public officer.
Brian from High Impact still chooses not to get it. He just won't get it.
Incident that took place on March 15th, 2023 in this parking lot at this exact location in the parking lot at 4155 South Grand Canyon Drive in Las Vegas, Nevada. Thankfully, the incident was recorded on at least 2 cameras. And if you remain objective, you're going to see exactly what happened that day. And if you're honest, you'll conclude that a man is sitting in jail for absolutely no reason. The American sitting in the cage is Chile DeCastro from the YouTube channel Delete Laws. And it really doesn't matter what you think of him. It doesn't matter if you like and support him. It doesn't matter if you hate and deride him. The question is he guilty of breaking a law? If so, what law did he break? Did he commit a crime? Did he?
Okay, this is the thing. They're not getting it. There's dual jurisdiction. You're on record as a United States citizen. That means you're a privileged class. That means you pay tax. That means that you agree that public safety is a necessity. So your rights are in conflict with public safety when you put yourself in one jurisdiction and out of another. And that's what's going on here, partially. Right? So when you call yourself Delete Laws, it's foolish because you're talking statute, policy, and code, and you think that's law. It's only given the force of law by consent to the governed. If you consent to be governed under public safety statute, whether you know it or not, it will be enforced on you code-wise. You can't have it all ways. Either you're going to stand lawfully, correct your status and standing, you're going to present as such, or you're going to be caught up in their statute, policy, and code and public safety endeavor. You and everyone around you has supported it, contracted with it, and paid for it to happen. Then you don't want them to enforce it, to live it. You can't occupy and conflate 2 jurisdictions at the same time and think that it's going to be sensible. You guys need to do a little more work. You need to stop sensationalizing. You need to stop counting all that money and selling all them products for trying to be heroes and activists and really understand what it is you're fucking talking about and how it applies. Okay? So, you know, Chile DeCastro's not on record as an American. He's on record as a United States citizen. Okay? And he told me way back he's not going to travel lawfully. He's got the license, the registration, the insurance, all that, because he's got important things to do. So either you're going to stand on the law, uphold the law, deal with the consequences, and then ask nobody but God for forgiveness if you think you have to, right? And ask nobody for anything for recompense other than God and your fellow man if you're able to take him to court. But again, we can't have it all ways at all times. We need more understanding. We need more clarification. We need more delineation. So there is not equal conflation at this time. The dual jurisdiction, the aspects itself, how it all applies, and the results that we get or don't get.
Create a victim. Does he really deserve to be in jail for a single hour, let alone 180 days? Did he get a fair trial? Was he well represented? Was the judge impartial?
There you go again. You're doing it again, Brian. We're not here to be represented. Told you guys this privately over the phone. You and Chile DeCastro and all of you. Told you over and over again. You're not here to be adequately represented. You're here to present yourself honorably. So when you hire the bar attorney, you're already concluded that you're working within that purview and in that capacity. So when you do that, they're going to enforce code on you. The attorney has a duty to the court, no less than the duty to his client. That means he's going to play a mediator. He's not going to defend you. He's not going to extricate you from that venue and those charges. He's going to attempt to make a deal between both parties. Okay, that's court of record definition. Attorney is someone who owes a duty to the court equal to no less than their client. So they're not really on your side. You can never be adequately presented or represented with a legal bar attorney. Fool. That's why we don't hire them. That's why we don't let them speak for us, because once they represent you, you've lost your original capacity, status, and jurisdiction. You've been represented as a ward of the court, as a defendant. Okay? So when you accept all these titles, status, and standing, and then you go hire someone to speak for you, this is what's going to happen 9 out of 10 times. Give a fuck what you think about it or how you understand it / don't understand it. Seems like you guys don't want to understand it.
Did the cop who was involved give a lawful command? What does lawful even mean? And just as importantly, and people who support
He's not law
Chile may
enforcement,
not
he's
like
code
this
enforcement.
consideration, did Chile conduct himself in a way that would not psychologically disturb the people who already stagger under the drunkenness of their own unbridled power? Now, this is an 1.5-hour court proceeding, and I'm only going to comment on what I consider the highlights. The link to the entire video will be provided in the description. Here's the awkward initial clash between Chile and Judge Ann Zimmerman.
Are you Mr. DeCastro? Can you turn off the phone, please? The one that's in your hand.
Just communicating with my lawyer. He's on his way here now. I'm just waiting for him to get there.
All right, I'm gonna wait for your attorney, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Jose DeCastro, 23 Sierra 013015.
Good morning, Your Honor. Agnes Botello, advocate for the record. Good morning, State.
Good morning, Mike. Me on behalf of the defendant present with me this morning.
So I have
Oh, there's your defense attorney, the one who's going to turn your rights over to the court and represent you. He's part of the LBC law group, right? There's that limited liability corporation. You guys are totally in their jurisdiction right now. It's just you put yourself so deep in their jurisdiction and whine and cry about them doubling down and getting you to say you're dishonorable and biased and hate policy enforcement and agents of the court. And then they're going to throw you in jail and you're going to complain about it and just choose to be ignorant and not listen to anything I put forth for the last 2 or 3 years. It's fascinating.
signed 2 meter requests that permit before.
By the way, this is a guy who calls himself a constitutional law scholar, but needs somebody from an LLC to defend him. You realize that defend, when they put you up as the defendant, that means to take away your ability to fend for yourself. So you accepted the title of defendant and you can no longer fend for yourself, and you let an LLC, bar corporate attorney, represent you as a person, a ward of the court. It's beyond laughable, you guys. Guys, we come here every day. It's beyond laughable.
Or photographing these proceedings, but I have not granted any other requests to record or live stream these proceedings. So I need Mr. DeCastro and everybody else who wants to stay in the courtroom to surrender their phones, or you can leave.
Americans have to know that nearly every courtroom across the land is a constitution-free zone. You have to disarm and you have to follow the court rules, which hardly ever line up with the Bill of Rights. Zimmerman demonstrates her disdain for Chile's rights and the rights of everybody else in the courtroom to personally record and act as press. She makes it clear that it's her courtroom, she's in control, and only allows certain people to record. Now here's the friction between Chile, the judge, and the court bailiff.
I need Mr. DeCastro to empty all of his pockets.
What's that?
Yeah, empty your pockets and give up your phones to the judge.
I have to give you my phones?
Yeah.
My phones have to be completely off.
Yep. I don't really want to be part of your YouTube channel. So
You already are.
great,
You already are.
awesome.
I'm not gonna give them to this guy though. I'll give him someone else. I'm
No,
not touching myself.
no, they're gonna go to my marshal.
He's a pig.
Excuse me?
I said he's a pig.
Okay. Sir, I'm not gonna permit you to speak to anybody in my courtroom in that manner. And if you don't want to apologize, I'm gonna hold you in contempt.
All right, Dave, I want to get to you because I know you said you're on a crunch time here. We'll get back to DeCastro at some point. It's beyond laughable and cringy, and it's more little boy pride and ego and dishonor and bad faith and just all the way down the line, exactly what you don't do on the side of the road with these contracts, with the legal folks. And it's definitely what you don't say. And it's definitely what you don't do when it comes to hiring attorneys. We got that. So give me what you're going through, what you want to do, where you're at, and I'll get back to that at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I've been kind of practicing this stuff for a few years. Only had a few interactions, only been in court a couple times, but just learning as I go. And
you get any dismissals yet? Did you get any favorable outcomes? What's up with that?
Yeah, I mean, so if you add the whole thing up, so the last time I went to court, it was just dismissed.
Another dismissal, Dave. You got to stop after you say that. Because you don't know that, but here they say Paulie doesn't get dismissals. It never happens. Everyone goes to jail. It's sops it mumbo jumbo. Dave's another person who got dismissals practicing what it is here we talk. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, and that's kind of a whole story. It's kind of actually there was a second dismissal right after me. Not necessarily someone that knows you. I didn't know the guy either, but it was funny when I was walking out of court that day, or right after I had spoken to them. Judge called up the next case, and this guy just stood up in the back and he said, "I'm the executor for the estate." And I sat right back down. I was like, "Oh, it's one of our people," and she just dismissed it immediately because the cop didn't show up. But that was interesting. There's only like, I don't know, 7 of us in court that morning, and 2 of them were dismissed basically just for showing up.
Dave, they don't understand how powerful and influential I am that am is, right? And how it could literally turn this whole fucking game on its head and back to proper perspective, which is going on at this time. So yeah, I put all of the state of Colorado on notice. I contacted the feds on them, right? You call me a rat if you want. I never ratted on any man or woman, but I will call the feds on the state and locals and tell them, watch me and watch everybody. Let's get everybody in line, right? I ain't doing no wrong. I'm well within my rights. I'm a lawful man. Give a fuck what you think or feel about it or what your code says. So I've already put them on notice. Everyone's been notified. We've all gone to court. We've all stood the position. The dismissals are numerous at this point, proving they don't have the grounds to stand on. We're already in the power position with the truth. We're already on the right side of history. They're already back on their heels conceptually, right? None of this is physical I'm talking about. I'm talking metaphorical, metaphysical. Okay? So this is the testimony to how powerful the truth and the original law is versus their statute policies and codes of the corporation. It's already happening. It's already being turned backward. This is where the game is going to be won or lost at court with the individual men and women, with the presumption of honor versus the declaration of dishonor, right? So, innocent until proven guilty. If I'm not guilty, I haven't caused loss, injury, and harm, then I can only be my worst enemy or my best friend. They're going to get you on good faith, bad faith, honor, or dishonor every fucking time because they know the rest of their game is bullshit and fraud. So long as you don't dishonor yourself and be a belligerent combative, long as you ask the right questions, long as you define your words and terms and express your law and the law, it's going to make it a lot harder for them to steamroll you like they do the rest of the slaves who don't know themselves and their position. Go on, continue, please.
Yeah, I mean, like the princess said, I'm not the sharpest crayon in a box or whatever. the sharpest bulb in the.
You don't have to be. You just got to be the. You just got to be the most colorful, Dave. You don't have to be the sharpest crayon, just the most colorful.
Right. But point being, like, if you have some common sense and, if you're on the fence about practicing law, if you have some common sense and you know that you're standing in the truth and you're respectful to people, that's all you need to start. Like, you don't need to memorize Black's Law Dictionary or memorize, USC and UCC and all that stuff. Just, kind of just get started, like play with it. It's not, what are they going to do? They're going to make an example of you and look shitty in front of their public, So, just get started. Just start talking to these people. They're public servants. They work for you. Up until you actually cause some loss, injury, or harm, then what are they going to do?
Right. See, where they get a lot of us is on paper, psychologically. If certain folks were to do the assessment, a lot of us are criminal minded. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean, a lot of us are willing to take what the fuck we want in life. Now, that could be used positively. That could be used negatively. right? If you're somebody who has that propensity and you use it for street activity, it's going to cause you to lie, cheat, steal, and harm others. If you take that character defect, seemingly character defect, what they would tell you it is on paper, a lot of these clinical folks, and you apply it toward rights, freedom, and principles, spiritual faith, well, then you become a formidable, not opponent, but component to this land, right? Because again, the foundation, the founders of this land, you could argue, were criminally minded people in the sense I just described. They were willing to take what the fuck they wanted and needed in life, and nobody was going to tell them any different. And then there's everybody else, the good little boys and girls who do what the fuck they're told, oftentimes do wrong because they believe it's right. So, you know, this is kind of one of the dynamics that I like to play with and look at times, is how they've set a lot of us up, salt of the earth men who may have a checkered past, to feel doubting and hateful of ourselves because they've already established us as subconsciously, if not consciously, people who present a threat to their monopoly. See, they're the ultimate criminal minded folks because they want to try to lie, cheat, and steal and trick you out of your rights and freedom and principles, your destiny. Okay, so when they recognize another motherfucker who's just like them, who can see what they see and is willing to take what they want in life, but not do it the way they do it, oh, they're already fucked. See how that works? So I'm just speaking what I know about me that I see the reflections of in other selves, the one self. A lot of us folks have a checkered past. We did do wrong in the past. We have reformed ourselves on some level and are repenting, and we're directing that nature towards something good and true now. And it's a problem for the evil ones who want to direct that same thing toward tricking everybody and enslaving everybody. So that is the redemption story, right? That is a spiritual story of faith. That is the biblical story of all beings who had done wrong and practice in life some kind of process to bring themselves back and direct themselves towards something good and true. Go ahead, Dave, continue.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a candle in the dark, right? You can light up a huge room with just one little tiny flame, whereas, you know, the darkness can't creep up on that, you know. But yeah, the thing I wanted to talk about today was I choose to go to court because I want to go in there and I want to ask questions, especially the judge, and get on the record their answers to those questions. You know, like, what kind of court is this? What venue am I in? Like, why do you guys think you have jurisdiction over me as a man? Things of that nature. And I want to get their responses and, you know, understand where they're coming from and see what they have to say about it. But at the same time, you know, I value my time. And so, like, I was having this conversation on the side of the road with the traffic police. I was like, look, you know, I understand that you guys don't, I don't remember exactly what I said, but something along the lines of like, you guys don't really understand the legal terms that you're using. And while I'm happy to go to court and, like, you know, for my own educational purposes, I'm kind of tired of getting bothered by you guys on the side of the road. And I have to start charging for my time for you to do that. And of course they don't know what that means. And threw the ticket in the window and ran away. They didn't really want to have a conversation about it, which is the other thing. You'll start to notice the more that you stand up for yourself, the more that these people will cower away from you, which is kind of an interesting dynamic. Because theoretically, you know, they bring 6, 8 cars every time this happens. So there's 8, 10, 12 of them with guns standing around. Like, why are they afraid of me? You know, it doesn't make any sense.
They're afraid of the truth that's going to undo their lie.
Exactly, because they know when they hear you talking, they don't know what you're saying. But it's like when you watch, say you're to watch like a quantum physicist or like a mathematician explaining something on a board that you don't know anything about. Like, if you speak it with authority and like you do know what you're talking about and it's coming from the heart or from some conviction that you have or what have you, it comes across. And so I think they realize when they get told, look, you don't understand the thing that you're saying right now, that they know that's true on some level.
Right.
And so that causes them to kind of stand down a little bit.
Yeah, they're weak in their position and they know it. They present false strength to get you off your position. When it doesn't work, it reveals their weak foundation and position.
Mm-hmm. So the question that I want to kind of put to you and your audience is that I want to start making some kind of a statement in regards to how they're wasting my time and ask for some, you know, nominal fee for doing so. So
yeah, I would encourage you to try to look into the part of yourself that sees the bigger picture here and what your role may be. and to try to encourage you to do service as much as possible and not seek compensation for that. I know you may be just in that in the world, right? I know that it may be due. I would suggest that the proper course of action for us is to just get it on record. If you're going to take these people to task, do not seek monetary compensation. Seek an order that will be put down for them to leave you the fuck alone and let you go about your day, right? Because it's a fine line between establishing honor with the court and a friend of the court and someone who upholds law versus being deemed as an ambulance chaser and somebody who just wants more.
Sure.
Right?
So when I said like a nominal fee, what I mean is like something minimal. So like
$1, bro. You go in there with $1 suit just to get it on record and get the ruling, and then you show it to them every time. Listen, I didn't do this for clicks in YouTube and for money. This is a $1 suit, but it's been ruled on. So I got my dollar, and more importantly, I got the ruling. Stay the fuck away from me. I don't want to have to go to court every fucking 10 minutes to prove to you guys you don't know what the fuck you're doing and how it applies to me.
Exactly. So that's a thought. Sue for $1. I like that.
Yeah, you got to have some dollar amount oftentimes because it's a corporate venue, right? All crimes are commercial, and they've turned all law into commercial code. So you may have to set a dollar amount in order to have the case heard, in which case you do that to establish honor and good faith. Listen, I had to put a dollar amount. I'm not here for money. I can go work for that. What I'm here for is to have the law upheld and to put it on record that I don't want this done anymore. I wish to be left alone, and I have that right.
Yeah, I like that. And then the next question would be a question of process. I know you've suggested suing in civil court. Also considered, doing like a deposition or filing a claim, basically.
Yeah, get the experience, bro. Do the dollar first. Get them on record. If you win, then you get to carry that around and say, listen, I'm a man of honor and good faith. I only did a $1 suit last time because I want the order on record that you can't do what you're doing. If you push me again, I'm going to take your fucking house and boat. How about that? You give them the benefit of the doubt. You put them on notice. You let them know you're in the power position, and then you give them an option, right? It's not about ego. It's not about pride. It's about principle and doing what's true and what's right. If they're on notice, if the ruling is there for the $1, well, that means next time it could be $1 million and someone's going to have to pay. So let's not do this, right? You're not wanting the interaction. You're not trying to prove something. Apparently they are, right?
And the next question would be on timing. So I know typically you want to do things as soon as possible, but excuse me. But also, if I am going to court, do I want that on the record beforehand, or do I want to wait until that's settled and then potentially have that evidence to bring into the suit? So, for example, let's assume a dismissal.
Correct.
May or may not be the case, but let's just assume a dismissal. If we have a dismissal, then clearly they did for no particular reason. They had no grounds to do so. And then I could go into the suit with.
I would do that.
I
would do that.
Yeah, this is what they had.
The soon as possible is in the defendant position. If the wrongdoing has been done, you're under no timeline to push that issue. So if anything, they interacted with you, they caused you to start an investigation on them. And through the course of your investigation with them and the court proceedings, you will garner the proper evidence to present in a different venue of their dereliction of duty, right? Mm-hmm. So I would absolutely play it out, however has been working for you. Because again, you know me, I don't even go to court at this point. They can write up warrants. They could do whatever they want. Those administrative courts are not venue for me. And because I've caused no harm, I will not willingly walk into them. And I will not submit my right to search and seizure at the door. I will not overthrow the Fourth Amendment because folks feel unsafe at court. Court is where I need to have more guns. That's where all the criminals are. If you think I'm going to subject myself to being protected by a daddy in uniform because I'm at court, I'm not doing it. So if I'm not free from search and seizure at that door, which oftentimes those commercial courts are not, they have policy and they're going to enforce it, I don't belong there. So they're going to have to come get me, is where I stand with that, right? But, again, like I say, it's not that I can't go to court and get results. I don't wish to. Other folks do and get results and dismissals. So do whatever you're comfortable with. You don't want the warrants. You don't want to be chased. I don't blame you, right? So you go there and you whoop them with their own nonsense, and then you take it back to the other venue and show them, listen, you guys can't even do your own proper process and procedure right legally, right?
Yeah, and a big part of it though is that I want to go and have, like I said, have those interactions. It's good for my growth. It's good for getting things on the record about how they actually think and speak about these things.
I agree.
You'll notice when you use certain terms or you stand up for yourself that they start to shuffling papers and looking around, and suddenly we got to set dates that are in the future so that I don't have to deal with this right now, type of thing. So it's for me, I still choose to go. I understand that the strategy of not going, and that's another thing worth touching on, is that there's so many strategies to this. I mean, we are the people. We are, we create our reality as far as how we want to live in harmony with the law. So your approach to this is going to be unique. You obviously can take from people that have had success in the past, or people that you see as teachers or leaders, but ultimately this is your journey.
But Dave, you just expressed it. Most people have the same course of action. In the beginning, when they start doing this, they want to show up at court because they want to mac a little bit. They want to see what the game's about. They want to see where it goes. Once you have X amount of those under your belt, you're done with it. It's old. I see it for what it is. You guys got nothing, right? You're boring me. Like you want to put fear into me, and when I go past that and we stand on the facts, you got nothing. So it's not even a fun game anymore, right? We're pimping, right? Proper instruction motivates people. So Pimp does what the fuck he wants to do, not what he's told to do. If you tell me to go to court in the beginning, I go, yeah, it's great. I get more experience with the game. After a certain point, I go, I don't need no more experience with this game. You guys aren't formidable players. You're fake pimping. You're playing games. I don't wish to be involved anymore, right? That's the authentic journey, usually for each person, right? So if I do show up at court at this point under my own volition, it's only to play the game and to put them on to who and what I am and to get everything back in its proper perspective. Part of that's egotistical, bro. Right? We're like, part of it is we're afraid of what they're going to do if we don't show up. Part of it is I'm going to go in there and play the game again and show them who and what I am, and that this is this, that, and the third. Nah, I don't need to show up. You're claiming the person did it wrong. Go get that thing and go talk to it. I'm not going to present as that thing, and I'm not going to show up and take my time, energy, attention to do special presentment unpaid to give you guys a good fucking show. I do that on my broadcast every day. Why would I show up to court, do it for free? That doesn't make no sense.
Sure. I mean, it's a discovery too, right? So, for example, one judge, as soon as I got up there, and he was doing this before for all the cases before too, first thing he said is, do you, how did he phrase it? Do you, I don't know if this is the exact
stop a motherfucker right there. Who is you? You is plural. Are we talking about me, the body, the man, the speaking individual right now? Are you talking about the entity you want to keep charging and saying is me?
I mean, presumably he's talking to the man, obviously, but it's on paper.
There's nothing obvious. The law is expressed, not implied, and I don't take anything these snakes say as obvious when they're fork-tongued double speakers.
Fair enough. But what the guy was saying to each individual that was there was, do you accept or do you submit to my jurisdiction? And everybody before me said yes. And I was like, this guy's giving you an option, like, and you're just
right.
You're just
He's
yes,
pimping the right way, and all the hoes said, "Yes, daddy, I submit to your jurisdiction." He gave you the fucking out.
Yeah, so I said no, and he was like, "Oh, okay, we'll set it for another day, and we'll talk about, I can't remember how he phrased it, but what I was
subject matter jurisdiction.
He did a lot of my work for me because I was going to go up there and say, these guys need to prove that I was in their jurisdiction, and he's just like, "Are you in our jurisdiction?" I was like, "No." He's like, "Okay." Just moved on. It was a really interesting experience. So, I mean, I would encourage people to go just to get some experiences and to get some discovery. Understand, like, are your local judges, do they know what you're saying and they're still trying to like impose slavery, or do they not understand what you're saying, in which case they're ignorantly imposing slavery, which is just as bad. But at least understand the roles these people play. And maybe there's even I'm sure there's some good people out there too in that system, but probably few and far between.
But Dave, it doesn't even matter good, bad, or indifferent. It's what I just spoke to you is true about me is also true about them, because we're oneself. They're tired of the game. They're tired of the slaves coming in and just being racked the fuck up. They want some pushback. They want some action, bro. You think administrator come to work every day and don't want a little bit of action? He's dying for somebody to get in there and give him some fucking good game, or put everything back in the proper perspective, or just do something, bro. They're dying for it, half of them. They're like, please make the white gorilla come in here and give us a good show today. We're so sick of these fucking slaves and doing the same job over and over every day with no difference. That's a human element, bro. You can't argue that. I don't care who you are and what venue. Everybody wants to see a player play a little bit. Everybody wants to see somebody dance from time to time. Doing the same shit over and over day after day is boring for everybody, right? So if you just look at it that way, that if you're going to show up at court, they're looking for you to really put on and stand your position and show them and tell them something they haven't heard and seen before today or this week. If you can get that done, you might have an option. And calling the bailiffs pigs and saying, I hate policy enforcement and acting like a broken bitch little boy is not the answer.
Not a great move, yeah.
Yeah, you got to be God King, Philosopher King, Marco Aurelio, like the AI says. You got to be Marco Aurelio at the court. You know, you got to be Philosopher God King. You really got to touch their spirit, and you got to compel the court to serve you or God. Pick one. Doing that is not going to get it done. It's quite the opposite. They're bored by that. They say, get this motherfucker out of here. He bored us. This is the constitutional law scholar. They go get the gorilla in the trailer smoking 10 blunts. He put on a better performance than this. He could make us feel something more than this. You're supposed to be the constitutional law scholar. You got this bitch boy talking for you. Boring. That's what Mama on the bench was saying inside of herself, whether you want to cop to it or not. She's bored by you. Bored by the beta males and their fucking constant, lukewarm, lacking presentment, lifestyle, and ways. You're going to have to step it up a bit, slugger. It is what it is. It's common fucking sense. I'm talking. Common sense oftentimes is overlooked and is not common, it seems. They're looking for everything else but that. What the fuck makes sense?
Yeah, it's kind of wild. I don't even know what to say about that, man. I don't understand why common sense is so uncommon. It didn't used to be that way, presumably. And it's been like what's the word? Trained out of us, especially through public education.
Yeah, with formality and style. The substance is lacking,
uniformity.
Right?
Yeah.
There's been such an attention to style and formality and a neglecting of the substance. Through substantialism comes an adequate style, form, and function, right? So this is just doing cart before the horse because we're not living foundationally objective logic, morals, and ethics. We're doing everything by some style we've seen or heard somewhere, an institution, and some formality they gave us. It's just completely absent of the human element, right? That's all you have here. You have a whole bunch of folks who are losing their humanity decade by decade and being forced into a machine-like state of consciousness and world run by code. The words and terms and the sense is all there, right? So someone like me, someone who practices the substance, develops the style and the formality, right? That is a adequate competition, right? If I have the substance on my side and I've developed my own style and formality, you can't compete with that. Their shit's empty. It's bankrupt. It's lukewarm. It's half-assed. Even the administrators who want to see you play have to concede at some point that they don't have it. Judge can't do what the fuck I do every day on this platform. They can't. Without the court and all the rest of it, they can't get up there, speak from the mind, heart, spirit, and experience and compel an audience to stick with them and feel something. They can't do it. How are you going to judge me? Only God can judge me if I'm made in the image of the Most High. You ain't even come up to my level yet. Let's be clear about the co-creation and the art of living, because that's what this is, an art of living. Doesn't begin or end or start and end on a broadcast or at court, right? That's what courting is about. You know, whether you're courting with God or you're courting with a woman or you're courting with agents of the state. This is the art of living, you know, and we are all characters on the world stage. This is all a performance that is life. Where do you fit in that equation? Right? Are you just another all caps name, another number, another mediocre, lukewarm presentment they've all heard and seen before? Bag them and tag them. The unbegun living dead, right? That's what we got.
Yeah, it seems like the species is splitting in two, both, you know, like you're talking about, self-imposed, essentially, unwillingness to break free of where they're at, combined with the, you know, genetic engineering as well through the food, medicine, all that bullshit. So it's rough, man. It's rough to see, but it's nice to hang out with people that get it, have common sense, can build communities. You know, that's where it's at.
I want to hear from Brian O'Shea, man. Have you gotten enough from me, David, or from this spirit?
Yeah, man, for sure. I appreciate the opportunity you having me on.
Yeah, I think no, please, Dave. You're a friend. You're a friend of ours. You're part of the outfit back west or back east.
You know, one thing I would. I lost my train of thought. Go ahead to Brian. I'll think about it.
All right. Brian, you got something?
Snafu's retarded, has following me around the black panels, talking about striking my channel. He's racist. So he just completely flip flops. This has no integrity.
Yeah, he's your tester, right? He's gonna be the chameleon to play whatever position he has to try to trigger you and challenge and test you. So, much like the agents of the court, you thank them for their service. Right? They're getting you right. Because if you're going to do this shit and you're going to be on here, you're going to get snafu and a whole bunch more. Right? And they're going to shape shift. They're going to chameleon. They're going to play whatever position and role they have to test and challenge you in your discernment and faith. So, in a way, we could resist that or we could appreciate that because that's what's going to make a discerning man out of us. Controlled, balanced, disciplined, measured with results in every venue. It's the reality of it.
Yeah, the thing I was going to say is, one thing I ask a lot of people is how is it that these dim crayons like us, come to figure out common sense and so many people don't. And how do we?
Well, Dave, that's you. Don't bring us into it, right? I'm on record 130 IQ. I'm pretty much a super genius, right? That's what right? The paperwork even said, right? You are the dim crayon in the box. I have you here to create a juxtaposition between extreme brightness and extreme dullness.
But yeah, man, I don't know what it is. I don't know how some of us come to get it and some of us just choose to stay willfully ignorant. Like it seems pretty straightforward. I mean, common sense, right? It seems straightforward.
I've already deduced what it is. I've already deduced what it is. Some people are cowards and some people aren't.
But we're all the same, right? That's what you like to say.
But there's a coward in every one of us, and then you have to make a willful choice to go past that and not be defined by that.
Why do some of we do that and some of we don't do that?
Because we have a conscience or an ego, a sense of self, and we don't like being characterized as a fucking coward. If we have to play the duality game of reality, I think we'd rather be characterized as somewhat brave than a complete coward. Isn't that what leads to all greatness in this realm on some level? Is that quality or the absence of it that leads to all demonic fallen activity and behavior? It would seem so. So that's a great place to be, I would think. You don't have to be perfect to be on the path of perfection, perfecting yourself and the word and presenting it and living on it. That's a practice, man.
Yeah, you got to have an ideal to chase it.
Yeah, some people are in the game and they're practicing for the big game. Other people are on the sidelines talking.
Mm-hmm.
All it amounts to.
Yeah, for sure.
Come on, Brian. Okay, what else do you got? What do you want to get out of here, Dave?
Yeah, I'm gonna probably hop, but I appreciate you.
All right, I appreciate you too. I look forward to seeing you again, man. I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, it's been too long, man. Good chatting.
All right.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, man. I got my first paid comedy gig yesterday. They set me up for 15 minutes at Dive Bar. I ended up doing 21 minutes, and I pretty much rocked it the whole time. And the booker, he was really happy, and everyone was showing me a lot of love. It was pretty cool
it's happening, bro. I told you about a couple of years ago that I don't give a fuck if you're 50 years old. I'll tease you and talk shit to push your buttons because I know you're going to have to accept that critique to go past it. But I already told you you're on a movement. I already told you it's going to come together. I already told you the more you get in alignment with your faith and the truth, and you really work it, right? Like live it and breathe it, that you're going to start to get results. Once you get your first paid gig, you're going to get your second and your third and your fifth. And then you're going to establish your value, and then your value is going to grow. And then the same process is going to continue. And you're going to be living the dream where you do what the fuck you love to do, that you're going to be getting better and better at, and you're going to get paid for it. While the rest of these fucking punk ass coward slaves got to suck your feet every day and talk shit and hate on you. So we're on the movement, bro. You're in alignment. It's going to happen. And these motherfuckers, a lot of them probably are going to have to eat their words at some point. Oh, you're old. Oh, you ain't funny. Oh, you're fucking poor and broke and drink your urine and all that. All this shit that I teased you with, that I see beyond with you, they're going to have to eat their words, sit in that position and trying to hate on you with that. Right? That's what the game's all about, bro. It's come up season. That's the reality of it. We go from gorilla season to come up season, right? And you just got to stay humble in front of the creational force, right? You don't have to stay humble in front of these motherfuckers, but you stay humble in front of the truth and the creational force in your conscience, right? And you do what you got to do.
Yeah, it's crazy. It seems a lot of this stem from my arrest for some reason. I don't know.
Absolutely, it does. They won't understand how. I don't completely understand how, but it's all tied in, bro. You had to test your faith. You had to test your conviction and your ideals. You had to be forged in the fire like we all do. It's a coming of age story. Somehow, some way, this shit works if you let it be. If you listen to Slow State and the rest of the worldly infidels who walk by sight, not by faith, you'll never get anywhere but where they've gotten to, which is nowhere.
Yeah, there's been, I mean, the arrest itself was unexpected, and then everything that sort of happened this past week, there's been a lot of things that have been unexpected.
You knew you were going to get arrested, bro. Cut the bullshit. We all know subconsciously what's on the forefront. We just don't want to look at it. You knew damn well riding around and doing that eventually you're going to get arrested. You knew you were going to have to put up and shut up. You knew you were going to have to go through it however long it was and come out on the other side. You just didn't want to make it real. You just didn't want to look at it. Well, now you had to look at it, and now you understand more yourself and what the fuck we're doing here and how the reality of it is a lot of this shit's already laid down, right? We don't understand subconscious completely and where the information or where it all comes from. We know there's a track seemingly already laid down. When we hop on it, shit starts to show up.
Yeah, I guess what I mean by unexpected is, I don't know, I was starting to feel like they were leaving me alone or something. They were purposely avoiding me because I got like 6 tickets right away. 3 of them disappeared. And then, you know, I was off to do an open mic. And I don't know, I just didn't, you know, whatever. That day, I guess, that moment I didn't expect it. And everything that's happened since, like I said, there's been all these unexpected things. Like even my current shenanigans on the black panels. Like my response.
Right. It's part of a walk in faith, right? It's a walk I've done on the job in many places in my life, right? With when it comes to blackness and whiteness, the idea of reforming the conversation and refocusing back to truth and having to cultivate faith to do that, because you will get threatened. People will get uppity and get loud. People will project that you're being hateful and all the rest of it onto you. So it's just cultivating faith from one venue to the next. This is what they don't understand. They think that when you get 14 years old and you become a man puberty wise and you fuck bitches, that's what makes you truly a man, right? You have to have a coming of age story. There's many men who fucked a ton of women, made a whole bunch of money, but have never truly come of age of reason and faith. They've never gone through the process. So a lot of them are 30, 40, 50 years old, think they're a man because they fucked X amount of women or made X amount of money. You're not a man yet, because you haven't gone past your fear and your comfort zone into faith and truth. That is what defines a man. A man is judged by his principles and value systems and results, not by what he thinks and feels and creates in and of the world. Know it like you know your fucking name. So you can make fun of me for only being with 4 women and not having sex with a woman until I was 26 and all the rest of it. I'm infinitely been more of a man than you, with the women or without, because I forced myself to look at truth, uncomfortable truth at times, that has to humble me and refocus me to be who I'm meant to be, not what the world wants me to be and not what my ego wants me to be. That's the difference, okay? So you could save all that low-level college humor, low frequency, low consciousness shit for all you and your buddies. It don't affect me. It don't impress me. I was walking a walk where motherfuckers told me to go kill myself when I was on heroin and had no women in my life. Right. And I wanted to kill myself because I felt unloved, because I had issues with myself and my mama. Boy, am I glad now on some level that I had that upbringing that way, because it forced me to be different than all the rest. It forced me to adopt a different set of values and principles than all the rest. It forced me to find value in myself separate from where all the rest found it. That was their undoing. Okay. So you can insult me at this point. You can't demean me in my walk. You can't make me feel bad about myself. I'm thankful and grateful for all the shit you try to insult me with, because it made a different kind of man out of me. And I'd rather be this kind of man than that kind of man that I see in many other venues, talking the way they do, focused on what they're focused on, with little to no results and even less principles and value systems.
She's trying to. Sorry, guys. Hi.
What's going on, Jaguar, right?
Well, I just came back in to get into the conversation. I took care of what I needed to take care of in my sector. And I'm like, you guys were having a really, really, really interesting chat. So I wanted to just listen in. But honestly, I was asking Brian, do you mind if I leave my number for you in the back chat? I can't hear you.
You might not want to leave it there. I'll leave my email in the back, and then just email me your number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you guys have a great show. I just came for that.
All right.
I don't know why, Brian. People seem to be very hot and heavy about you and I getting to know each other. And I don't know. I find you curious. And I like you, Paul. I think you're really smart. And I think you're very impassioned. You're the kind of guy I'd like to go hunting with.
Well, I don't hunt unless you're looking to hunt people, and that's illegal. So I don't hunt God's creatures at this point. But I'm willing to serve and protect at best.
Well, listen to me. They're gonna need a lot of that because I think everybody here. I'm reading the room. We all know what's coming. Color's really not gonna matter in a couple of years. Preparation will.
Oh, it already doesn't matter to folks like myself. So I mean, that's a state of beingness, right? I've got past that long ago. It's manifestation of illusion, right? The manifestation in life oftentimes is an illusion. So we have to go to the deeper truth.
In the time to come, when the world changes, please, I hope you see me as a friend.
Like I said, I already see you as oneself. I see you as an incarnation of a pure conscious and awareness, the same as I see myself.
I'm the kind of girl you might need to know in the future.
Okay. Well, I know you now. I believe I know myself, so therefore I must know you. I am that am.
Part, because I am you and you are me.
Absolutely.
You know what I hate? Do you know what I'm prejudiced against? Labels. The more labels we create, the more separated we are.
I accept that.
I'm about 15 different labels, and I give a good fuck about any of them. At the end of the day, I'm just me. And at the end of the day, when I look at you gentlemen, I see my fellow humans. Now, some of us humans are trash shit, and some of us are decent people. And that's who I worry about. I don't worry about the dead. They just walking around waiting for their time. You know, I know they gone. But I am.
Let the dead bury the dead.
Huh?
Let the dead bury the dead. Isn't that what he said?
Absolutely. That's what my father told me. And to answer your question, yes, I did grow up with a man in the house. His name was Norman Lindsay Wright Sr. He was Scout Sniper Sergeant, Marine Corps, Korean War. He lived through a lot, and he saved a lot of veterans that were messed up when they came home. My dad was an amazing man. He's the one that taught me how to do everything, how to hunt, how to fish, how to cook. He made me the kind of woman that can take care of men.
Well, I appreciate that.
Salute. And I want to tell you something. Whatever your fight is with the criminal justice system, please know that it is unfair. I'm currently right now out on bond. I don't know what you know about me. I'm a bit of an outlaw. Part of the reason why I'm in Dallas is because I'm really not welcomed at home. Well, I'm in Vegas is because I'm really not welcomed at home right now in Dallas. I got a whole police station. They got a restraining order against me. They say I tried to kill them all. Little old woman like me.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. I don't see why they make that claim.
And on top of that, if I was going to unalive a bunch of cops, why would I leave a voicemail saying I was going to do so that they can't find anymore? And even more interesting than that, they're still holding my phone that has the evidence of all of the pictures that I took of them and some very interesting Mexican gentlemen in a parking lot.
I feel like she's alluding to something, but I'm not in on the whole story. But I'll just let the air of mystery kind of seep out there.
I'm not going to do anything to revoke my bond. Currently, you know, they've been trying to prove that I'm insane. But after, I don't know, being double stuck with Haldol about 15 times and all kinds of poisonous psych meds and about 20 different doctors, the only thing they could come up with was the fact that I got bipolar and PTSD, which basically means I'm an angry Black woman. And people already know that.
Well, right. I could tell that as soon as I saw you. It's kind of insulting for them to double down on that and make a clinical determination.
But see, they wanted me to be schizophrenic. And then they started harassing my psych doctor because they were mad that he let me out of the hospital and didn't diagnose me as schizophrenic.
Now I'm seeing why she was brought into my existence, because this is the polar inverse mirror of angry white man who's also a terrorist. And
I was laughing because I'm like, he's shagging. That's what the kids over there in the black T sector and the Jaguar right sector, when you do what you was doing, that impassioned speak, they call it jagging. And I say, ain't this a bitch? I come to a whole nother sector and they over here jagging. I love it.
Yeah, you start to realize that the same people who make fun of you are actually only there to see you do what they complain about.
Oh,
So,
honey, listen to me. We need them. If we
yeah,
didn't have them and they didn't oppose and they didn't talk, people wouldn't understand what we're going through. See, it's the test that makes the testimony valid. But
absolutely.
y'all got to be careful because y'all going to test some people that like taking tests and know how to pass them.
Right,
I
that's the
love a good
thing.
test.
I take all my tests high, so I always get high scores.
Me too. You know, that's the part of being brilliant. You know, and then you got to sit there and argue with a bunch of idiots about you being brilliant. But see, a good friend of mine back in Philly before I moved south, about a little over a decade ago, said to me, a fool and a wise man got into an argument one day. Who's the real fool?
Well, that's why I'm characterized as the biggest fool on the metaverse, because I'm
But you're
supposed to
not.
be a wise man who's always trying to correct fools when I have
No.
my own self-correction to
You got
engage
to
in.
you got to think. I'ma jump down. I done screenshotted the information I needed in the back chat. Thank you, Brian. Are you in Vegas? They said you in Vegas.
Yeah, I'm in Vegas.
You shoot
I'm in
pool?
Vegas. Huh?
You shoot pool?
Yeah, I shoot pool. I mean,
I'ma
it's
send
been
you
a
a
while.
phone number. I'll meet you on a table. I prefer to meet you that way. You got any place you like to play? Is there a place where you reserve
Nah, I haven't
tickets?
played in a minute. I grew up with a pool table, but I didn't play that much. But I enjoy pool though.
Well then, how about we shoot a few racks? Maybe some 9 ball, get to know each other.
All right, that's cool. Yeah, we can do that.
I like where your head is at. Bye, guys.
Now,
Have a good one.
Miss Jaguar, right before you leave, how do we know that you aren't, in fact, somebody who occupies a different sector potentially, or has
I do.
allegiance with? Let me
I
finish.
occupy the Jaguar
Let
right
me
sector.
finish. Let me finish. How do we
Uh-huh.
know that you're not somebody sent by another group of people to get Brian O'Shea's personal information to potentially get him set up for other retributions? How do we know
Well,
that?
that's why I'm sending him my direct number. And he can
Okay.
research and look into it however he likes. I'm one of the most researched and screen recorded Black women in America. Please check me out. I want you to feel safe.
I don't know, Brian O'Shea. Something about the way she's saying that makes me think that she knows more than she's willing to reveal.
Oh, I do. But me and Brian, that's why I think we should have a little shot of whiskey, maybe a cigar.
Right.
Shoot some balls around.
The CEO's cousin comes in from the back room when you're
No,
just
I
as drunk as you
promise
need to
you.
be, so that they
No,
can really kind of teach
but
you a
the truth
lesson.
is, I'm gonna be very honest with you. I'm marked for death. I got a $1.5 million tag on my head from some man that I don't want to be in business with or in any kind of thing with anymore. His name is Sean Carter. You might know him as Jay-Z.
Okay, so now we have more to the story. So you have
Yeah.
dealings with Sean Carter, as you say,
Yeah,
Jay-Z, and
fuck
he's
that
got money on
bitch.
your head now.
Yeah, fuck him. He's had money, but he keeps upping it. He just keeps missing. You know, I'm more like the Road Runner. He's more like Wile E. Coyote these days. Poor thing. I guess he's mad at all of those witnesses I'm about to convince to come forward and testify against him.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably the
Mm.
I'd say that's probably the point of contention. If I
You
had to
know, and then
guess.
with his wife leaving him, you know, things ain't looking so great these days. I've been on his friend, you know, his lover friend, the Diddy. You know the Diddy Glover.
Right.
Yeah, well,
Now,
I'm
why do
part
you
of the
got it out
reason
for these people? I don't understand. If we're not God,
because
God's the
they're
judge,
S
and they have their own.
traffickers. They're S traffickers. They're pow traffickers. They did too much dirty thing down there on Epstein Island, and I actually saw it with my own eyes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't even know how to address any of that because I go, I'm not involved in any of that. I don't think
I
I can change
know.
or influence any of that. I'm not God, so I can't judge any of that. What is my role with any of that? You get what I'm saying?
Humanity, because they're using YouTube to target and slander and smear people, which is why I will be suing YouTube after I release my documentary first.
Well, that might be a place where we may have to collaborate
It's
because
called
I have my own.
YouTube.
Well, let me finish. We have this thing. You got to let me finish. All right.
I'm sorry, but I am in a rush. I got the pupusas
It's that
in
drill
there.
sergeant daddy of yours.
I
You're
know
so activated
everything.
and
But see, it's this marinade.
right.
There's a
Yeah, at
meat
some
in
point
there.
we may have to collaborate in that venue because
You see that?
we got some dereliction of duty, it seems, with YouTube and Google. But we'll address that at some point.
Listen to me. I would love to talk to you about it. I think the documentary is going to be great. I'm pitching it to Netflix. They hate YouTube, so this should go over well.
Okay. Well, I'm interested to see what you create or what you bring forth.
Hopefully me and Brian will be able to meet up and we can call you and we can talk about it.
Right. I really hope that you're not going to become some sacrifice for some fucking cabal or some group. It seems really, I've got myself out of so many of these situations because I just get a vibe and I go, something's up.
Darling, I'm an anarchist at heart. If anything, I'm your fairy godmother. If I want anything
you know,
more
you
than
get a
anything,
collect call.
I want to see the
Brian
whole thing
O'Shea is on
burn.
the table right now and he's got a bandsaw to his neck. Thank you for listening.
Do you remember The Dark Knight when they asked the Joker why he burned up all the money and why he was doing everything if he didn't want control and power? He said, I just want to see it all burn.
Okay.
I'm
Brian, you got anything?
when it comes to YouTube.
I'm going to go hit the reefer. You got anything? Take over.
Well, I'm a little bit, fuck, how should I phrase this? Let me just say that your invitation is very tempting, but you do have a lot going on.
I have security, and I promise I don't put anybody I meet in jeopardy. That's why I said you choose the place. I'll go to wherever you like. I'm not afraid to go anywhere.
Right.
I prefer there be a lot of rednecks around and a lot of metal.
Right. Yeah.
I'm a Duck Dynasty kind of girl. I'm different.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. You're scaring me a little bit. You got a lot going on, but
please don't be afraid of me.
But we'll figure something out. We'll chop it up.
I'll shoot you an email.
I got a lot going on.
I'll shoot you an email. I have a lot going on too. I got a tasting coming up. I'm planning my 47th birthday dinner, which is going to be spectacular. And I'm filming my virtual concert. We actually have an Unreal Engine now. So all of my concerts are going to be done through a virtual space, which is really amazing because now I don't have to worry about doing shows with promoters who just want to set me up to get killed.
Right. See, now this is when I want to pull back a little bit. You got a lot.
No,
a lot of people trying to murder you, and but I'm just gonna say it. I'm a little bit. It's been a while for me. I've had some physical interactions, so.
You live off.
Yeah, you went from you hate black people to you're gonna die with black people. For the truth. Like we're coming up here. We're making progress.
Well, the thing is you might not want to count me. I'm not the kind of black people that black people like.
I don't know.
Most black people don't know how to deal with me. I don't believe in any of the things they believe in. I don't believe in slavery. I don't believe in racism. I don't believe in any of it.
You don't believe in doing violence on people for what they speak?
Well, what I'll say is I would never attack someone for their constitutional right to freedom of speech. But if that speech starts to put my life in jeopardy, well, then, might have to figure something out.
Well, that goes beyond speech, right? Everyone's free to speak about whatever they've experienced freely, but if it translates to coercive, duressive action that leads to harm, well, that's a violation of the laws. You know it, right?
Well, absolutely. But the truth is the law it's an empty thing. There's no spirit in the law anymore.
Well, the spirit is in us. We have to bring forth the spirit of the law and embody that, or else it will be vanquished.
But yet people are Come on, can we talk MK Ultra? I mean, these people are fucking dead. They're asleep. These people aren't paying attention. They're not awake. They're waiting for the next thumbnail or the next news feed or somebody to tell them something, someone to tell them where to shop, what to buy, how to do. Let me turn this button off.
Right. And we have to recognize that when you put yourself around a bunch of brain dead zombies trying to save them or help them, you really only introduce them to their next meal. They're looking for brains to eat.
This country
You know?
isn't creating warriors, it's creating victims. I don't trust anybody that calls themselves an American, that doesn't own a firearm, can't get their own food without needing a store, and doesn't appreciate American steel. Everybody run around trying to get a Tesla, trying to get this. I'm just trying to get my hands on another 64 GTO.
Yeah, that's the problem, Brian O'Shea. I think she's not technically black anymore.
No,
right?
I
I never once heard a black person say they want a 64 GTO. That's usually something a white man would say.
I want a 64 GTO, and I want them to give me my goddamn car back for the NRA.
Now, do you want to put those bouncy wheels on it? Make it go like this?
Oh, well,
You know,
I
the
already
wheels on
did
the...
that when I was young. Now I just want something that drives clean through the desert at 135 miles per hour after you take the restrictor plate off of it.
Right. We're learning.
I'm that girl.
Yeah, I think we all need to kind of step back from this white and black thing. It's become completely ridiculous. And if folks are getting hurt over colorism, we should probably stop now. I mean, we've had a few thousand years to stop. We can stop at any time whenever we're ready, and we can just observe what's true and what's right.
It's a 5,000-year fight over a land claim that ain't never gonna be honored, and they over there doing it again. 5,000 years. If y'all can't get it figured out in 5,000 years, can we just leave it alone? Humanity loves repeating the same stupid, idiotic shit over and over again to justify that their ancestors weren't as stupid as they are now. It is what it is. The thing is, when people like us get together and we can have a like-minded conversation, it takes away the color conversation. I'm hoping that right now, as we speak, people are forgetting what color all of us are and just seeing a bunch of Americans talking to each other, square dealing.
Sounds like she's pretty much doing everything I'm doing from her perspective. So.
Which is why I think we should talk.
All right, just leave Puffy and fucking Jay-Z and other people out of it, all right? They got a couple good hits. I still play their music. I really don't need me.
My fight is my fight. I would never drag you into it. Matter of fact, I don't ask anybody to follow me. I fight best alone. See, I don't have to worry about who's fucking up, and I don't have to worry about who's slowing me down.
I mean, listen, I still listen to Big Pimpin' once in a while. I can't have Sean Carter like, bro.
That's
so yeah, on the early
broadcast, you motherfucker, just don't leave your daughter around him. True play.
Oh, wow, that's a different conversation. I don't, ma'am, at the risk of now being deemed a double racist again, I won't leave my daughter around any black men. Okay, they have very large genitalia, and my daughter may want to suck it, and that might affect my ego and pride. Okay,
exactly.
So I'm only racist when I have to be, and it's really not even racist.
Hey, listen, I still listen to R. Kelly records, and I was one of the biggest people advocating for him to go to jail.
Right, it's for her safety. If my daughter was to get fucked by a black man, it might destroy her vagina forever. So I'm really doing it out of love, not out of hate.
Listen to me. After I seen that Pinky girl, I didn't even. Do you know anything about the porn world?
I know a little bit, just what people have told me. I have no direct experience with. What?
The Pinky.
Oh, here we go. Brian O'Shea, take over.
What are we talking about?
The porn star, the Pinky, the little midget from the medicine cabinet, runs around, sexually assaulting women for fun on camera. I had no idea it was a whole thing. There's a lot that I miss.
I don't know. I don't know what. I'm confused right now. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, no, because we just talking about, shit in the world. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, there's a lot of things that I don't know, but I'd like to learn more.
I think you could teach me more than I teach you what I'm looking for right now. So.
Well, how old are you?
49.
Oh, I'll be 47 in May.
All right. Well, let's keep the this conversation. We're like doing it. We're like doing a dating conversation right now.
No, this isn't dating. We're just getting to know each other. I do find you intriguing. I won't lie. You remind me of someone I used to date.
Yeah,
Good
I'm on a
guy.
path right now, and I'm sure I'm going to be getting all types of opportunities. But I ain't gonna lie, you.
Oh, I'm not exclusive anymore. I just got out of a thing with my YouTube boyfriend that they put on me. He got a restraining order against me. I don't know what for. I think he mad that I released his sex tape.
Yeah, that's the thing. You into it with a lot of people.
Oh, so, no, everyone's into it with me. I just fight back.
Yeah, but you do talk you know, that back to the land and the,
that's my life.
That type of talk, future. That's the path I'm heading down. So I like that type of talk. But all this other extra stuff kind of.
Oh, listen to me. That's just colored bubbles. And like I said, I will not include you gentlemen in any of those things. But I believe in building community. I believe in synergy with like-minded individuals. And with a beard like that, you look like a man I can trust.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna talk. Yeah, hit me up.
All right. Well, I'm not gonna interrupt you guys much longer. Paul, you stay in touch.
Oh yeah, I'm here. I told you I'm gonna jump over there at some point. Just again, now, we all know. Just tell Puffy no. We know that, and just leave Jay-Z out of it because I'm still into Big Pimpin' and I don't want him to fuck my daughter.
Okay, trust me, I don't want him to do that either. He got the herpes.
I don't want him to fuck me either. To be frank with you, to be Hank.
You don't want that.
Yeah.
The freak off is too much.
Yeah. I just want to like maybe like have him for a feature one time. He features on my broadcast, maybe on an album, but we don't necessarily need to hang out. He doesn't have to fuck me or my daughter.
Because I got a feeling in 4 years he's gonna be firmly in jail, if not less.
Man, you're gonna put fucking Sean Carter, Jay-Z in jail now? Hard Knock Life.
I absolutely intend to do so.
God damn it! This is why they're upset with you. I don't want any of that. I'm not a vengeful, retributive man.
With any of that, we don't got to deal with that.
Yeah, but if I'm hanging out with you and I'm playing Big Pimp and you're like, yeah, get it in, Paulie boy, because this guy's gonna be in jail in 4 years. They're just not gonna look kindly on me.
You want to know why you can play Big Pimpin' in front of me?
Why?
Because Pimp C was on it, and he was the real MC.
Well, there you go.
You better play.
You realize he's also dead, right? The same thing they want to do to you.
I know.
That's the thing. I got a background with drugs. They're going to kill me, and then they're going to dump lean on me and say I died like Pimp C. I know what you're up to. All right, get out of here. You get me in trouble.
I'm not trying to set. I would never.
I got enough problems. I got the whole internet against me.
I got
gangs coming for me. I got feds coming for me. I got the whole thing.
I got a whole FBI file that they just busted open, and I was a minor when it happened. When you heard of the FBI busting open sealed files for minors who were victims? I get it. I think you might want a little help. I think I might be able to give you some.
All right, well, I'm open. I'm open-minded, I'm open-hearted, and I'm willing to collaborate and co-create.
Look, one of my dearest friends calls me Thanos' daughter.
You see, even the way she laughs like that, it's so creepy. It's really creepy.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry, please.
I'm trying to be nice. Everyone says I'm a raving bitch. Really, I'm a sweetheart.
Now we got a whole bunch of more. Now we got more black people coming in here saying we're playing you're demonic. They're putting shit on my jacket indirectly now. Damn it, Brian O'Shea. You wanted to be famous, huh? You wanted to be on YouTube. You thought you were going to be like Theo Von, doing coke.
I am a channel builder.
Oh, yeah. Well, the other side of that polarity is a destroyer, right? That's the other side of that polarity.
Yeah, you need more haters, though. At the end of the day, you ain't doing shit unless you got a fuck ton of them.
That's true. I have said that. She's pretty much repeating everything back to me I've said to other people. This is where I can't really disagree. I totally agree with you. I just don't want to hang out with you. Now I'm getting why people don't hang out with me. Fuck. It's all becoming clear. It's all becoming clear right here, right now. This is why Z, my audiologist, left and did his own broke. He said, I want nothing to do with you.
Hold on,
I agree with
Z?
you. I respect you, but I want nothing to do with you and these black women you're going to bring who are creating and destroying.
No, is it Z?
It's the guy who's scared of even eating pussy, let alone being around someone like you. You don't know. You don't know who I'm talking.
Z is. Z comes into my chats.
Oh, you do know. Okay. It's a small world again.
And Z
no, there's no way. No, it's not the same.
Is there a way? There is no way, right?
Z?
No. He's a Tedic warrior.
I don't know. There's so many. You know, they do all of this 18 different names and stuff. I can't keep up, but there is someone named Z that sits in my chat. Very, very, very great critical thinker. I enjoy them.
He's a Zetetic warrior. We call him Z. So
does it have like, is it spelled different? Like, it's not like regular, like it's symbols?
No, it's just, he has a Z for the picture and then it's Zetetic warrior is the name.
Yeah, no, it's not the same person, but there is somebody else with the Z. They just do, it's different. But hey, if you're watching, I like you too. But yeah, don't be afraid of me, Paul. I promise. I'm not gonna bring you no trouble.
No, I'm not really afraid of you. I'm potentially wary of the folks who don't like you.
Oh, well, there's a lot of them. You know, I had
that and I have a whole list of my own, and you want me to double down on that list. And you got the nerve to bring the man who had something to do with money, power, respect, the Benjamins. You know?
Yeah, I watched all those records be written by other people.
Damn it. All right, but they were probably just really good businessmen. Why are you upset with them?
They were they were assholes, but it's okay because they made a lot of money and fucked everybody that they knew over, you know, so it's all right. I guess that's the American way.
Your thoughts, Brian O'Shea? I don't know where to go with this.
I don't know. I'm just gonna
can't get over the Sean Carter thing, right? Like,
you want to know what's funny?
I get it. Sean Carter's satanic and Luciferian, but we all love his music. Could you just stop?
No, but everybody that hates you, they're gonna come over and hate me now too, and we're gonna welcome them. We're gonna treat them just like we do in Jaguar country. We're gonna block them, ban them, and report them for terrorism.
No, we're not to. We are not doing that. I'm not reporting anyone for terrorism.
I'm telling you what we do in Jaguar country.
Okay, you do that. I don't do that.
Yeah, we block and ban about 150, 200 people a week. Yeah. Then they just come back with more different accounts. You know, we block and ban them too. I'm becoming quite the analytical, guru here. I can spot speech patterns now.
Now, you don't have any issues with Joe Rogan, do you? Because I'm hoping to be his co-host.
I have no problem with Joe Rogan. I think Joe Rogan is a very, very, very necessary force, just like I think Kanye West is a very necessary force, just like I think Donald Trump is a very necessary force. It's polarizing individuals that make this country move.
All right, well, just to be clear, I was being kind of flippant. I don't really respect or like Joe Rogan, but
I know.
Right.
I got you.
She already knows. She's got it all figured out, Brian O'Shea. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. I'm very not oftentimes speechless. She's almost got me there.
You should check out one of my interviews. There's these guys called Real Life Productions here on YouTube, and everyone calls them the Blue Couch people. But you should check out my video that I did with them a little over a year ago.
Wait a second. You got Black Panthers after you? Oh, yeah. I'm totally out of this. Brian O'Shea.
No. I am a part of the Black Panther Party.
Oh. Okay.
Chairman of the board is a very good friend of mine, Fred Hampton Jr.
Which is, I'm pretty sure, also connected to the mother of Tupac, and we know what happened to him. Yeah. Okay, I'm seeing the same theme over and over again here. I had a feeling this is where my life was going. It couldn't actually be Joe Rogan's co-host. It's going to be killed, potentially by someone who shall not be named. Maybe some drug addict, someone just really unsuspected.
Well, we had some
definitely not the police.
Into the studio and steal all my equipment on Christmas.
Right.
Yeah.
Am I gonna have to change my name to like Tupac's mom did, or Sada Shakur?
Oh, no,
I gotta go like Gorilla Shakur. This is a lot of obligation. It feels like a lot of commitment.
Dope. I like that. Gorilla Shakur, that's awesome.
Larry King Jr. Is that the guy who started the Gangster Disciples, Larry King Jr. on
No,
Larry?
he's talking about Larry King, the commentator.
Oh, that guy. I thought that guy was dead already.
He
He's
is.
still around?
No, he's
Oh,
dead.
what are they propping him up and like they got
Listen
strings
to
on
me.
him or something?
Him and Jerry Springer gave it a run. Now they both gone. And TV is no better for it. Oh my God. Listen to me, guys. I gotta go. This meat intensified. Marinade is on point.
Yeah, I think Brian O'Shea's meat is intensifying as well.
I've been known to have that effect on people.
All right. Well, I think we'll
Should
let you go
I
again.
lose my top? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you got to deactivate that. Deactivate the cleave. All right, are we good? Are we good for
Yeah, we're
now?
great. I just wanted to stop back in and just tell you guys how much I enjoyed you. They're talking big shit about us, but don't pay any attention to them. And I'm not the devil. I just know how to dance with them.
All right. That'll work.
See you
We'll
later,
see.
Brian. Bye, Paul.
Bye. Man, that woman's creepy. She's not saying anything I don't pretty much agree with most of the time, but what's going on there? And she's insulting Larry King, the guy who created the fucking Gangster Disciples. You know how many black people run around like yelling on Larry King, and will kill you for insulting him? I don't need this kind of drama in my life, O'Shea. I just wanted to fucking come on and do what I do. Now you got me involved with these people. They were right. You should have stayed away. You're racist. You got involved with a whole bunch of black people and a whole bunch of shit. You don't know what to do about this now. P. Diddy's involved. Sean fucking Jay-Z. Well, I hope you're happy with yourself, Brian O'Shea. Here's where we like kind of depart. You know, I wanted to walk this walk with you, but you went and did all this, and now I got to distance myself from you. And that lady, I mean, you saw the look in her eye. It's not going to go well.
I'm so fucking desperate. I'm just letting every red flag just fly past me like baseballs at my forehead. But I got to get over it. Realize I'm on a movement, and I be so fucking desperate.
Oh, it's never a dull moment around here, huh?
Bro,
what song is that in the background right now? What's the last song you're ever going to hear before they, have a conversation with you?
All right. Fuck, I don't even know.
Well, Brian O'Shea, I'll take care of your funeral arrangements when that time comes. I'll show my honor and respect that way. We're probably never going to talk again after today, but I will take care of your arrangements when the time comes.
If you could figure out a way to have me eaten by eagles or buzzards or however they do it in some cultures, that my corpse be picked apart by birds, I'd appreciate that.
I mean, listen, let's not even get too, I'm sorry. That was me. I did that. Let's not get too rash here because I know you and you're most likely willing to fuck Puffy Combs or Jay-Z to get out of this. Right? Like other people wouldn't, so they'd have to kill him, but you'll probably, just to kind of keep the peace, you'll fuck one of them or both of them to just let them know you actually do love them. And it was just a big misunderstanding, right? I mean, it's not a big thing for you. No. You've been locked up before. I mean, this is not really new territory for you.
Whatever. Figure it out. See what happens.
You really are going to be world famous, Brian O'Shea, now. The guy who fucked Jay-Z and P. Diddy to get out of trouble. Everyone's going to know you now.
She looked like she was in a house, dude. That's
I mean, you can always just say you're a comedian. This was an elaborate comedy bit. Like, oh, the tape that came out of me fucking P. Diddy and Jay-Z, that was just a bit. An elaborate fucking bit, like Chappelle Show. The O'Shea Show.
That AI technology. Can't submit video evidence anymore. Is that what you just said? Yeah, that's the point you were making.
No, I mean actually doing it.
Right. If I even
like the AIDS you're going to get, it's not going to be part of the bit. That's the consequences of doing the bit.
STDs.
She did say I don't listen. Allegedly, pretty sure she said one of them has AIDS. P. Diddy or Sean Combs. I'm not saying that. She said that, and that was for obviously entertainment purposes only. I don't know any of that to be true.
I don't think AIDS is real, but I don't know.
Is it possible she got that wrong and like she overheard someone say, "Hey, P. Diddy's got a lot of AIDS," as in like a lot of staff that help him out. She made that into something else, a different conversation.
That's a bit I do on stage.
You stole that bit, and so did I. Let's be honest about it. We both stole that.
South Park has a bit about that.
All right, so where do we go from here? It's a really, really strange energy here today. Where do we go from here? Where would you like to go from here? Breaking news, back to the Mr. DeCastro and the arrests and courts, cop shooting citizen slaves, body cams. What do you want to do? Where do we go from here? Yeah, are you going to black panel? You going to do your black panel thing? That's your new bit, black paneling. Brian O'Shea.
Yeah, I think I'm going to get back to black panel at some point. But the fact that I have the same judge and the same charge as DeCastro is kind of tweaking me out. So I would be curious if they dragged me in there, how that would play out. I mean, all I have is just no injured party. I mean, I'm not going to be able to talk very much.
Well, step one is don't say fuck all pigs and you hate them all. Step two is don't call the bailiff a pig. And step three, you might argue, is not agreeing to be appearing as a person, which we know is a corporate entity at administrative court. You're either going to present as a man within the dual jurisdiction, obviously common law, constitutional jurisdiction. You're going to present as a man, special presentment to challenge jurisdiction, or you're not going to present at all, I would suspect. So I don't know why you would equate yourself with Mr. DeCastro, scholar non-scholar, who hired an attorney, overturned his rights for public safety, and then tried to argue defending statute, policy, and code, which there is no defense. It's their system. It's their belief. You got a dual jurisdiction. You hopped into it. You accepted the terms and conditions, and then you made yourself dishonorable and uncredible. Showed your bias. So long as you don't do any of the crap that he did, you probably won't end up the way that he did. I know that's like upsetting for a lot of folks who want rights and freedom and all the rest. Yeah, there's something at play here beyond just what you want and don't want, what you will conceive of and ignore. So that's just my take on it. I guess time will tell. You know, we're all going to find out. But I suspect if you don't do what he did on any level and you make the facts clear and presently known and you don't trick yourself out of your true power and position, you'll probably have somewhat of a favorable result because you really haven't caused any loss, injury, and harm. You didn't interfere with anybody doing their job and procedure as they see it. You got it all on record and on tape to prove it. And you got, more importantly, the guy lying and double talking. So I'd say the facts are in your favor. I'd say the energy and history is on your side. I'd say the common law and the Constitution's on your side. The only issue you're going to have is that you wanted to sport an unregistered expired plate, giving them the presumption that you are, in fact, adhering to their jurisdiction and their corporate codes and that you were engaged in some form of commerce at the time. So that is where I would address the bone of contention first and foremost. I would make it clear to them while I was, quote unquote, displaying that property, that plate and that lack of registration. I was not in that capacity. So I do understand the confusion, right? That's where our equitability and honorability comes in. Oh, well, I understand why I was contacted. I understand why there was a miscommunication or misunderstanding. I don't have those things. This property has been registered in the past. It isn't at this time. I wasn't in that capacity of doing commerce. I don't believe I was subject to commercial code at the time. I was moving the property from point A to point B to storage, right? So again, the code even outlines registration or not, there's extenuating circumstances. In the event of an emergency or the need to store the property elsewhere, you can in fact move that property from point A to point B. That's in their code. So there's exceptions to the rules. There's purview, right? In the sense of what we're shown and then what else is there, right? What's actually available. So again, if you're not combative, if you're not belligerent, if you do not accept their status and their standing and entitlements as a defendant in their corporate jurisdiction, and you make it clear that you understand why there would be some confusion, but the facts remain and the video remains that that man was derelict in his duty. He was not willing to listen to or accept the facts of the matter. And he even lied under oath and on camera and then double backed in order to make a legal determination on the side of the road merely for punitive reasons. He just wanted to punish you. He just wanted to teach you a lesson. He wasn't doing that because he thought it was lawfully or legally sound. He even spoke that he didn't think that was necessary, just like they have with me in the past. We don't think you did anything illegal. We don't think you did anything wrong. Just give us your name and we'll let you go. No, I don't have to give you my name if you just said on record I didn't do anything illegal or do anything wrong. Okay, now we're going to arrest you and take your name by fingerprinting you and then let you go. Now give you a charge. See, that's not equitable. That's not honorable. That's not proper process and procedure. That's punitive. And they don't get to play judge, jury, and executioner on the side of the road. That's of and by and for the people.
Yeah, that's everything I need right there. Appreciate that, man.
Right, you're not there to argue their beliefs and to defend yourself. You're there to clarify the difference of what's happening, what they believe and what they did versus what was actually going on and what your understanding and conviction is and how the two meet. This is what they also don't understand. You're not there to be in combatants or belligerents or defend yourself. If you didn't do a wrong, there's nothing to have to defend. If you did do a wrong, it's indefensible because you have to reconcile. You're not there to accept the entitlement of defendant. You're not there to argue their beliefs and against their code. You're there to delineate and create the difference in the understanding between their code and policy and jurisdiction, how it applies and who it applies to or what it applies to, versus who and what you are, how you live your conviction, and how the two meet but do not become overlaid or conflated. Right? That doesn't take argument. That doesn't take defense. That doesn't take offense. That takes you putting an affidavit on the record and surrendering the outcome in faith. And then letting them observe the truth and the law or steamrolling you with their statute, policy, and code. Either way, it's toward the entity, not you. And at some point, they're going to have to get you to sign paperwork to create a joinder. I don't sign paperwork. I won't create the legal joinder between my body and that entity. So, this is how you navigate it. Your boy DeCastro signed 10 papers before he ever walked in. He's a dunce. He doesn't get it. You got corporate takeover. They corporately pimped you. You got corporate pimps with corporate takeover who corporately pimped you. And then you want to yell rights and freedom after you double down in dishonor. You completely gave up your ground, man. This is a chess game and war, metaphorically, not physically. You gave up the ground. You gave up the high ground and then laid down and doubled down on your dishonor and tried to act out and do a death spiral roll. What'd you think was going to happen? So if you don't sign all their fucking papers and you don't move forward voluntarily, but you're not belligerent and combative, you're establishing jurisdiction by questioning subject matter jurisdiction, the nature and cause of the charges, and diverting the court's attention to what they already know, which is the fraudulent nature of that charging instrument. He didn't do any of that. He didn't challenge jurisdiction. He complied with their jurisdiction, their policy and code at the door. He signed the paperwork, waived his rights. He then tried to be belligerent and combative. He showed his bias and intent. Okay. And he did not once challenge the charging instrument, the nature and cause of the charges, nor did he challenge subject matter jurisdiction. He couldn't because he had a bar slave who just accepted all the terms and conditions and started arguing from their pimp game. The dumbest thing you can do. Dumbest thing you can do. And they did it. And they claimed it was lawful, legal, lawful, offset, rights, code, democracy, republic. They don't know what the fuck they're doing and talking about and how to effectuate it. They have no idea what the fuck an honorable, presentable, lawful man looks like, sounds like, presents like, has on record and paper. But they're going to project onto me? You should have shut the fuck up and listened to me for the last 3 years. You should have got your debt in order and prepared to go to jail or die. I got a list of things you motherfuckers should have done that you could have done that would have got better results for you now that you didn't. And then now it's my obligation to solicit funds for you and your legal team. Suck my dick. Same motherfuckers that don't want to listen to me and take the obvious understanding and work it to the proper process and procedure and presentment, then on the back end think I owe them some responsibility and obligation when they didn't fucking listen to me and do what the fuck I've done. Got horrible results and embarrassed everybody once again. All you did by doing this, every time you do this, is embarrass the quote unquote legal, lawful, quote unquote SovSit, quote unquote, whatever the fuck you want to call it, community, non-munity online. That's all you do. You shit all over your own self, reputation, credibility, and then get it projected onto the rest of us.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I would like to take the plates off. I'm scared that like I'm just gonna be fucking getting pulled over every day.
Yo, you just told me you're in fear. Makes no sense. Your fear is not even sensible because you have a plate on there that says pull me over. It's expired reg. You know, there's 10 other things you could do that might create a different way of being perceived. What cop's going to see their plate with expired reg and not look at it as a big bullseye? Did I tell you to go get a SovSit in quotes plate like I was riding around with that said U.S. Nationals? No, nothing needed, not necessarily. You know, you could go get a U.S. DOT number. You could go file as a sole proprietor, right? Business, non-business, ministry, nonprofit. You go get a U.S. DOT number assigned. You can fly that U.S. DOT number, but you better not say it's U.S. DOT property because they'll charge you with fraud. So you better put it on a piece of paper and say, this is a U.S. DOT number if you do that, right? And then it just becomes, hey, I'm federally parked. I can go interstate because I'm a traveler, okay? And it's non-commercial usage is what it's labeled in that system. It's private use, non-commercial. They're going to ask you how many licensed drivers. You can put 0. Nothing stopping you from putting 0. You never did fraud. You never lied. You never misrepresented. You just parked yourself in a certain jurisdiction that applies interstate, but does not limit you to localized state rules, codes, and policies because the federal system is superior to state and local in a sense. All state and local ordinances have to be in compliance with the federal unless it's an issue of constitutionality. Well, the great part about that is, I'll give you an example. Colorado can sell weed to its people. People could sell weed to other people. Why? Because federal says it's illegal. Constitutionally, it's sound. Checks and balances. The only time the inferior can come in to check the superior is when the logic is sound, when it's fundamental based. That's in any interaction. So when it comes to traveling freely, absolutely not. The state of corporation as agents cannot stop you from traveling freely while the federal agency says we have a right to use the roads freely. It's been ruled on for a reason. It's superior court. So the inferiors can only buck the superior if it's foundationally correct on a job site. Anywhere you go in a relationship, women and children, the inferior can only buck the superior form if the foundation is correct. So when it's an issue of constitutionality, feds can buck state, state can buck feds. You cannot buck the Constitution to enforce state code that is not adherent to federal code and process. This is absurd. This is an overthrow. It's treason. It's tyranny. So, you know, again, this is the point of jurisdiction. This is the point of entitlement, status, and standing. This is the point of presumption and assumption being rebutted out hand. So when I park myself in federal jurisdiction for reasons of the fact that the state and locals have become corrupt and the federal jurisdiction outlines a motor vehicle as a commercial instrument and an automobile as a means of transport, free travel, I will park myself in a jurisdiction where my rights and freedom are upheld. And if the states and locals want to intercede in that jurisdiction and that US DOT number that I have been given in order to identify who and what I am for safety, because that's their rap. well, we don't know who and what you are and what's in this car and what you're up to. Well, now you do. So you got no reason to stop me, because this number is connected to that record in their jurisdiction, and you don't have jurisdiction to interfere, but you can look that number up to find out who or what I am and what the fuck I'm doing if you're so nosy and want to keep everyone safe. See how that works? But when you go and get yourself a state of plate and you put a registration sticker on it that expires, you just parked yourself state and local jurisdiction. You just told them you believe you have an obligation to uphold their garbage. You're not protected federally at that point. You're not protected constitutionally at that point. You're in commercial venue. You're in local state venue, status and capacity. This is the whole point of starting a system that's triple tiered. So you can park yourself in different jurisdiction to have your rights and freedom upheld, and the corrupt scum can't overwrite that. Now, what they'll do with that, how they'll approach that, and how they'll ignore that is a different conversation. But the logic is sound. This is middle school American history and study of government and the idea of checks and balances. And the Constitution being the foundational law of the land, that all statute, policy, and code is given the force of the law of the land as long as it's commensurate with the superior law. So if inferior law is commensurate with superior law and the spirit of the law, then we have no conflict of interest. When that ceases to be the case, we got a big fucking problem. It's called treason and traitorous behavior. It's called punishable by death and imprisonment. That's their words, not mine. I'm not calling for that. Either you get it or you don't. And I could explain it 1,000 fucking different ways and point to all the words and terms and perspectives and the foundation of how it all works. You either get it or you don't. And it should be common fucking sense and self-evident at this point. And the fact that it's not is only a testament to how far we've fallen in consciousness and morality.
Yeah, it's like I feel like I understand or know that I like should take them off, or that I'm right if I take them off. But if I'm questioned about it, I'm only gonna have limited things to say that might not be able to convince them. But I don't know. I don't know. Like I don't know. I'm obviously listening to you, and I feel like hearing you, I'm agreeing.
Right. This is why folks go and correct their passport and they change the jurisdiction to federal and become an American national, because they don't want to park themselves in a United States corporate capacity as a citizen. Because we know United States is incorporated in DC on Maryland. It's a false construct. It's a commercial entity. So you become a privileged, fraudulent, you could argue, class at that point. So you have a protected class and a privileged class. This is why it's, some would say, important to distinguish the chain of title all the way down the line. I'm a protected class under the federal law and code, and that carries down state and locally. You can't put hands on me and deprive me of my natural rights. I'm not a legal person. I'm a natural person, if any person at all. Again, these words and terms have been so bastardized and remixed and conflated. It's absurd. But there's an idea here that's present all the way up the line, and it makes sense. So that's why you get the proper passport that denotes that you're a protected class under federal code, right? You're an American national. You're not a United States citizen, which is administrative class. That's a privileged class. You get benefits and privileges through Social Security and other public safety organizations and venues. So you have to almost rebuke all those privileges and benefits in order to uphold natural rights and law. And that's where your paperwork comes in to define you or to classify you, in a sense, as one from the other. Now, then we can back up and say, how much good are you doing by even taking the term American national and parking yourself as that? Because every place we go to coming out of this matrix, we wind up at another place that has different implications. This is the game, right? So I'm not even telling you at this point, if I was interacted with, that I would put myself on record as an American national. Do I have those credentials? Yes. May some of you consider me that? Potentially. Am I going to limit myself to a term and a status of American national or United States citizen or anything else? No. Because I'm going to talk from the highest chain of title. I am that am. Just like the Christed being said before the courts. I am that am. I only have a physical incarnation. Just like I only have a person. Just like I only have a citizenship. Just like I only have a country. Do I really have a country? If you folks here today are not upholding proper process and procedure and foundational law, probably not. Right? Do I have a body if I'm enslaved by your statute, policy, and code and I can't take it around freely? Probably not. Do I even have any property or property rights if I have to register everything and move it as you say I have to? Probably not. So at this point, I speak from the truest form of power and entitlement, which is conscious and awareness. I only have a body and everything that extends off of it. I am not that. And I will not be classified as that in any venue. The best I could do, like Pawn Stars, is if you need me to speak to what you understand, I'm the beneficiary / benefactor of the trust you call United States Corporation. And you're merely here to upkeep and maintain this land and this state of beingness for my benefit and my enjoyment. The moment that you fail to do that obligation, you're derelict and the power transfers back to me, the people. It's all you need to know. If that's all you can understand, right? I'll talk to motherfuckers where they're at. I ain't going to talk over their head to what they can't understand, even though they should be able to, I could argue. I'll talk to right from where you're at, and then we can decide who's who, what's what, and where we go from here. This ain't that hard.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, unless I go back and replay what the fuck you said, so it fucking sinks in. Like, I hear it and I agree with it. I have no way. I'm unable to articulate it. So,
yeah, I'm either the creator of government or I'm the one they serve. Pick one. If I'm the beneficiary, I'm the one you serve. You're here to benefit me. If I'm the benefactor, then I'm the one that helped to create you, motherfucker, because man created government. Government didn't create man. And God created man. And man created government. There's your chain of title. So you pick one. I'm either the beneficiary, you're here to serve me here today, or I'm the benefactor. I'm the one who created you, therefore I could control you. That's court of record definition. The man or the woman of the people in the room retains all the power and control over that court and its functionaries. Pick one. I'll play just like they play. You gonna plead guilty or innocent? Oh no, I don't plead. You gonna consider me the benefactor or the beneficiary here today of this trust that you're all working in God we trust? You're stepping in for God and you're working in trust and equity. Well, let's get down to the maximum of equity and trust, the foundations of law. So you're gonna bring equity here today before you want it given, or you're gonna bring fraud and illegitimacy and corruption? Let's go, honorable so and so. What are we doing? Pick one. Am I the man in the form? Am I in the form of man right now who created and therefore controls the functionaries of the court? If there's no one on the other side with a grievance, which there isn't anytime, or am I the beneficiary? Did you call me in here today because everything that you've created yourselves to be is only at the whim of serving the people or the public? Which one am I here today? You pick. I'll let you, because either way, I'm walking out that fucking door, and you can't do harm to me. This ain't that hard. All you got to do is remind them of who and what they are, what their role is. Just like a child, what would a parent? You know, either I came through you as an exemplification of the Most High God, in which case I'm your controller if I'm not doing wrong. If I'm in alignment, you can't control me. I control you. I'm the whole reason you're here, to give birth to the next generation. I'm it. Right? So either I'm partially co-creator because I come through you and I'm experiencing with you for our betterment, right? Or I'm here for you to serve, for you to lead, guide, protect, and steward. Pick one. Now, that's presuming you ain't doing wrong, right? If you're doing wrong, you got no claim, you got no chain of title. Hey, son, that's all fine and good, but you know you did wrong because I told you XYZ what it's going to be and you agreed and you went and took the cookies out the jar anyway. So great speech, feels good. Don't apply here in this venue. Well, how are we going to get the cookies back? How are we going to not do this the next time? Where are we going from here? That's the thing. Wrongdoing don't have to mean loss, injury, and harm. Wrongdoing can mean you already made an agreement whether you want to cop to it or not, and you didn't follow the terms of that agreement. Taking cookies from the jar ain't wrong. At some point, when my daddy dies, that cookie jar becomes mine. I'll have all the fucking cookies I want. But right now, it's his motherfucking house. And he made the terms and conditions. And I agreed. So when I take cookies after a certain point, I'm in trouble. I did wrong, even though I didn't do wrong. So how do we resolve it? This ain't that hard.
Yeah, when my car got towed and I had the whole ID stumbling block, there's a dude who kind of like, that's what he does. He's a notary public. He's working with me and a few other people there. And I just didn't like the fact that like I was in a desperate sort of situation. I needed sleep. The hotel situation wasn't really seeming to pan out. And this whole ID thing. So I kind of let the guy sort of, like certain things when I would give him the title, because we ended up doing a transfer of title. Called my mom and shit. And at the end of the day, he had to call like one of his friends to do a third party transfer or whatever. But I didn't like the fact that like he was like, let me see your title. And he typed some fucking number into something. And when I went to question him on it, he's like, let me do my job or whatever, right? And I didn't like hold him accountable and like stand up and like put this dude in his place, like and just be willing to walk away without the car, at least that day or those hours, because I was like so fucking tired. So I don't like the fact. And now I'm trying to get a replacement debit card and I'm running into stumbling blocks with that. But at least I got the Google Pay to fucking get groceries and gas and shit. But like I could get cash from that from the grocery stores, but like it's just annoying with the bank updated IDs that I can't even go to a bank and access my cash or get a replacement debit card. So it's like
again, Brian O'Shea, you're cycling back to a subject we talked many times here that we're all guilty of it at times, but we got no business trading as least as possible in their in their legal debt instruments. It's not even U.S. Money or currency. It's legal tender for a legal society to discharge legal debts. You could argue public and private, but again, there's lawful money out there. There's nothing stopping you and everyone else from holding gold and silver, or whatever else holds value, and not storing their debt notes at their private corporate venue, right? Where they essentially take possession and hold your property in trust, use it up, keep it, maintain it for whatever they please, and then at times deny you access. This is pure foolishness. Never before in history, and again, I'm talking to myself as much as anyone else because I'm guilty of it at times. Never before in history did we hold all of our value in coupons for the actual value at someone else's establishment where they can deny you access and service. This is beyond embarrassingly pimped. So at some point, we have to take back full accountability and responsibility. I know it's scary for all of us. Not exactly Mr. Accountability and Responsibility most of my life. But what is what is. What needs to be done needs to be done. So if you do get those coupons for value, you trade them in for real valued assets and you hold them somewhere where you can guard them or they can be held in trust. We become our own bankers again. We become our own doctors again. We become our own spiritual guides and teachers and co-creators again. This is true personal accountability and responsibility on all levels. There's no reason to hold those notes anyway. The longer you hold them, the more they get devalued. You're probably smart as fast as possible to take as many of those coupons for value and trade them in for stuff that holds its value or increases in value. guns, ammo, gold, silver. We've been over this. So not only is it not wise to do from the corporate perspective, it's not wise to do from the financial freedom perspective. Why are you holding coupons for value that are losing their value day by day because they're printing up more than ever instead of trading them in for things that are going to hold their value and increase in value? It's simple. If you hold nothing but gold and silver, it goes up, it goes down. You basically got a bank account that goes up and goes down. So you pull it out when it's up. When you need to take care of obligations. You keep a little bit on the side of cash to do your day-to-day monthly business. And whatever's extra, you put into something else. So you turn around 5 months from now, it's up $2-3. You pull it out, you do your business when you need to. That's how we need to structure our lives, right? At any time, you could take that gold and silver to anybody and get back whatever you got into it if you do it properly. But this is why you don't put yourself as much as possible in positions of being desperate and having to work by their rules. Unless you have a catastrophic emergency, there's no reason why the majority of extra value can't sit somewhere and accrue value. And if you need to at some point, because you're in a desperate situation and you have to take care of something, you pull the value out of there and you trade it back over, and then you discharge your debt that way if necessary. How do you think the last Great Depression happened? Everyone holding non-value at banks that they created a bank run and no one could get their money, and then everyone lost their shit overnight. You don't think that's going to happen again at some point, Mr. O'Shea and others? Let's really get real with ourselves and each other. Not only is it probably going to happen, it looks like they're setting up for it right now. You got like 3 to 5 years, as far as I can tell, before they just move everyone over to digital currency. And if you think they're not going to make you go crazy in between, I don't think that's how history works. I don't think that's how pimping works.
Gotta use the bathroom, take a leak.
Your thoughts, audience, chatters? I don't know what any of this means. Paul, are you aware of your trans daughter? I don't have a daughter. I don't have any children. Is out there daring cops to let her find out where their wife and kids go. I don't know what that means, sir. Pretty sure that's Tommy. Did it again with narratives. So, Tom, if you want to address that, whatever that is, you can come on up and you can inform me of whatever that is, but I have really no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Thoughts? Apps creature?
Daddy, was that you blocking me or O'Shea?
I didn't block you.
Oh, okay, it's O'Shea. He's in his feeling. O'Shea, you're gonna crumble. You're gonna sign the first plea deal they'll give you, and yeah, that's my prediction because you're a bitch.
I think he's in the bathroom.
Yeah, he's been blocking me all day. The blacks and I have united, Daddy. We're all striking O'Shea.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I'm confused. Like, you got so many other folks who you say you're on strike time with who are trying to destroy me.
They're being handled too, but I was trying to be an ally, and O'Shea wanted to flip script today, like he does. But this is the deal, O'Shea. If you're shitting, pissing, drinking your piss, listen to me. I already tell you, you're coming on here. Oh shit, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm fucking scared of the Castro thing. Dude, you could capitalize like a motherfucker on this, O'Shea. You really were fucking obstruction of justice is one of those charges because they know they don't have a charge. All right?
Right. Right.
And even if you spent time in jail, all right, say they did find you guilty, there's things called appeals and all this other shit. But see, O'Shea, you don't know how the courts run, or you're also fucking very like needy and dependent. You're gonna crumble, dude. They're gonna play good cop, bad cop with them, dude.
No, I've said it many times. Like, I had like 3 worries that kind of shocked me, being how I used to be a different way. Last time they put me in jail, I just expected to not be let out. Like, Slow State and the rest go, How do you get out? He had to have ratted. I was literally there preparing to stay. I couldn't believe when they let me out with $1 bond with no signature that I didn't pay. I go, they just really kind of, like my uncle said, he goes, the worst thing that these people ever did was keep letting you go and not keep you. He goes, they keep validating you and making you feel like you're right. I go, you're right. They do. So don't ask me where the charges went. I didn't rat on nobody. I just fucking stayed faithful. And
bro,
sir,
I've
please
seen it in
don't.
prison and I've seen it in jails. I've seen people fucking sitting in there and then just get released because, you know, even like right as they're walking in, they're unchained, they're put their clothes on, ready to walk into the courtroom and shit. And this is from jail or prison. I've seen motherfuckers right before they get up to that fucking podium. They're like, hey, man, we need to talk to you. They're fucking dismissing it, blah, 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 blah. And that's because they fuck with gangsters and they played it all the way through, man. They said, I'm going to stand up for whether I'm guilty or not guilty. I'm going to stand, you know, O'Shea don't have it
This
in
is
him.
what most of these folks don't understand is they don't want to litigate trials. They want you coming in. They want you. Snafu, please don't talk over me. I'm already getting the headache like I do every day. I have too much screen time and I don't want to elevate my voice, man. So the reality of it is, bro, the reality of it is they're so used to and purposely make a system of conveyor belt revenue. They don't want to go to trial. They oftentimes don't have what they need to go to trial. They oftentimes can't establish a voluntary move ahead and jurisdiction to go to trial. So you get dismissals. They want, if you go to each state, each county, the majority of counties have a 98% conviction rate because 98% of people hire a lawyer or cop out. Only the 2%, like in the revolution in every venue, stand tall and stand their position and say, do your worst. I already decided before I got here where this was going. I've accepted it. That is anathema to them and their system. They don't know how to deal with that and handle it. And a lot of times they just chuck you because they got 98% of other people who can come in there, give them a whole bunch of loot, suck dick, cop out, and then go on record as another win and conviction for the state or the city of or the county. They're not going to litigate and go to trial with every person who says you ain't got what you need because you only got what I give you and I didn't give you nothing. And all you got's the testimony of some clown on the side of the road who's got a history as long as our arm of corruption. You want me to call into play how every one of these policy enforcement officers has a billion fucking complaints on them when we're at court? I don't think you do.
You know, this could be life-changing. This could be life-changing for him, but he's such a retard, dude. He's going to fuck it up. He's going to either take the first – when they play good cop, bad cop, he's going to fucking bite into it because he's already seeking advice. And when he has no daddy or any of us in there and he has the good lawyer guy or the you know, public pretender, well, hey, bud, this is what we need. You know, Brian's going to crumble, dude. And he's either going to sign the deal or he's going to fuck it up acting like he's fucking going to do it. And, man,
listen, we're all the same self on some level. Tommy's here now. Tom has a part of him that has a will. Tom has a part of him that has faith in whatever his truth is. He knows what I'm saying is true on some level. Is it an absolute certainty? Far from it. But there's motherfuckers here who are pretty much willing to die or go through hell in order to get to heaven. And we don't give a fuck about what anyone else is going to do or say. And when you stand that position, you'd be surprised how often the other side says, we really don't have what we need to go the distance with this motherfucker. It's the human element. It's the sixth sense, right? It's the part of this formality and this structure nobody wants to observe. That is the most powerful. Go ahead, Tom and others. I'm going to hit the reefer. Take over.
Just real quick, I'm just being consistent. It's not just you. Can you put your striped doggy out back? He'll be there whenever I leave.
Strike time. I got a bunch on you too last night, Tommy.
He's a good boy. He'll wait there patiently. He doesn't bark too loud out back.
Between you, Flow State, and now Brian on the list and others, fuck, man. Crew's been busy.
What do you mean? No, you're the only list. I just don't panel with you. Just have him wait, Paul, because I'm going to talk a little Brian, but the thing I'm going to tell you that I was chatting about he won't be able to resist. He's gonna.
All right, yeah, but I don't want I don't want I don't want to be forced to one side or the other, right? I want to
No,
remain
no,
neutral.
you're not being controlled. I tell Z this. I tell everyone I go.
Yeah,
to,
right,
like,
but I don't do what I'm told to do. You know that. That's partially why you kind of hate me / like me /
I'm
respect.
saying it's not
So
that.
I'll just ask him to remain quiet for the duration of your speaking, and if he violates my wishes, then I will throw him out. How about that?
That's close enough. Now, just to get the Brian thing over with, if you guys really want some outside looking in, we have to be honest. Like, I can tell you guys what I do in court and how I go free. I know that Paul knows what's up. Like, as far as my critique of Brian's pullover, I just saw Paul like dropping the ball like anybody can do. But we have to be honest that Brian is what we call a sob sit. Like, the level Brian is functioning on, he might, if we didn't know him, we'd be like, there's one of those guys that make them call a sob sit. Like, that's all. That's what I can see in a nutshell.
Right. He's on record in papers as a United States citizen, but also thinks he's going to retain his sovereignty in commercial and public venues. And that's not how it rolls. That's not how it works.
But also is like moves in the pocket are like mostly pleading, desperate, emotional. They don't really go to the core fundamentals. Like, I like to keep looping the no damage, no victim until somebody acknowledges it. And I mean, you have to know your moves to make as they make their responses that aren't acknowledging damage and victim.
Again, but Tom, you know the game. The game is pimping, and when you speak something that you already know you're playing that game of, that's how they get you. When you say you hate all policy enforcement, they go, "Thank you. You just gave us what we needed to establish some
right, I don't
doubt
say
that you're a threat to yourself or others and the public safety system." That's all their game is.
But also, it's like the traffic court is the maritime court. This is where, if you know your shit, you are the strongest. As long as you do it right, maritime court is the thing you should always be winning.
But you agree, Tom, that the way to do it is not walk in there as a U.S. citizen, hire a bar attorney, and then say "fuck all pigs" and call the bailiff a pig and say "I hate policy enforcement." Probably not the best way to effectuate an honorable result and favorable result.
Chile? But even with Chile, it's still like we can all be like pulling your collar out at those moves. But Brian Impact Flicks is still right. It shouldn't get you 180 days, like no true court trial, like just a
dude. I got news for you, bro. We've all at some point been put behind bars for some shit that didn't cause anyone else loss, injury, or harm. We might have been harming ourselves. Raise your hand if you haven't been behind bars for drugs at some point when you were fucked up, suicidal, depressed, and were basically killing yourself vicariously through the drug. How much are we going to argue that wasn't for our own good? Whether we liked it or not, whether it was jurisdictionally sound or not, and it was, because at the time I was on papers as that. I had no other claim or understanding of myself. I was doing behavior that was harming me and potentially others. How could I argue it?
You want to know the honest truth? All the times I've been behind bars was either a situation like Brian's with a vehicle, or the time I got a misdemeanor assault for dumping eggs on my boss after they fired me. I've never gone for substance or anything like major, but if you want your fucking world turned upside down right now, I only saw the first couple seconds and I was like, I'm just gonna go straight to Paul and see what the fuck this is. I'm giving a break to the cult thing by referencing some of your regulars as your children. Go to Flow State's last live stream, go to the beginning where you see first person cam on a cop, and watch your Pantene haired daughter I'm not sure if he's in Denver or what. Where the fuck is Mitchell at? And I'm not sure if this is the chick that got him a hotel room and steaks, but all I saw was he's throwing his phone up at a cop, telling the cop, let him find out where his family and his kids and his
that shit was funny. Mitch was going way overboard with that shit.
What the fuck do you mean? How's your doggy speaking?
I thought Mitch was going to get shot.
This is not fucking funny. I don't see, is he trying to get himself shot?
Tom,
is that not the most chillest cop you've ever seen? Just letting him say that shit?
Tom, we have to be really critical of ourselves and then see how we wind up with all these people who reflect self. We have a penchant, I'm doing the we now, for self-sabotage at times, and for a lack of self-care and self-love completely. So if you think that I haven't seen for the longest time that Mitchell, potentially myself, you, and others here are lacking a truer and better form of self-love and self-care that it oftentimes looks like and leads to self-sabotaging / suicidal almost like behavior, that's kind of in the fucking mix, it seems, right? Clinically, if we were to like diagnose here and look at the past histories and you know what certain behaviors indicate at times.
I'll acknowledge that my area to fuck up like that is with like closest people in my life. But with this thing that we've talked about for 2 years, the same way that I'm a polite professional motherfucker every time I leave this house with a gun on me, I know when I'm dealing with a badge that has a gun too. I just have this discipline about it. But if you haven't seen this Mitchell thing, that I guess it's on Mitchell's channel. I just saw it when I saw it.
All right, well, give me the link, man. Give me the link and we'll view it.
I don't know what
Mitchell's channel is, but I
can
guess
send you. I'll get it for you. And honestly, Tommy, I agree with you. I agree with Tommy on this one, except for the fact of the cop reached out of his car and hit Mitchell's phone. Although Mitchell,
I haven't seen that much of it yet.
Let's be clear here.
Dude, Paul, he started chasing this cop, dude.
Right,
like, I get it. Running after the cops after the cop hit his phone out of his hand.
But this is what he's doing here with me and others every day. Is he's showing that he's in pain, he's suffering,
right?
And he doesn't have any. Please don't keep talking over me and each other. It's beyond fucking abrasive.
Well, we can do the back and forth. Your doggy keeps barking.
Yeah, so
he's like that everywhere. He gets off his leash and he goes to all the houses. Just
whatever. He's everything I'm speaking of applies to all of us, either now or at a time in our life. Folks need to develop impulse compulsion control. They need to develop thought, emotion, action control, and they need to start taking control over their affairs, their life, and their destiny. In some sense, applies to all of us.
That sounds like my system of think, hold that thought, complete. And then there's the next system of learn, start, doing. But no, a month ago, I came across Mitchell, I think it was on Machine Live. And this was a chance for Jack to try and do his Jack thing. But Mitchell was like calling me out to Colfax. And you know what Colfax is in Denver. I'm like, Mitchell, there's no reason to call me to Colfax and think I'm not going to show up and either have your jaw or trade.
Yeah, but that's the thing, Tom. He's doing what you've done to me in the past.
I saw that this dude's hurting, and I'm on Machine Lies. Like Jack's trying to make me the problem. I'm going, no, guys. I've lived in my car before. It gets to you. I see this dude living in his car. I think it's getting to him, and I'm saying, can we not like do something?
It's not the living in the car, Tom. It's the not liking yourself. It's the not feeling good about your life every day. It's the not having a job and be able to pay for shit. It's the not having any women in your life who respect you or have love for you. That's what's getting to them.
But I'm saying what I want you to watch that just happened, I see it as just still that month or two ago, still escalating. And it's like, so when is he going to actually get real about it instead of coming out here smiling and nodding with you, acting like he's got it all under control. And then every time you turn around, he's losing his fucking shit like this.
Well, I mean, this is the thing about mental and emotional illness or disease, so to speak, is there may not be a solution. It may have to be more of a practice. And if he's not willing to take his life and his condition seriously and work a practice, he's probably going to become quote unquote content from a negative aspect. You could say that for any of us, really. I mean, you know, we're all in the same boat here.
Know that like after you're done seeing, we'll probably see more than I've seen yet. Is he trying to cop delete? Is he trying to get himself cop deleted? Because I've seen him spur out on these panels.
Dude, you guys have all done this with me at some point, calling me out, trying to get me fucking with my livelihood so I can come see you so we can all throw our lives away. Someone's going to die and someone's going to go to prison. You guys act like you haven't, Slow State and others haven't done it to me consistently.
That's
death by Paulie Boy. That's what you're doing. Like Mitchell's doing death by gorilla, death by cop, because you all just don't want to live the rest of this fade out with me. You don't want to
No,
have
no,
to live the rest
that's
of
not what I
genocide
was
and
saying.
slavery fade out with me. You'd rather
No,
death by
no,
Pauly Boy, death by Tommy, death by cop.
no. I've told
What did
you and
DeCastro
Mitchell.
do? He did death by government for 180 days. He totally self-sabotaged on some level and made it almost impossible for them to view him as redeemable. What do you think that was?
I think he
It was a complete Phoenix crash to rise higher,
Come
like we
on,
do
man.
all the
Let's
time.
have a back and forth.
I'm sorry, Tom. Go ahead.
I think he self-sabotaged with no idea she'd actually drop 180 days on him.
Well, then he's a fucking clown, because anytime you go to court, they'll drop the whole house on you to show you ain't shit. So I guess he was wrong.
But the way he handles cops on the street, I dig that shit. I like that.
Yeah, you dig that, but he didn't do that at court. That's the difference, and that's what I've been talking about. Pauly Boy on the street is Pauly Boy at court, or it's Pauly Boy in a cell, and we don't cry then. See how that works?
Right, but Pauly Boy that was going to put something in me if he started to lose the fisticuffs is what I was giving you shit for. Like even Mitchell says, if he shows up here, I'm going to shoot him.
Right, because I ain't a boxer and I ain't a fighter. I'm in this for truth. This is a metaphysical fight.
I'll come down to my parking lot with no firearm for you, man.
I'm not in this to beat up or be beat up by Tommy. And if you start fighting with me as a grown man on the street and it goes bad, I'm going to stop you at some point. That's reality.
Right,
that's
you need the
instinct.
Friday dad. You need the Friday daddy, Craig. You live to fight another day. You win some, you lose some.
Bro,
Craig.
I'm just saying that all I'm really telling you is I'm giving you and everyone everything they need. I'm a very fearful person in my past.
Everything I need. He's
just let me finish, Tom. Just let me finish. I'll give you what you need. I'm not big tough guy, big ball, Pauly Boy, even though people say I am when they're not doing shit. I'm a very fearful person in my past and at times in my life. I try to transmute that as much as possible into faith and truth and something redeemable. If you put me in a position where I get a little bit too afraid, I'm going to do something that I'm not going to like, that other people aren't going to like. I thought that's everybody.
No.
So it looks like Mitch and Flow State are scrubbing the video and only putting out what they want to show, because both Flow State and Mitch privated the main video. You showed part of it, and Flow State's looks like he scrubbed the whole interaction. We were looking for
talking here, not before we could get to the video.
So can't find the video. Can't find it unless people. We know crew probably downloaded it. It got crazy. It did get crazy.
What about is Flow's most recent live still posted?
It looks scrubbed. That's what I'm saying. I went through Flow's.
What do you mean it looks scrubbed? You need to look scrubbed. You might actually get somewhere with
Tommy, go smoke some meth.
Oh, is that all you got?
Yeah, we're not going to do this.
Yeah, I can pass a drug test. You can't look in a mirror confidently.
You talking to me or him or both of us? Because
oh man, Paul, you shave. Come on, Paul, you shave. I believe that you sleep indoors, Paul.
At least half the year. At least half the year.
do you picture him like under a tree, like sipping on the honey?
I picture you under a tree.
Well, okay.
Why do you do that? Why do you do that, Snafu? Why are you?
I knew you pictured me in your dreams. Getting down to the bottom of this.
Hold on, I gotta thank Aaron because he's here. He says, "Silver and gold tongue, thank you, Mr. Spiegel, for your contribution." And I got Mr. Shively said, "Appreciate you and all you do, sir." Thank you, Mr. Shively. Okay, continue.
I do not see it in Flow's channel.
Let's show your daddy an example that I won't shoot you. Like, come see me, and there's a thunderstorm.
But that's the thing, bro. The point is why would we ever meet and fight when I have no hate for you or Slow State or anyone else? If you would meet me and fight me, it means that you're sick and twisted, in which case I deal with you like a rabid animal.
Oh,
right? And I don't know other people that aren't loving and caring at this point other than sick people, and I got no time and patience to play with sick people. I just deal with them.
Almost every fight invite I do online, with the exception of Snafu and Mitch, is usually that layer of, hey, we know we're not going to meet up, so why are you still going down this verbal path where it's like that would be the only thing? If we're going to stand on some of these words, then what's left than like, do you have
folks at times hate me and want me or my livelihood destroyed, but they're not willing to physically come do it. So they try to do it through the internet and mischaracterizations. And I don't appreciate that. And it's really just evidence of sickness, right? Because
I tell Kim before the storm, JG, various people, like, look, I'm not gonna let you come at me and do the traveling to you. Like, whenever JG's claiming he's outside my apartment complex, Kim before the storm was sending me pictures of that park I walk my dog at, saying, I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you in a couple days. I'll be in dinner. I'm like,
Right, you don't do that, bro.
no
Again, I
jury,
don't know.
whatever.
These guys think that they're in Roadhouse. You threaten me and put me in fear. I already pack anyway. And if I see something coming at me or you come up on me, I'm pulling a gun on you. And I'm giving you like 3 seconds or 3 feet to change your direction, or we're just going to, I guess, have to go to court. Because that's the thing. I got to tell you, I'm more in fear of doing something to some of these scum and then having to go sit in prison the rest of my life because some court's going to decide I was a danger already and you gave them what they needed to make it seem like I'm violent. That's what scares me. I'm really not afraid of it.
Which is more realistic.
No, I can see
in
that.
today's world.
That is one difference in us. Like, with my upbringing and my earlier military police and shit, I'm very good in the pocket at quickly discerning if I'm in that bad spot or when I have the jurisdiction, if you will.
It just leads us to then concluding we got no business making threats and no business acting out, because the reality of it is, even if you have a heart that is able to kill somebody, if they're trying to do wrong to you, doesn't mean you're not going to have to live with that and the consequences from the legal team and all the rest of the worldly bullshit. So it only forces us to become more faithful, forgiving, loving, and reconciliatory men. If not, we're going to live in hate and we're going to have problems in this world.
Listen, I'm not talking about me and you. I'm talking about, like, I've even told Talcott and Leftist, I'm like, trust me, bro, nobody really wants to kill someone, but if you're in the right, you're not really going to hesitate or be bothered by it. Like the audacity that someone's coming through your window at night while your girl's asleep. You won't lose sleep over that type of thing, you know? And none of us are doing that to each other. Like scooters of refugees coming up behind you on the street is not a thing you're gonna hesitate or feel am I in the wrong about.
Yeah, Tom, I don't put on here, man. I go all the way the other way to give everyone what they need. Paulie's a bitch, Paulie's this, that, and the third. Why? We didn't come here for that. You know, when it's necessary, I do what's true and what's right. In other places, I don't need to be seen as a tough guy. So I've been in situations and I had to conclude when I was running with Tom, just let me finish. When I was running with certain type of people, I had to conclude I was not fit to be a gangster and a criminal, because even when people did wrong to me and I responded, I felt bad about it after. So I don't have an ability to harm someone who's trying to harm me and then not have to sit with the guilt that I harm one of God's creation. I had to kill another human being or harm them to stop their sickness. I don't get pleasure out of that. And in a way, I'm guilty of it because I probably could have handled it differently or just not put myself in that position to begin with.
Yeah, you're talking about challenging yourself if you're actually a bad person. I was the type of criminal that I let myself get successful enough that I could front you a Quapo, and if I never saw you again, I won't hunt you down over the Quapo price, and then you save me the trouble of dealing with you anymore. Like, just don't come back if you're going to run off with this Quapo, you know? But there's also very easy footage to find of these dudes that rolled through that Russian thing. You can watch them, like, remember No Russian on Call of Duty. They're just
okay. I found it. People. I found the footage. It's in your backstage. It's at the very beginning of the video. It wasn't.
What's the timestamp?
There. Start at the very beginning of the video.
You can just see when it starts to switch over to the footage. It's obvious. And if you miss the very beginning,
and I hate that it's on flows. I went to grab the resource from Mitch because I hate that we have to use.
I gotta tell you, while I am in this mode right now of like, you know, trying to share love with all beings, I really don't want to look at Slow State. I don't want to hear his voice.
No, you won't.
You know,
this is going to reset the entire.
I'm surprised Mitch privated
this is a totally different animal.
Right? Yeah, I mean, Slow State is really one of the most reprehensible, disreputable, detestable beings on here at this time for me. So I just would rather not interact with him. I'd rather not hear his voice or look at his face, and I'd rather not listen to him laugh and giggle as he turns Mitch into content. Just hoping and waiting for him to get shot by police so he can detract from everything. Please stop talking over me.
Please let me say this.
I don't need to let you do anything. Let you imply when I choose.
I'm asking, host.
I know. Just let me finish what I'm saying, please. I'm asking you on my broadcast to let me finish, even though I'm in the position of control and power. That's astoundingly.
Oh, there we go.
That's
Classic.
astoundingly a testimony to my goodwill and good faith that I don't
No,
want to
no.
have to do
Your
the ego
control and
thing.
power
I
is
don't want to have
limited
to
to
do
your
it. You're
little
forcing me
panel
like
place
Snafu.
here.
He's
That's
doing
why
it.
you're fearful.
He's doing it. All
That's
right.
why
Take
you're
over.
not.
I'm going to
That's
go
why
hit
you're
the
a fraud.
reaper. You figure out what you're going to say and do next. I'm tired of playing this game with you and Snafu and the rest of the folks who need to be heard, but don't have a broadcast with more than 10 people to be seen and heard.
Oh, I got
You-
a broadcast.
So
It's
you
where I.
push it onto me. You project the obligation onto me that I have to let you be seen and heard implicitly, even talking over me constantly. I don't understand it. Don't understand why you continue it with me day after day. It's such a simple task. When daddy's talking, just let him finish. I do way too much talking now. I have a headache daily. It's too much screen time. I'm here because I love you all and I enjoy sharing experience. I don't want to have to fight to be heard or have what I'm saying be unintelligible because you're talking over it on the rebroadcast. Thank you. So as soon as I put him in the back, he's got to run off because he's too valuable and important to be put in the back for 3 seconds and recentered and refocused. He's the one in control and in charge, definitely not me. When I have to take control and charge, I offended him. Your thoughts, Christos? Because I saw that you came up here. We're going to end soon. I'm going to call it soon. It's too much sickness, too much gossip and drama, too much projection, too much division, too much false competition and inauthenticity online for Uncle Paulie today and pretty much every day. So if somebody wants to find the clip to Mitchell and his interaction, I'll watch it. I don't want to hear Slow State pausing it every 3 seconds with his disgusting mucus-filled laugh. I don't want to watch him and look at him. I don't want to hear his horrible commentary from a place of ignorance, acting like he's a law professor or like he has any real-world experience beyond being a junkie, getting locked up, copping out, and then calling everyone else a rat. Not interested in looking at him or listening to him. Don't watch his broadcast. Don't go over there. He's constantly talking about me is what I'm told and shown. I can't even get away from that. People who watch him and say he's so grotesque, he has no content. He just talks about you all day, every day with 8 other haters. I know. It's been the same dynamic with all these people for over a year and a half. Going nowhere.
Yeah, he actually makes my skin crawl for real, not even just like a phrase of expression. Uncomfortable. Actually creepy.
There's attractive beings in this realm, and there are repulsive beings in this realm. You figure out who's who and which is which.
The one thing I gotta say is you definitely should look at the footage personally. I get you don't want Flow State disgust me, but it looks like Mitch burned the footage, scrubbed it on his own channel. Flow, of course, will use it for clout, but it does show that Mitch is needing, like, crying for help, guys. Like, it really does. The way he acted, it was very dangerous what Mitch was doing and just how he was doing it. And I don't think a lot of you guys understand, like, that was definitely a cry for help. I hate the fact that the only footage is on Flows. I'm going to see if Crew recorded it because it was pretty outstanding, Paul, to watch the interaction of Mitch and how the cop, what he was saying. Like, he was like, I'm going to find your address, your sister's, your mom's, fuck you, blah, blah. And then, like they said, it got to where the cop slapped his phone out of the hand when he approached the car, but then Mitch started running, chasing the guy, fucking like blocks worth. It was nuts, Paul. And yes, Flo is fucking a piece of shit, capitalizing on it, and of course he kept it up.
Well, that's why he called himself such an ardent capitalist, because he came online to capitalize off of every opportunistic event that has happened. While he projects that onto me, that I'm the narcissist. No, you guys are the covert narcissists that reveal your narcissism overtly at times and will take any opportunity in any conversation to capitalize to get you an extra $20 or $30 to buy your toxified products. You know, we know who and what you are and what you're here for. Pretty much the antithesis of who and what I am and what I'm here for. Ironically, while I am capitalizing in some sense indirectly, I'm more of a communist here. I'm here to commune, not in the sense of what you know it as, right? The communist on record, on file, like Mr. Slavecott and others. No. When I say communist, I mean commune with higher sense of self, some sense of objective truth, and then co-create in conversation with that experience for us to do and be better, or just to validate or verify. on the path to actualization and realization. So I'm in this for me from a selfless perspective, if that makes sense. You know, these folks are selfish and they're capitalistic, and they'll capitalize off any opportunity that's given to them to make themselves look good and other people look bad. And all it does is make everyone look bad, really. This is kind of the undoing in it. You're really capitalizing off the lowest common denominator. Human scum online who have no purpose and no value, no meaning in their life, who just want to gossip and do drama all day, every day, and will give you 20 fucking bucks to keep the train going. Your whole movement is fueled by hate. My whole movement is fueled by truth and love. That's the difference.
I could say this. It is the only footage that we have that I just double checked right now. We're going to see if we have it other. If you do decide to play it, you could always remind the audience how Flow State is capitalizing using a broken person here, because it is insane footage.
Why wouldn't he? He is a broken person, so it's fair game. He's come online to capitalize off his own brokenness with other low frequency, lowest common denominator people. So why wouldn't he do to others what he's already done to himself and his wife and everyone else in his life?
It was disgusting to watch, but this was pretty insane.
He's disgusting to watch. His whole facial expressions are disgusting to watch. That voice is disgusting to listen to. Everyone who hangs out with him is a disgusting, repulsive, grotesque person. Like attracts like. Water seeks its own level.
I left in your backstage. It's at the start of the video. You know, you
Name
can do it.
One person who comes to Slow State's panel who's not a complete broken charity case or twisted perspective individual. Just constantly. I don't even mean here and there. I mean just constantly getting it wrong, constantly skewed perspective, lacking any kind of emotional intelligence or resolve in their life. Just name one. You can't, because it doesn't exist. While I have a myriad of folks who've come here who've experienced success in many venues, who are loving, caring, passionate people, who get some results, they're co-creative, they're communing with higher order thought and beingness on some level. That's the difference. And we need everything in this realm. That's when I reconcile. We need the light and the dark within us, without us. We need folks who are on a path, on a direction to truth and righteousness if they're not there already. And we need folks who detract from that and try to demean that and hate on that and then characterize themselves as the haters that they're projecting onto everyone else. You live in hate and dissolution. You have little to no results, and you're not attractive in your beingness. This isn't that difficult to figure out. It's usually only the people doing it who can't figure out where they sit in the hierarchy, in the paradigm. You advocated for Brian O'Shea to go to jail for traveling freely. That's all we needed to hear. You know who and what you are. A crony capitalist. You'll capitalize off of all the shit of the world, but never actually have to do and be something as a man to really capitalize off the opportunity. You got an opportunity now more than ever to stand for rights and freedom just because it's true and it's right. It's also valuable. You won't capitalize off that because there's potentially consequences with that. You need a will and discipline for that. You need conviction for that. You don't have that kind of conviction. The only convictions you have are for meth. So, you know, there's players in the game on the field, and then there's those sitting on the sidelines taking contributions to talk about those in the game and usually hate on them. So, and it comes down to free choice. You choose where you want to be, what you want to be a part of, and what you want to give your time, energy, attention, and value to. And please understand, once you do that, it is a certain level of conviction and indictment of what you supported and what you stand for. That's what we all have to live. We know that. Go ahead, Christos and Snafu and Lig. Take over. I'm going to go hit some reefer. This is the people's broadcast, as we know. Go ahead and destroy it, please. It wouldn't be right if we didn't.
Well, in that case, Lig, you better start hug a buddy, fuck a buddy, and start destroying it.
How much you drinking today, Lig?
Can you hear me?
Barely hear you.
You can?
Hey, Lig?
Yeah.
Barely hear you, bro. Turn that mic
Can
up.
you hear me now? I'm having
Yeah.
technical difficulties here.
Is that your new branding there? for life is good? Or is that just some random shit you put up as your avatar? What is that?
It's game of life training.
Man, that's inspiring, bro. Just makes me want to get up and dance in my rainbow snuggie and love the whole world.
All right.
Yeah, I missed that snafu, but I saw that Mitch was live, the other day, like twice recently with cop
It's in the
interactions. It looked like.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, I honestly, I even when Crew was watching, that's why I know we download. We're like, damn, dude, he's trying to get himself shot. Like,
You ain't gonna stop talking about it, so I'll give you what you want. No, I'll give you what you want, man, because I can always practice detachment and neutralization. Please don't talk over me. Please don't talk over me. Please don't talk over me. The 1,000th fucking time I've asked. So I can practice detachment and neutrality, and I'll give you what you guys keep clamoring for. We'll watch Flow State, giggle and laugh with his bright, wide eyes because he's watching someone potentially throw their life away, just like he did many years ago. And misery loves company. So I'll give you what you want, right? We'll promote Slow State indirectly. We'll get more broken people over there to watch him and suck up, have him parasite their time, energy, attention, and resources. I love the game. The game is life.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. We'll pull the clip, Paul.
No,
Just
it's fine. I want to watch him laugh and giggle and chain smoke cigarettes and revel in someone throwing their life away. Yeah, no. I want it. I want to watch him. No. Now I want it. See how quickly that happened? I said I don't go to it to know. Give me the whole truth and all the truth. Put it in my face.
I was going to edit the clip,
Show
but hey,
me what a hater looks like. Show me what an audience of haters looks like. Show me what misery loves company looks and feels like. I'll put my face right in the void. Let's do it. Give a fuck. I'm still going to be me after. I'm still going to have what I have. I'm still going to have this audience. I'm still going to have the community I have. I don't lose a motherfucking thing. Really?
All right. Well, either way, I could pull the clip away from it. I was just going to try if you needed me to edit.
Go ahead. I want you to see your people. These are your people. All you Americanos. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Mitch is going to get shot today. Ha 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 ha. I'm a miserable, hateful prick. I want to see someone die and do content. I want to capitalize.
Shut the fuck up, pussy. Shut the fuck up, pussy.
What do you want me to do? Take your phone or shut up?
Tell your sister I said hi. Tell your mom I said hi.
See, Flo doesn't even get how serious this is.
Yes, he does. You don't get how serious his sickness and narcissism and condition is. He would love to watch Mitchell get killed or thrown in jail right now so he could turn around and say, this is what people who hang with Paul do. If you hang with Paul, you get thrown in jail and shot. He would love it. Stop saying he doesn't know how serious it is. He does, and he doesn't care. He wants to see people. He wants to see people harmed and enslaved so he can validate his own meaningless existence and have company in his misery and genocide. Don't you get it?
No, you're right. That's why he doubled down with pedophiles.
He's demonico. Don't you get it?
That's why he doubled down with pedophiles. I agree. Flow State's a piece of shit. Pedophile supporting piece of shit.
Hammering him. Look at this cop. He's like, what the fuck do I do?
Yeah, following who around? This bitch following me around. Why doesn't she park on her property when she goes to work? Yeah, why does she park on someone else's property instead of this wide open parking lot? Right. So why are you worried about what I'm doing?
That's my job.
Yeah, RT, you're exactly right.
What's wrong
He's standing
with what
there
I'm
pointing
doing?
his body
What's
cam at
wrong
Mitch.
with what I'm doing? I'm not following anyone, pussy. I'm protecting myself from bad faith, false claiming criminals. Right. You fucking weak ass pussy. Yeah, now keep licking your herpes, you little faggot.
Oh my God, Mitch.
Well,
What the fuck?
Cool.
Carry on.
And these cops are no way. Man, I don't know what happened at the beginning of this, but Mitch better get up here and tell me about it.
Go ahead, back up a little bit.
Or what? Shut the fuck up, pussy. Don't know how to drive or park? You above the law? Apparently so.
The hybrid.
Damn, he just hit at Mitch. He took a swipe at Mitch.
A couple steps back, or what?
He just took a fucking. Did you see that shit? He just swung. Oh, fucking A. Mitch is doing his shit.
Yeah, this is the guy, by the way, giggling like a little girl who's surprised at every action. This is the guy who's going to fight me on the street. It's like a little girl. Surprise. Ooh, he did. Ooh, he did that. Ooh. This is the guy who's going to show up and pop shit and beef, right? You're a fucking clown. You're a coward. You're surprised by everything and don't know how anything works. Then you laugh and giggle at other people potentially gambling with their lives.
Oh,
Such a bitch.
Wait till it gets worse when Mitch starts chasing this guy in parking lots. Fucking Flo's like, and when he started chasing the guy in parking lot,
swing at him. Oh my God. Oh my God, Karen, he took a swing at you, Mitch.
I was worried
Slow
for him,
State
dude.
still doesn't know what men do in every situation. He's been hanging around bitches too long. That just talk and giggle and laugh and comment. He doesn't know how the real world works in any way. Another spirit of their mama case.
Shit where he chases people again.
And again, guys, this is Mitch crying
No,
out.
I don't believe Mitch needs to step back. They're in public. You're allowed to film cops in their line of duty. He did not breach. He did not stick his hand in the window. That cop's arm came out the window and smacked Mitch's
It was
camera.
unwanted touching for sure.
I don't
Didn't do any
think
damage,
Mitch
but
did
it was unwanted touching.
legally. I don't think Mitch did anything wrong. I think that cop just assaulted Mitch. If we're being technical about it.
Yeah, happy fuck the cops did.
Nah, this Joe
Yeah,
Cole,
great.
this bitch. This Mitch lives in his car. This bitch has been he parks a lot at a Whole Foods parking lot. Next to the Whole Foods, there's an animal hospital. And one of the women who works at the animal hospital has been calling. She door dinged Mitch one day, and ever since she door dinged Mitch's car, she's been calling the cops on him. And so I believe that this is a follow-up to that same dynamic. You think, RT? Yeah, because I sort of am tempted to agree because cops always judges always rule in favor of cops if they can, right? But Mitch didn't stick his arm inside the vehicle. I don't see how that would be anything besides assault on Mitch. The cop reached out the car and smacked him. Were we frozen or were we just stationary? I think we're frozen. That bush doesn't look like it's blowing any.
Yeah, you're blowing heavy.
Those clouds don't look like they're moving any. I'll leave it up a minute and see if
that enough.
See if it resumes.
Because having to listen to this guy pretend to be a commentator or an ombudsman or someone with any kind of opinion or value that we want to look at or listen to is embarrassing. Was that enough? Did we get enough of that?
Yeah, that's enough. Like I said, if you watch on your first time, the basic is he found the cop, chased him around the parking lot, literally chased this guy around the fucking parking lot.
You tell me when you're riding in the car chain smoking with this kid one day, Taylor, could you remind him he's not interesting, he's not entertaining, he's not well informed, he's not anything, he's the most boring thing online ever? Would you remind him of that, please?
I say Mitch released the footage of his own, not flow stage, but just the actual whole thing. It was pretty intense.
Right, there goes Mitchell again, doing everything he's projecting onto everyone else, looking for attention, trying to get content, trying to use the content to grift, to act like he's doing something for rights and freedoms, yet he's not doing nothing but acting like an angry, resentful, bitter child and potentially gambling with his life.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I honestly was like, they're gonna fucking shoot him. He chasing his fucking cop around, like telling him, like, like that wasn't the whole thing too. That's why I said it seems edited. It's weird because there was parts where he was like, "I'm gonna find where you live" and this and that. Like, it was gnarly, dude. Like I said, Mitch has privated his video, and
The reason
the
that
only one.
people like Glow Snake can't smoke weed and handle weed is because once they smoke weed, their false persona evaporates and they're forced to look at how uncool they really are. Get it? So when it comes to people like him, they prefer cocaine and meth. Gets them in their alignment, in their false ego, right? When they smoke that weed and they're forced to have to be introspective and retrospective, they get real insecure and fearful because they're not who they pretend to be or say they are. Other folks who are actualized and realized don't have that problem smoking weed. So another indication of his state of consciousness and awareness, how one for one predictable. Because I heard him say that, but I can't smoke weed because it does thing. It makes me paranoid and insecure. Oh, just like I can't drink alcohol because I start fights with everyone, right? Because you hate yourself, you don't like yourself, and you're not what you purport to be. You're a fraud.
So, Paul, I'm just
And when
gonna be
folks
real.
like you take alcohol and drugs, all that shit comes out, and it scares you and everyone else.
Paul, when people are ignoring the fact that he admitted being a proud boy, fed tied with a chap, and then admitted and shown you guys his pedophile supporting optics, and a 70, 80,000 subscriber going to his little bitch ass that just started, and it's all about old snafu calling some
Guys
of these
like him in
motherfuckers
certain
out.
situations are nothing more than victims, and I'll leave it at that.
He's a piece of shit, dude. Flo's a piece of shit, and he's
The
worthless.
only reason he can live the way he does is because he lives on Kansas in a cornfield. If he took his ass to where Brian O'Shea was from, or myself, or anyone else, he'd already got put in line. They'd already got him together and tuned him up.
I
Or he
sometimes
wouldn't
forget
be here.
from that hick ass fuck shit that he does. He's never experienced life. You could tell.
Yeah, it's all talk, bro. They hang in the cornfield, they drink their beer, they're legend in their own mind, and they've never been around anybody and had to see or deal with anything or put up or shut up, right? They fight bozos at a party and act like they're slugger boy. They're fighter boy. They're tough guy because they fight in the cornfield when they're all drunk, right? I'm not interested in your fucking
I
nonsense.
want to ask you this. I want to get back on track real quick. And
Uncle
this is an
Rico's,
honest
exactly.
question
You
for-
got a bunch of Napoleon Dynamites and Uncle Rico's out in the cornfield, legend in their own mind. Go ahead.
All right, I want to get back on track real quick and ask you an honest to God question without you cupcaking, with just authentic Paul right here. What is your prediction with O'Shea? Because when he's listening to you, it still goes over his head. And I know you're smart enough to see that he is in a situation where he could capitalize with this, but I don't know if he's smart enough or understands how to. Or what is your prediction? Because they're going to play good cop, bad cop with him, and he's not going to have you or
for
any of the
O'Shea?
people. Yes.
Yeah, I don't really have a prediction, man. I think that it's always kind of up in the air, and I think depending on how he finds faith and truth and how he communicates it, will be some level of the result that he gets. I predict the same thing for him I would predict about me. I can't predict it. It's conditional, it's situational, and it's about the user and the wielder and the experiencer predominantly.
This is something that I want to bring up to people. When people are tripping about Castro getting sentenced, here's the one thing you all fucktards forget. Yeah, he got sentenced. He's playing the game with the system. Sometimes they're sacrificed with benefit in the end. So,
Mitchell, is that
that's
you?
what I'm
Hold
trying
on,
to tell these
Snafu.
people.
Mitchell, is that you? All right, I'll see you later. Another clown pretending to be somebody else to try to play games.
Go ahead, Lig. That's why I'm not talking. And Daddy's
you.
not talking.
No, I think Chili's going to be out in the next probably 3 or 4 days, I would guess.
What makes you guess that?
Because he's appealing it, and they have nothing to really hold him on, so he'll get out.
Well, Lig, they can hold you for 30 to 60 days period, always on bullshit. That's what I'm trying to tell people.
I think he's
Sometimes,
going to do that 180 or 3/4 of it.
I don't know.
yeah, I think so too, Paul. I agree. And I think that they're going to, because of the media shit, you saw that attorney, which will benefit for them. She was like, get rid of all the phones. I mean, honestly, his public pretender was a dumb shit too, like pulling out his phone, like going to give it to the court. Obviously, no one, even he, obviously, he kind of is handling it in his own stupid way. And I mean, that's what I tell people is even appeals are a big thing, because say he gets out appeals and dismissed, then he can come back and say, fuck y'all. See, that's what you guys don't realize, even though he's doing it a weird fuck way, but he's fucking up. His public pretender, she was demanding fucking all devices to fucking be put up, even though the cameras are. They're going to fucking elongate this, dude. So he might sit and do some time. He might do some time.
I don't think so. But his public defender sucked ass for sure. Because there was like objection, Your Honor.
Right, it's the other person's fault that the scholar couldn't come in and stand on his own word and put it on record.
Regardless, I mean, he was there, so he was supposed to be doing he was supposed to have a position, but regardless,
yeah, I could totally see the next administrator coming in impartial and unbiased and going, we're going to let Chile DeCastro out and go against the original ruling when he said, I hate all cops and policy enforcement, and called the bailiff a pig and established himself as biased and partial and hateful. I totally see an administrator ruling against that administrator's ruling, which she totally got him to play himself.
And this is what you dumb fucks forget. Even on the other side of the fence, they all play golf with each other. They all work the same caseloads, whether you're on this side or that side. And sometimes promotions are fucking winnings on whichever side. You know, it's pogos.
You don't even understand that woman gave him every way out from the opposite side, and you'll never see it that way. She literally addressed the 3 issues that were the main issue, and if he would have came with any kind of response that was equitable or based in trust or truth, they probably would have got a different outcome. So she gave you the opportunity to say, oh, no, absolutely do I not believe all policy enforcement should be hated. I give the benefit of the doubt. I have some bad experiences with some of them, but I'm not going to show bias, hate, and implicit projection. Once she gave him the opportunity to get out and he dug his hole deeper, she's doubling down on it. You double down, she doubles down. Now you got to work backward from behind the 8 ball. Good luck. Good luck getting somebody from that society to take an interest in you when you already showed yourself to be bad faith and dishonorable and a dummy to boot.
Well, this guy was clowning anyways from the beginning, because when he had his first hearing for the hearings that he had with a different judge, but his, first hearing for the judge to assign the judge and courtroom and all that, this dude didn't even know about the system.
He's doing more grifting because he's got a $5 million house. Hey, let's be clear. He's doing more grifting like they all been doing for the longest time, because they can't pay their own fucking rent without a livelihood online. But so you want to live in $5 million houses? Go put the fucking house up for sale, get the equity out of it, and pay your fucking legal fees to get into federal court. God forbid you motherfuckers just become self-made. Do what the fuck you need to do, and if value comes back, great. If not, you're not needy and codependent. Give me a break. $25K now.
He wouldn't have the hearing judge. Like, I'm going to sue this person. I'm going to sue that person.
Please shut up. Let's do the saga of Chile DeCastro. Let's follow it. Let's invest in it with our time, energy, attention. Let's give him money so he can get other people to talk for him and not do his own work. Yeah, great. More enabling, more hypocrisy, more double and triple standards, more ignorance of the truth and why things are the way they are and why they resulted the way they did. Great stuff. Woof community, bunch of liars to yourselves and each other, and you're dishonorable and bad faith at court. And that's why you get horrible results. And you're a fucking joke to someone like me. Give a fuck if you got $5 million or you need the next $25K because you don't know how you're going to make a living for the next 6 months. You can only hope that your 50 to 100,000 power base of tards just like you who don't know how to act at court pay your fucking way. You can only hope, right?
Well, like I said, he doesn't know the system. He went in front of the hearing judge saying, I'm going to sue this person, the cops. And this is a fucking judge that tells you what judge and courtroom you're in. Like, this motherfucker, like, they don't do shit other than assign you where to go and what you're doing. And yet this motherfucker knows the system and all that. Like, I was laughing at just the hearing courts from the start. So I knew this was going to be a train wreck.
Bro, listen, I can only go so far with the sensationalism beyond what's like real to me. He's the same dude who wanted to like he comes to me one day, he goes, "Would you post your story of being in torture cuffs on my website that I'm going to promote?" I go, "No, because I didn't see it as torture. If you want to make me, I'm not making a victim out of myself and admitting that I suffered. Suffering's a choice. I'm not a victim. I don't need sympathy."
You called it torture cuffs? For real?
Yeah, they're torture cuffs, and they left marks on us and all that. Dude, give me a break. You're like so deep into fascism, slavery, and genocide, and you want to promote and market off torture cuffs and get sympathy and be the victim. That's not going to change shit. They're embarrassed by that. I'm embarrassed for you. You think the court gives a fuck about that? You're like appealing to like ancient executioner consciousnesses for sympathy and to play victim. They laugh at you and they think you're an embarrassment. And quite frankly, so do I. And if you think I'm going to admit or go on record as someone who's going to choose to suffer, I don't. I don't choose any of this as suffering. There's pain involved, but suffering's a choice. They didn't cause suffering to me. They destroyed their lineage and put themselves into bad karma and cursed their generations. They're the ones that are going to suffer. They chose that. I chose to live in the truth, and I know that comes with pain and resistance. Torture's being alive in a fucking venue with a bunch of slaves like you. You want to be real about it? Torture's being alive with knowledge and awareness and application and results and having to sit around a bunch of slaves who could do and be that but won't. Because they're going to do it their way instead of the way. That's torture, and I don't even call that torture. I call that I love the game. Another great simulation. Good game, God, like Talcott says. Great stuff. Performance of all performances. The non-performance. Did you guys forget we're all dying? We're all out of here? You want to tell me about your suffering and your pain and how you're a victim? You're out of here at any time. Give me a break. Give God a break. Your thoughts, Aaron?
I think he's affecting change, and I think that's a net positive in the world. So I think
he's not affecting change. He's inciting a whole bunch of tards who haven't done the work to get uppity and to start protesting and to make group consciousness us versus them, the Sovtards versus policy enforcement. That's what he's doing. He's another agent, not an agent, whether you want to accept it or not.
He's learning as he goes.
Bullshit. Why do they all contact me and have to
purpose?
Hey. Why do they all contact me and have to change what I'm doing to do what they do? That works out horribly. If they're not agents of something or someone. Why? Why do they all contact me constantly privately and say, "Paulie, you should do this. Paulie, you should do that"? No, I don't want to do that. Why'd you contact me? I don't follow you and you have all the numbers and power and money. You're contacting me and trying to affect what I'm doing. So that only lines up and ends like this. I'm starting to think and have for a while that the devil is hard at work and is occupying most folks' inner space at least part of the time, if not all the time, whether they know it or not, or whether they want to accept it or not, or realize the results or not. So I'm not seeing someone who's effectuating positive, honorable, beneficial, presentable change. I'm seeing an agent who's doing things his own way off of his own ego and will and pride, and it's causing more division, more escalation, more us versus them mentality. More conflation of public and private rather than understanding and clarification. I'm seeing more chaos, confusion, and opposition than ever. Please don't tell me he's an agent of truth. Please don't tell me that that's what the paperwork and everything leads us to believe with his smirk and his smile and grin. I think he's devilish in some way, and I always have. You want me to come out in the open all the way with my intuition? The moment DeCastro contacted me, and the more I looked at him, the more I got the impression he's devilish, he's a deceiver, he's got his own pride and motivations involved. He doesn't give equally as much of a fuck about the truth as he does of how he's seen and where it goes for him. That's been my impression of him since day one. I didn't want to speak it. I held back on it. I've worked with him. I've supported him in certain ways. I've tried to align him in certain ways with my perspective and what I see. Maybe he's done the same for me. Maybe he has the same report about me. Maybe I'm the devilish one. Maybe I'm the opposer and deceiver and detractor. I don't see it that way, of course, but does one ever really?
Okay. You guys are both doing the same exact thing. Just
right, but I'm doing it for the truth and what's right in my conviction. I didn't start this for profit, and I don't ask for anything when I get locked up. Do you see the difference?
No.
No, you don't. Okay.
No.
I don't have a $5 million condo. I'm indebted. I don't have a $5 million condo. I'm indebted with a mortgage death pledge to my masters, non-masters. Do you see the difference?
Well, then you can teach him something.
Right, and I tried to, and he wouldn't listen, and then tried to tell me to be like him, and we see where it's gotten him.
However, you have to recognize that he is affecting a positive change within the world. The fact that we're talking about him in this time right here, right now. No,
that's the point. His only motivation in this game is to be talked about. So the fact that we're talking about him means he got his way again.
You say, but
even if it cost him 180 days in jail, we're still talking about him and looking at him. That's what it's all about. Don't you get that?
He may have alternate, ulterior motives, and he's also still affecting change. He's got sincerity, and he is, following his heart as best as he can, as anybody does.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. He's following his pride and ego as far as it goes, and it got him 180 days.
Do you know what POGO is?
What about you,
privately
Paul?
owned, government-operated media relations in play. That's what Brian and
are you following your heart, Snafu? The shit that you spout, all the rhetoric and all the bullshit that you spout. Are you following your heart? Are you wrong for that?
Why Paul was over
wrong
target.
For that? Or is it a net positive because at least you're opening people's eyes to the concept that they have been lied to. They are not free as they think that they are, and that they have personal power that they can stand up with and stand on. We're all doing the same thing. You're doing it. You see him
sucking up to their
as
bullshit.
you are. You see in him who you are. So if you don't like him, then
POGO cupcakes.
That's up to you.
The optics are high.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you for who you are. Anyway, we're all doing the same thing, so I think the idea is to elevate each other and, share each other's message and root for each other, because the point is, we all are trying to spread the message outward to have people stand on their own.
Everyone's trying to spread the message, be seen and looked at and heard, but don't want to stand on the truth completely and deal with the consequences. You forget.
He's working on that.
You forget. I'm putting myself in ill repute with motherfuckers who supposedly have my best interest and gave me an audience. DECASTRO put me on YouTube with David Rodriguez with hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Many of them come over from there. And when I said to him, why are you guys not traveling freely? Their answer was, we got money to make and things to do. That's all I needed to hear, bro. Don't tell me about rights, freedom, and principles and then say you're not going to do what I do, but you want to bring me on as the sideshow attraction because I'm living it more than you are. You just want the numbers and the attention and the content for it. We got conventions to go to. We got money to make. We got obligations. We can't travel freely and stand our rights. I heard all I needed to hear
fair enough.
Whether you want to accept it or not.
They can think that and still also have a heart.
Don't give a fuck. I don't need cheerleaders and messages who ain't living it in this realm. We got too much of that. We got too many reporters and ombudsmen spreading the message they ain't living for profit. For profit, because if they had to do it for free, they wouldn't do it, motherfucker. That's the point.
I don't know about that either.
I do, because I did it for free and continue to. They won't do it yet, and they got a lot of this already. They're living on borrowed time. Now it's time to pay up. You see how it works? That 180 is how the universe balances the books. You want to take millions of dollars for spreading a message you ain't living, then bring me on and disgrace it in front of everybody? Now you got to pay up and balance them books. Ain't no free money in life. The devil don't give you a check and not expect payment back. And if you ain't going to come with the word of truth and do what you're supposed to, he's going to take it out of your ass in blood. Now, I didn't tell him to do that. I told him not to do that. He thought it was a game.
Maybe that's his learning lesson.
Absolutely it is. I already said weeks ago when this happened a week ago. I believe this was formed for him as an experience to come out and do and be better than ever. It's going to take you not enabling his pride and ego, accepting the facts of the matter, and him actually taking suggestions from motherfuckers who might be the scholar while he claims to be one, who's living the information while he's talking about it, and getting someone else to speak for him at court. Someone who needs this. When you got coin of the realm, you don't need coin of this realm to do what needs to be done. If you need coin of this realm to do what needs to be done, you're working for the devil. Hello? Right. Stop me where I'm wrong.
Well, I
don't
can't
cost
say
me
that.
a motherfucking thing, but my greatest asset, my time, energy, attention, understanding to show up at court. I don't need none of this. I can show up all day, every day. Has the value. If you need this to get someone else to tell them what your value is, you're already fucked. They already got you. You're already in bondage, boy. Pay up.
Okay.
You made a hefty bag off of talking that truth and not living it. Now you got to pay up from one side or the other. You should have thought about that. You thought it was a game. It is. The greatest part is the consequences are your life and your freedom. Ante up, motherfucker. Don't cry about it now. Guess you should have tricked harder when you were out and free, huh? Guess you should have got to some more money to pay all them legal fees when the time came. Like you didn't think the time was going to come. Get real.
He'll be out in a couple of days. Bro.
Okay, he'll be out in a couple days, right? And he'll create more division and escalation, and he'll embolden more people's pride and ego to gamble and play games when he's probably getting something from the back end that's allowing him to get out if he does. Because the rest of us will probably wind up languishing in prison because we don't have the same connections and the same bullshit.
You here, Paul?
Why am I here? Okay.
Yeah. Why are you doing what you do?
You tell me. Why am I here?
Well, my guess would be that it's put on your heart, and so you follow that. As your unique individual persona that you've had experiences of the past that have brought you to who you are, how you are, why you are. So all of those things have added to, bring you to where you are right here, right now. That's the same for him. He's doing a different thing with the message that he has, but I believe that it's coming from within. I believe that he is passionate and sincere about what he's trying to accomplish, which is to bring awareness to the point that we have been tricked throughout the years, and you're doing the same exact thing. That's why I don't agree with putting someone. I do agree with it because
he's not bringing awareness to we've been tricked. That's what I'm doing. He's bringing awareness to a false dynamic of us versus them. That's a problem, not a solution.
Him as
Brian from High Impact also put me behind an 8 ball. Won't talk to me no more privately. He's also bringing awareness to a dynamic of us versus them without bringing awareness to how we've created it. That's a problem, not a solution. He's doing it for clicks and views and money. Don't you get it?
I get that too. But you got to make a living. It's not a wrong thing. That's
you don't make a living at expense of you don't make a living at expense of your loyalty, your allegiance, the principles and the values. You forego a living to uphold that.
Those guys compromise on that.
Go ahead, take over. Tell us all about who everyone is. Your discernment's right on point.
When have you ever seen?
I'm the asshole. I'm the bad guy.
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying you're awesome, just like they are. I'm saying that we're all trying to work together here to, create the best environment for everybody.
They're not living it, and when they have to live it, they pay money, they cop out, and they ask other people to speak, and they embarrass the community with their hate and their intransigence.
You're better than them. That's why. When they get to the point that you are, they'll be as good as you. But, in the meantime, just give them a little, a little leeway.
Maybe. They won't let me. They won't let me because they've already ascertained that they're better than me. You can play that game. But you don't understand there's two sides to that coin. I'm talking about all of us doing and being better. They have already ascertained that they're better than me because they have the numbers, they have the money, and they have the public opinion and masses on their side.
Is that you?
Okay.
Come on, man.
You're not willing to actually see this for what it is, are you?
We're all trying to do the same things.
No, we're
all
not.
trying to raise
We're
people's
not.
awareness.
You're not.
We're all
We're not.
sharing in love.
How
from
do you
our
see
heart,
that? How do you
because
see
have a
that?
responsibility. You have a responsibility once you understand and once you know to share
How
that
are we
information
all trying to do the
outward.
same thing?
We are. It's just in our own unique way. And I
Right. It was
appreciate
so
you
unique
for
that he said, I hate pigs and hired an
challenging that
attorney to
guy,
present him at court and got him 100.
because
It was so
you
unique.
challenged him.
Oh
He'll
my
grow.
God, I've never seen that before. Give
Because
him another
you have a
25K for his legal fund. Give me a break, dude.
Because you have a voice.
You don't need 25,000 to file a claim at federal court. I did it for free.
Good. Share that with them.
So you still
so
can't
they
figure
can
out
too.
that this guy and his people have already come here and said I should start a legal fund for his legal fees when that's not who and what I am and what I'm here to do.
Okay, so you say no, thank you. I'm not doing that. That's not my position. That's not my position. My position is to do what I do, which is what you do. The golden silver.
Can I get Timmy up here? Timmy, take over for me, please. My head's pounding. I'm already an hour over. I'm going to end this here at some point. We haven't got to breaking news yet.
Go.
No, you don't have to. I want you to speak your piece and be heard. That's what you're here for, obviously. And Timmy understands everything I understand. He can probably argue with you better in a more controlled.
I'm not arguing with anybody.
Well, when I say argue, I mean get the facts clear and presently known. That's what argue means. That's root, right? At the etymology is just make the facts clear and presently known through discourse. So, Timmy might be able to do that better than I on my own broadcast. So I'll give him that opportunity. I obviously have too much time, energy, attention, and energy.
You're doing a great
time,
thing,
energy, attention,
Paul.
and resources invested in this walk, including my whole life. And apparently I get a bit too passionate for my own good at times, especially on panel.
Keep doing
Oh, I don't plan on stopping. I have no other option.
Well,
I don't get the option the rest of them do, to lie to myself, everyone else, to take huge fucking bags of cash and not come through with my right. I have some level of integrity, some fucking credibility. All the rest of them are just completely unscrupulous. Right.
Remember, though, it is grace that brings it. Grace. There's nothing you can do to deserve it.
Let me see you, Timmy, first.
You get it. And then you give it. Hi, Timmy.
Feeling like shit. That's why I'm not coming off. What's up, guys?
Go ahead, Tim. Try to explain, if you can, from my/your/the perspective, why I and Chile and Brian and the rest of them aren't here, obviously, to do the same thing.
Well, I mean, there's a lot to be said about a lot of different things, but you said one word I caught you say before is substance. It's the subtleties of these interactions, or our understandings, or how we move. Are very important. So you can't just say, oh, this guy is talking about what it seems to be true to me in my feelers, and then he's gonna not execute on any of the things that he's supposedly saying that
Timmy, sir.
And what please, Snafu. And so what I'm saying,
This is what we call hug a buddy, fuck a buddy, though, for pogos.
Being represented by another man, like succumbing to paying slave tax, like all of the things. It seems to me he's doing all of the things that are against the Constitution, that he's saying he's a constitutional lawyer. Doesn't make any sense. He's following all the things. What is that? You're just being a cupcake lig and saying, well, he's trying, so let's all support him.
Bro, this is what you call cupcaking with traitors, fraud, criminals, and pedos, and government fucking New World Order beef system agendas. And that's why soon, when shit hits the fan, people like Lig.
Snafu, we know your rap. Let's hear Lig's response to that, please.
Give it to me again, because I got caught up there. What was your question? Or what was your... I do agree with the guy. Absolutely. As I agree with you. Because
Timmy, do you want to hear DeCastro's latest phone call? He talked to me 2 weeks before in chat. I never got back to him, my text. He apparently called Brian from High Impact Flicks with his first jail call. Would you like to hear it, Timmy, before we make any further commentary on what his motive and intention is? Maybe when we get the jail call, we can find out what he's really about from jail.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Because I didn't hear it yet. We'll hear it together.
All right.
Yeah, we don't want to judge anyone or make false discernments. Maybe the more that we learn, and the more that we hear about what his motive and intention is and what the resolution is, the more we can make a judgment on the character beingness.
The optics are high.
Clark County Detention Center. I just want to say, over the years, Chile has done a tremendous amount for the community. If somebody needed help, He did a live stream. He did a donation drive. He did a fundraiser for them, and he raised a lot of money for a lot of people and helped out a lot. So I think it's time that we turn around and help Chili out.
I'm going to stop right there. We're only 24 seconds in. Let me get you in on a clue here. I know this is gonna, shut the fuck up, please. I know this is going to shock you all, but money's not everyone's biggest problem here. Money's not everyone's biggest problem here. So all the help by getting everyone a bunch of money and giving it out wasn't their biggest problem. And was it what caused this? Your lack of fiat coupons was not what caused this. It was your lack of courage in the face of what needed to be done and not done. Okay? You can't give that away. Right? So we're starting off bad already, Mr. Lig. The first talking point is we got a lot of money for other people, so now we need a lot of money because we're good people. That's not what got us into this, and that's not what's going to solve this. But we can continue.
The long and the short of it is this. This judge right here, Ann Zimmerman, put Chili in jail for 180 days. He committed no crime, left no victim, broke no law. The cop lied on the stand, and yet she still, without any evidence that he had committed any wrongdoing, put him in jail for 180 days. That's why he's in the Clark County Detention Facility. There is a GoFundMe that Chili set up about money. All pitch in and help other activists who get in trouble. And I say we use this fund right now for him.
Pogo money.
This link in the description and in the pinned comment. If it does disappear from the pinned comment, which it often does, just check out the description. If we all pitch in something, we can
all pitch in Pogo money.
Here's the call from Chili.
This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number.
Hello?
Hey, Brian.
I thought you were going to call back yesterday.
There's a lot of rules and regulations here and things that happen here, and they don't let you, we went into lockdown, and I had to go to my bunk. I've been on my bunk for like 20 hours straight.
Oh, jeez.
You're confined to your bed. Can't get off.
Oh, jeez.
You got to stay on your bed for 20 hours?
Yeah, lockdown means that you can't leave your bed. There's 8 guys right now on 24-hour lockdown on their bed. You can't leave. You need to go to the bathroom.
Holy cow.
You can get up to get their food, and then they can go back to their bed.
Well, how are they treating you besides being on lockdown and on your bed for 20 hours? Are you eating okay, drinking water?
Very scriptive, Pogo-like.
Yeah, I mean, not for nothing, but like, I'd love to disagree with Snafu, and these are people who I've been on platforms with. This is when you almost have to wonder, did they bring Paulie Boy on because they are going to live what he's living and see the value, or do they bring him on to discredit him along with them? Because this seems very staged. It seems very contrived. It seems very from a victimhood, I'm oppressed, repressed, depressed angle. It's not inspiring to anybody listening, and it just doesn't even sound like a real jail call. If you want me to just
hell no.
Window.
This was meant for an audience call.
Like somebody in the room going, "Oh my god, I'm really scared. Oh my god, if like only I had some help. Where's the community rallying around me? How many views did I get? Dude, where was the activist? Shut the fuck, dude. I'm gonna end the broadcast. Do you want that? I'm done yelling over you. Interrupt me again, I'm hitting the red, and then you get what you want. Because that's what you want anyway. You can go back and watch Brian and Chile and the rest of them. I'm tired of yelling over you, and I don't want to have to ban you in order for you to learn to control yourself. I let you speak freely up here. I give you all the fucking time in the world. It's beyond ridiculous. So, again, I'm sorry if this hurts feelings. I'm sorry that I have to agree with the retard I just yelled at, but I can't be disingenuous. It reeks of publicity stunt. It reeks of needing something. It reeks of how many people are watching and listening and taking pity. And again, I didn't get any check from the activist fund when I got locked up a half a dozen times in 2 years. I guess the activist fund who had me on to 3 platforms forgot about me when it came to writing a check because I didn't get it. So keep sending to the activist fund. Just know that when Paulie Boy goes to jail, there's no phone calls and there's no check written. So I don't know who the activists are part of that fund, but the main one who they had on, one of the main ones, didn't get a check from that fund, oddly enough. Okay? So this is like beyond kind of pathetic and embarrassing at this point. It reeks of a Hollywood production. And again, these are people who didn't follow any proper process and procedure, nor did they uphold the law, nor did they create faith and honorability at court, nor did they inspire anybody. They pretty much did a whole bunch of bad work in bad faith, and now they want bad, dirty money to complete the picture, as always. And this is why they all threw me out, put me behind an 8-ball, cut me off from interaction. I'm the Cat Williams of the truth community at this point. I go, listen, I got everything I got on my own with the people and privately, right? I didn't put the dress on. I didn't suck the dick. You know, I didn't read the script that I'm this, that, and the third. No, I was just with him and next to him. We did some work together, and then I went my own way. And let me tell you about what I saw along the way. I'm that guy. Always have been, probably always will be. I'd rather do without or do with less than get to something I'm not meant for that I didn't earn the right way. Don't like that about me, but I need that for me. Get it? Paul Unslaved. Great. Can I see you, sir, please? There's someone back there. Can I see you, sir? Can I hear from you? Oh, it's Lewis. Hi, Lewis. How are you? You're in a studio now? Is that a studio you're in?
No, I'm home. Can you hear me?
Did you get any checks from the activism fund? I hear they've been very active.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Come on, you didn't figure that out? Paul Unslaved straightened my penis?
I couldn't see the whole name. Of course, it would be something deviant related to someone's genitals.
Right.
I just wanted to thank you. It's
All right, I got to hear more of this. Lou, I got to hear more of the produced, non-produced call from jail tape. You know, sounds nothing like Max B when they gave him 30 years and he called up and he, you know, just all fuzzy and broken up. And he's like, you know, yeah, just keep the wave going. I'm doing my thing. I'm holding it down. Like, no, you're crying on your bunk, wiping your tears. It was fuck the pigs at court. Now you're on your bunk crying, and hit up the activism fund. Yeah, now I got the fucking issue with the mic here. All right, I'm gonna Snafu's back, right? Snafu, I want you to hear more of your buddy calling from jail who needs another $25K to do activism.
You know, this seems very Tiger King like, you know, productive, you know, jail call.
You think it's possible Carol Baskins got Chile locked up?
Maybe, dude. This just sounds productive. Probably the same, you know, media relations players in the game, you know?
Right, and it's just kind of strange that Chile DeCastro used his one phone call from jail to call Brian from My Impact to tell him that he needs money for the activism fund. Hey, I'm on my bunk.
And notice how Brian's so passionate. Oh, you got to stay on beds for like how scripted is that? Oh,
what does he think? What are these?
You know,
what do these well-to-do condo-dwelling cupcakes think jail is?
They're fucking fools, man. I wish I was standing there next to that phone call. You could tell he probably is in PC already.
Yeah, right. You got to play your bunk now 20 hours because you can't go in the main room in the day room because you're probably not one of them, one way or the other. You probably don't really stand on business, and you're probably shook to death, but you just told the court, fuck the police. So
Exactly.
that's not how that goes,
like
bro. This is what I'm saying. You got to play the part all the way through. If you're fuck the police guy, you should be running the pod when you get in there. You shouldn't even be on your bunk. You should be talking, moving, shaking, making connections, having conversations, getting these motherfuckers right, writing up documents. You're on the phone crying to Brian, whispering from your bunk, saying, send me some fucking money for commissary and legal fees. What?
Right. He sounds so dejected, disempowered, defeated. I think the system would love to promote. If they didn't trigger this, then they're just capitalizing on it. Either way, right? They love to promote this. He sounds
Ladies and gentlemen, charity fraud, pogo optics, so to speak. I mean, this is tactics they've used for a long time now.
All right, let me get back to the call. I got to hear it. I got to hear more.
Shut up. You don't have a trifold. Where's your trifold, Snafu?
I am. Guards here. I am. 6 inmates on. I am. Guards. any of our phone calls.
Yeah, I'm recording right now. What do you want the audience to know? You're live. Go ahead.
I'm gonna be okay. It's hard for help, but I need help. My business is predicated on me going live for a couple hours every day. And so a year ago, I set up a GoFundMe. It's on my community tab. You can find it, Brian. And the appellate attorney is $25 grand. And so I need help. You know, I gotta keep my composure in here because you can't imagine you can't.
Notice we got to throw it up on the page.
Yeah, your business requires you to get locked up every once in a while. That's why Paulie boy, Uncle Paulie told you a year and a half ago, you better sell that condo, big boy. Because the way you're running around town throwing them gorilla nuts around, you're liable to be doing some time. I would know. Oh, well, you know, right. Because you just have faith. You don't have faith in doing what's true and what's right and live within your means. You have faith that you could do this over and over again, locked up for a dual 180, and that the audience is going to carry you in your business. That's the thing. You can't come on here, do what we do, and then go to jail and say, my business is predicated. Bro, I only wanted to broadcast when I was at jail, right? I wasn't sitting there going, Mom, I'll lose my house. The debt collectors are going to come. I'm not in debt. I have everything I need and then some. I just wanted to be able to come on and speak to the people and be a part of my creation and my art, so to speak, and be a source of inspiration for the people. I feel like I have an obligation that I'm missing in that sense. People are going to be looking for me and I'm not going to be there. You think I'm sitting in jail when I'm there going, my business is predicated upon me live streaming? Well, then you shouldn't have been in the street, goofy motherfucker. You should have broadcasted and live streamed. You can't make a broadcast, a business, and a live stream off standing off rights and expect not to go to jail and not manage your affairs before you get there. So when you got $5 million condos because you want a big pimp and because you want to be the man and live outside of your means and live in debt, well, then when you go to jail, maybe the audience doesn't carry you because they didn't tell you. Maybe they did. See, this is the game. They want you out in the street. They want you in conflict. They want new content. They want the dopamine rush. And you know it. So you give it to them. And then you have faith that on the back end, they're going to pay your way. And other men are going to speak for you while you say, fuck the police. I don't get it on any level. I don't get any of it. What the fuck you guys are up to, what you're doing. Other than bad behavior.
You know what I find funny about this, though, is we've seen this tactic used before. You know, it's so staged and it's used in charity frauds type optics. But what's funny is here later down the road, we'll probably see Brian have a fallout of sorts and try and deny anything to do with this razor of sorts. You know, like we're going to look more into this razor, who set it up and blah, blah, if Brian's completely involved or what. I'm intrigued now. The crew's intrigued about this fundraiser of sorts for this guy.
Bro, but this is how I know, too. Motherfuckers ain't did the right thing. I put myself, because they shadow banned me, so I had to move around the games. These guys apparently don't get shadow banned for some reason. I don't know how that works.
You already know why.
Oh, I don't know, Snafu. I don't know.
Okay, I know why.
The point is, okay, whatever. You get my point. The point is, I put myself in position now to never need those motherfuckers again or anyone who hangs with them. So if Paulie Boy, if and when Paulie Boy has to go to jail, I don't need to do fundraisers in the public and have to be subject to tax. You ain't a nonprofit. You ain't a church. Stupid, simple, public slave motherfucker. They're going to be hitting me on the private side. See how that works?
Yeah, but let's be real. Let's be real. If you're locked up,
you want to end this broadcast, huh? You want to end it right now? Let's end it right now. Fuck it. I already got a headache. I'm an hour and 15 over. I could just go off with the rest of my day. I care enough to be here, right? I think I'm bringing value here some way, somehow. You don't like that. You don't want that.
No, I just was going to say something, but go ahead. I'll say it.
I don't need to live like you for a reason because I don't live like you for a reason. So take that how you want to take it, Brian and Chile and the rest of you. You don't have a relationship with your audience. You don't give a fuck about the audience. Be real about it. You don't take a vested interest in them directly. You do it publicly to be seen as a hero and a Robin Hood. You don't talk with these motherfuckers behind the scenes about their life and their family. You're the guys who tell me, I don't do panels. We don't do panels because you're not interested in interacting directly with the audience. You want to use the audience. Sorry that I had to speak the uncomfortable part that gets me shit on and banned in so many venues. And people not working with me and giving me shit. Oh, well. So you can't have it all ways. You want to stand on rights and freedoms? Expect to go to jail. If you expect to go to jail, manage your affairs and live within your means. So when you get there, not only are you not in debt and have to be codependent and needy, establish a relationship in the private with the people you need so badly, who need you so badly, then they could just hit you with value and contributions on the private side. You won't have to ask for shit. But you have no idea what it's like to live with integrity and honor and self-respect and to keep your ass in the public and private, and not constantly in the public blowing in the wind and embarrassing yourselves in a cause. That's the reality of it. If I get locked up today, I already have a certain faith that folks from this community who know my heart and have real world experience with me and get value regularly when I don't ask for nothing and I show up daily are going to be filling me and my coffers with value on some level. Because I lived right, I did what was true and what's right, I didn't ask for shit, and I didn't make a victim out of myself and blame everyone else. So people like Lewis and others will always have me in the back of their mind, and they'll always fucking look out because they're real and they recognize real. Simple. Can't give it to you any way that your daddy shouldn't have already, which he obviously didn't. Because when I see you little boys running around, the way you walk and talk and how you move, I start thinking you never had no real or strong men in your life that raised you. Start thinking you got that mama's spirit. Your thoughts, expert panel, before we go back to the sad phone call from jail where the inevitable happened, where no one was ready.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear
Hello?
Hey, listen, I don't know how the fuck you're going to stay out of jail, Paul. You don't have a trifold. Lake does. Did you buy a trifold?
Listen, bro, my trifold is my metaphorical dick,
I want
right?
one.
My metaphorical
trifold.
dick, my manhood is my trifold, right? I unfold it 3 times and I drop it on the table and I go, there's nothing else to talk. No.
You're not right.
And that's not from a prideful, egotistical perspective either. That means I put my dick and balls on the line all day, every day, and I'm willing to lose them for what's true and what's right. I ain't willing to break them or give them up, but I'm willing to get them cut the fuck off and go the rest of my life as a eunuch for the kingdom of God. I don't give a fuck. So my metaphorical dick is what makes me my metaphysical dick, not my physical dick and balls, which most of these men either have less of or don't use for the right reasons. Just be real about it.
All I'm saying is, without a trifold, how are you going
So
to?
you just said you'd go eunuch.
Shut up, Snapo. Without a trifold.
Yeah, you want to bring me to court and metaphorically, metaphysically cut off my genitals. As long as I'm in what's true and what's right on the right side of history, that don't make me a man. Ultimately, I'm not playing from pride and ego. You can't play from pride and ego in a spiritual faith game. It will fuck you. Fucks me regularly when I don't observe myself and stay in alignment. I regularly fuck myself with my pride and my ego. You don't think I can recognize other people doing it? I'm guy number 1 for self-sabotage. I'm guy number 1 for living in fear and then creating false strength and false images of myself in order to pad the reality of what I have to do and be to get. It's only because I recognize it in me, I can recognize it in others. You don't have to tell me what I already have observed about me at one time and have tried to direct or correct.
So you did buy a trifold, Lake? How much did you pay for that? $30 or something, right?
No, I got a download. And it was like, I don't know how much it was, $3 or something. I don't know.
I heard it was like $30.
You shut the fuck up and let's listen to the Pogo Optics. Criminals, traitors, frauds, pedos, supporters. Pogo Optics in play. Media relations in play.
Snafu, you are a real bitch.
Shh.
Not only in the card dealing,
He's talking.
Look at that thing scroll.
push-up, burpees, name it. Same sheets, same pillow. No pillow, no pillow. 2 sheets, a blanket, and pillowcase. I don't have anymore. They confiscated when I transferred from one dungeon to the other. They transported me in a meat truck. It was 6 guys in a row. And you're sitting on one side, on the other side there's 6 guys, on the other side there's a metal sheet.
I feel
you
like
know why you got claustrophobia? I'll tell you why. Because while Paulie Boy was living in his means in a trailer and you were all making fun of him for being poor and broke, but not being debt free, you motherfuckers are in big penthouses with 15 rooms and 10 bathrooms. You're going to get real claustrophobic when they introduce you to your new accommodations.
You know what I loved about that whole thing? I'm a victim, and I know this is going to air live on Mr. Pogo Impact. And so that's why the scroll keeps coming more. This is so staged, it's not even funny, man. This ain't
Right,
no
that's why they
jailhouse
tell you from the
call.
beginning of time, the man who has true wealth is the man who's happiest with the least. Man who's got to get a big fucking house and all the rest of the shit in debt. When they introduce you to a Christ-like accommodation, go ask Jesus. You're going to start feeling a little claustrophobic in that motherfucker. Why do you think I practice day to day? What may be my fate? Amor fati, love your fate, bitch ass slave. So they say, Paulie, why would you relegate yourself to a trailer? Exactly what I need. 200 square feet. When they take me to jail at some point, if and when, it's going to be a lot smaller than that. So we better start practicing. I don't need 800 feet. I don't need 1,000 square feet. I am the value. All I need is to live within my means and to stay humble with humility before the creational force, not get in my greed and in my desire and want for more that allows me to do with less long term. You guys don't get it. You don't get why I come on here and talk stoicism. You don't get why I do anything I do. You think this is some character and some bit ongoing, like the whole thing's a bit and a character. No, there's bit and on bits, right? There's sometimes we do the full on bit. Sometimes we entertain, we do humor and comedy. And then there's who I am and how I live and my heart and my integrity and credibility. That's all I have, separate from the show and the performance and the bits. That's the only thing I have as a man, just like you. So you better start practicing today how you know you're going to need to live tomorrow to avoid feeling a whole bunch of shit out of line with what is. If you'd have did what I said and you went and lived within your means and you got the 500 square foot whatever and didn't have to worry about the rest of it and started practicing doing without and just focusing on doing what's true and what's right next, you wouldn't be as claustrophobic when all your pretty big nice shit gets taken from you and you're left with yourself and your values and your principles and your imagination. Or the lack thereof. Because like Talcott will tell you, sometime you got to get in your imagination, sometime you got to get out of that motherfucker. So you got to know what to do, when, why, and how. Right?
Have you heard if Talcott's still home? Last night was...
Please, I got enough on my plate right now. Now you want to... I brought this guy up to make a point. Now you want to get into his fucking saga.
No, go ahead.
We're going to transition to Tal. We got Chile saga. We got Talcott saga. You know, just one after the next, right?
Yeah, busy.
I'm trying to guess what the audience might ask you if they had a chance, so I'm going to try to step into that role. But what would you have done in your trial? What would you have done different? What mistakes do you feel like you made that the attorney made, and what would you have done different?
Well, I made all the mistakes in the world. I constantly teach people that when you go in front of the judge, you have to be humble, you have to be respectful to all the court employees. I broke all my own rules. I broke the other rules. I knew and I screwed it up. You know, I mean, granted.
Wow. So after I caught a whole bunch of shit already, Chile whispering from jail just confirmed every fucking thing I said to be true. So you can all suck my dick who want to cheerlead for him, because I was right again and he got right again, but he had to go to jail to do it. I didn't, because I already did. Wow. Paulie Boy speaks from firsthand experience and is right again. So unless he's going to double back now, or unless he's taking false accountability to be the victim and then get a whole bunch of support, I told you a year and a half what to do and not do. You thought it was a joke. I told you how you need to present at court. You thought it was a joke. I told you how to manage your own affairs financially, get yourself into play so you can free up your space in your life to do what needs to be done and surrender the outcome. You thought it was a joke. Like I said, bro, I have love for DeCastro and all people. I come on here with them and do what I do with them so we can all get right. So we can all have what the fuck we're meant to have. First, we're going to have to test and challenge and do accountability and put the work in other ways in our life. If not, this is what you're looking at. A freak show, a sideshow. I'm all for it, man. I'm Mr. Number One and willing to embarrass myself for the content, either for God or for the people or both. They all just want it. The God and the people want to see us dance and put on one way or the other. So great stuff. Now we could get back into alignment, maybe do it better next time. That's all this is. He ain't learning any other way. I haven't learned. There's no hate on him. But you guys need to also stay away from the fucking doubling down shit. Oh, I need money now. Oh, fundraiser. Oh, activism, all this shit. I told you I don't do that, and you should get away from it. And if you keep doing it, it's going to destroy your credibility with some people. The tards aren't going to know because they're still voting for Trump and paying tax and yelling rights and freedom at the same time. They ain't going to know no better. They'll still keep hitting you with some of that pension money, right? So long as you're cool with that, I am. But it ain't going to change what's true and what's right and what needs to happen next. Go ahead, sir.
I was going to say the optics I see from this is a damage control because we got a Pogo capitalizing and then a dumber fucktard aligned with Pogo's probably being used in this situation. He wasn't ready. He got caught off guard, but I mean, they're capitalizing. When he's doing that, that's a credibility damage control tactic too, because they already established, oh, I'm scared, I'm a victim. Oh, but see, I'm staying righteous and humble. So I fucked up. I know I did wrong. But as they're still capitalizing, oh, we'll tell the audience, this is very Pogo tactic. Like, I've seen them do this a million times over and over and over with various different Pogo channels. This is just too, for me, I feel that what he's doing there is establishing not only his humbleness credibility of damage control, but I mean, like I said, a bigger Pogo using a dumbass Pogo. Like, he got caught in the rift. Fuck with these fucktards that make big money on capitalizing on media relation optics. That's all I got to say.
Hey, bro. I mean, again, it doesn't change what is that the people are watching, and the truth is the truth. So I'll say the same thing about myself because it's we're all in the same boat with that, right? Observing ourselves and then having a reform. But like the reality of it is that if he's going to set all the rules and make all the rules and they're not even in alignment or agreement with that, then break all of them, well, then there's consequences to that. And I'll say the same thing for myself because it's just the uncomfortable reality of it. So like if there comes a time where I tell folks, hey, this is how I think we need to present at court. This is how this looks and feels. And then I go in there and go, fuck the pigs, fuck everybody, blah, blah, blah. You think on the back end, I'm going to expect motherfuckers to be hitting me up? If they do, great. I'm going to keep my head down and go, well, we all learn, but I ain't going to be out there like that. I'm just not like that. I go, I fucked this one up. I dropped the ball. It's not the time for sympathy and all the rest of that. Now it's the time to learn and consequences. This is the reality of it. So again, I'm not hating on him. Our folks always going to contribute and support because they see the bigger, greater good in what you may be trying to do, what your intention is. Yeah. But on the ground, day to day, when the results don't add up and you break all the rules, there's consequences. And some of that might be sometimes people saying, nah, we're done giving you shit because you want to get shit and then act out and do this with it. That don't make us feel good about our investment. You got to really be real with yourself and what the idea. You want to call this a business like he just did? Well, you got investors then. So when you get to court, that's your time to shine. You go in there and act like that, your investors are going to pull their funding because they don't like what their investment is going towards and how it's fruited or not. And the same thing is true about me. If you think there hasn't been motherfuckers at time who pulled away their seed contributions because they say, we don't like what this motherfucker's been doing with our investment. It ain't paying off for us. We don't like what he's turning into and what he's doing. And I have to respect that. I really do. Even if I don't agree with him, or maybe I do agree with him one way or the other, they don't see the bigger picture of what I'm doing or my heart. I have to respect that. Right? So I'm just speaking on it objectively. I'm not saying he should or shouldn't get that. I'm just saying you got to be wise enough to know that this is some of the consequences that come on the fly of playing this game of life and doing it online. You may come a time when you do get that 180 days that you get less contributions than ever because all the people have been funding you the whole time say, we don't like how this is turning out. We don't see our investment returning itself.
Attorney didn't put on a very good case for sure. I don't think he was very well prepared. He didn't break down video properly. Their video didn't break down my video properly. But I had a big dust up with the bailiff before it began. 5 minutes of me and I fight back and forth, and he went to the back.
Take us through that. What began that little confrontation with the bailiff?
They had heard all the other cases, and I was the only one left. It was me and just a couple people in the back who were supporters that came, and one troll sitting in the back. And the bailiff walked up to me and stood over the top of me. I was on a bench all alone. I had my leg up on the bench. He said, take your leg down on the bench. I was going to say, why? He said, nah, he'd sit in court. I said, dude, don't give me directives. There's nobody else on the bench but me. I said, take your leg down now. I said, no, I'm not going to do it. Is there a code or statute or rule or law that's taking my leg down? And he said, I'm going to call my sergeant over here. He called over the other woman. She said, take your leg down. And I said, no. Just directing me around, demanding me around. And then they went through this, and then the cop was then the rest of it just was, as you would think, back and forth between me and the two bailiffs. The bailiffs went to the back, and they told the judge, who had been married to a cop, Las Vegas Metro cop, exactly what had happened. And when she came out, she was just ice. And then she said, I'm going to have you searched. And that triggered me again. What are you searching? Because I didn't have any recording devices on. You know, I know I've told people to wear recording devices, but she must have watched my videos, knowing that I said that. That's how she formed with bias. And then I was triggered again. And then the prosecution put on their case. And then when I said, Michael, show my video and let's go over it, he said, no, I didn't put in evidence. I was triggered again. And those three triggers for me.
Just real quick, because it wasn't clear. You said that your attorney did not put your video into evidence.
That's right. That's right.
Right, DeCastro, because I've been telling you for years, the attorneys are working against you while pretending to work for you. Who's the idiot? If you're a constitutional law scholar and you understood the proper process and procedure, you'd have been able to enter your own Exhibit A. Please direct the court's attention to the tape that is on file. You trusted another man to do your work for you. He dropped the ball and you look like a fool and you got triggered because you let another man speak for you and live for you. That's supposed to trigger you. You shouldn't have done that and you wouldn't have got triggered.
I want to also point out this is something I noticed too. And this is like some things crew will be looking at too in this whole thing. Notice that at the beginning of the video, the judge was very pissed off about all digital devices in the room, But whoever got permission, press pass permission for that big camera to be in that room, because you have to file blah blah to get a big ass camera like that right there in the middle, or it has to be big case or pogo optics. And obviously DeCastro is such a fucktard, he doesn't know what he's doing in the system, how to file shit. Those cameras, that's what I said, it wouldn't put it past me if it was ties with Brian or others. I'm just saying, who filed for that camera to be in there, to be, because that judge was obviously pissed that was in there in the first place, and you could tell through her frustrations with
right,
that.
so right then and there, again, a lot of this shit don't add up, but I'm not going to project and presume.
I'm just saying,
you will. You'll do it all for us, but I'm not gonna. So the reality is he could have fired the motherfucker right there, said, you know what? This guy right here who I brought in is a mutt, and he's not doing what I tell him to do, so I'm firing him on the spot. We're going to delay this even more, take up more time and energy, attention to the court, and I'm going to enter the evidence properly. He didn't do that. So you're not there to get triggered and act out. You're there to make the right move. If the jerk off you're with didn't make the right move, you cancel him and you make the right move, or you bring in someone who can. It's just like at some point you can't blame everyone else for how you present at court and what gets there and what doesn't. You got to take onus and responsibility and obligation for your case or for their case that you want to fight against. It's not even your case.
I was so angry. My face flushed. I could feel the blood pressure in my head just palpitating, And I just was so mad. I was so you couldn't imagine how mad I was when my evidence wasn't entered. And he said, she already saw it. And I said, but that's not, you have to break it down. You go point, counterpoint, legal theory. And I just had lost my composure. 3 triggers in a row, and I just got up there and I just effed it up. I just totally screwed it up. On the stand, I did a terrible job. And you have to go in and you have to show deference, and you have to be polite, you have to be cordial to everybody, because they're all one big unit. Those bailiffs work for her day in and day out, and she sees them as her protectors. And when I barked at them like a dog, they went back and said, this guy's a piece of shit. And then the guards in here can't believe them in jail. They're like, no way. And it's so strange. The guards know who I am, but they do. They all know who I am. So
have you talked with your attorney about the statement that the prosecution made when she said, Judge, we wouldn't be here today if he just followed the directives?
I would venture to say that had the defendant just complied with the original order to not engage with the driver and to back up, we wouldn't be here.
And why your attorney didn't just go point by point and prove from the video that you followed both the directive to not talk to the driver and the directive to step back, because you fulfilled both directives. Now, did you fulfill his expectation of that last directive on how far to step back? He didn't even qualify how far.
He didn't give me a feet amount. I had no idea.
Right.
In my mind, so I quoted Rodriguez versus United States. Rodriguez versus United States says that you cannot extend a stop for the driver or any other person unless there's reasonable articulable suspicion. Now, if my video had been played, I would have heard myself say that, and I would have gone into my legal theory. Look, I already identified myself as a member of the press.
So staged.
I'm a constitutional law scholar. I'm a member of the press. I'm recording them. And so then I would have went right back into what I was always thinking. I'm going to go point by point on my video. But then when my video wasn't presented, I lost my way. I had no trail to follow down. And I was so mad at the bailiffs. I was so mad at the cops who were accosting me in the courtroom. I mean, literally accosting me, standing over me when I was on the gallery. And then when they walked up and took my phones from me and literally put their hands in my pocket, jerked my pockets out, turned them inside out. And I was like, oh my God, I'm like, this is a Fourth Amendment violation. When you get accosted, you lose yourself. And I'm just human. I screwed it up, you know? I should have done it better. And I tell you, in the future, I definitely will. I don't want to throw Michael.
He's definitely a PC, Paul.
But didn't really prepare properly for even their evidence, you know, on their video, where it shows that I stepped back, because I had seen that, and in my mind, he was going to go over. Look, he's there, and now he's there. I watched the video 100 times. I thought I had the evidence. I went over the videos, and I thought for sure he would show he was here, and now he's here.
Yeah.
But he didn't do it, and I can't be my own lawyer. We actually applied 3 days before the trial. He would be a standby attorney so I could speak for myself. And she denied the motion, because if I had spoken for myself, I would have gone over that point by point, because I had already broken it down at home. And
again, you submitted. I gotta wrap up here, but we'll take it more tomorrow. We'll do a part 2, I guess. You submitted yourself to their jurisdiction. So again, they can't deny you to be able to present yourself as a man at court. If she told you, if you had to file a motion to be able to present yourself as a man at court, and she could deny that and force you to take representation, you've already lost. You've already lost at that point. I don't give a fuck what the rest happened. You don't get that. You all don't get that. You don't need a license to practice law or to uphold the law. And if you submit yourself to this jurisdiction, they look at you as an incompetent. So you're already presumed to be an incompetent, non-compos mentis. You can't speak as a man. You're not recognized. So now you got to go get a bar attorney to do it. So once she denied your motion, you already lost, constitutional scholar who won't read the 10th to 14th Amendment apparently, or can't interpret it.
Paul, I don't know if you can hear me if you're done. Years ago, I was in a situation where they took my guns, and I didn't have a license because it was suspended or some stupid thing. I don't remember exactly why, but there was a good reason for it. And I showed up in court on my own. Now, at the time, I didn't understand, you know, the idea of dual jurisdiction and being, you know, standing as a man. I stood in their system, and I went through the system and found that there was an amnesty keeping me from being prosecuted for the guns that I had, actually keeping everybody from being prosecuted. And there must have been like 60 people in there that had their guns taken during hunting season. And I just presented that amnesty. I found it and I presented it, right? And it was funny because the first kid, I was the second person up on the stand. And the first kid that came up on the stand was like a 16-year-old kid that had his grandfather's war rifle that he was hunting with, and they took it, and he had a lawyer. This kid had a lawyer, like not a court-appointed lawyer, his own lawyer that he paid for, and he accepted a $500 fine, the confiscation of his gun, and 2 years without the ability to hunt anymore, and
Right.
He moved on. And so then I went up and I said, wait a minute, they were doing the same thing to me, right? And I just had the copy of the amnesty and I presented it. And I says, look, there's an amnesty in place keeping me from being prosecuted until this time. And so they took the amnesty, the judge read it, and they shut the court down. The judge walked out of the room, the prosecutor walked out, and then everybody's there standing there waiting. And finally they came back, and the judge whispered, "Mr. Bastone, you're free to go." I couldn't hear him. He whispered it so lowly, so quietly. And I said, "Excuse me, I couldn't hear what you're saying." He says, "You're free to go." I said, "Okay, thank you. I can get my guns back. Can I get a paper? Can I get something?"
Right. It's the same way if they stop you on one of these states and try to claim you ain't allowed to have no guns on this land. I'm pretty sure you guys are under contract federally with what you call United States Corporation, and the initial clause in that contract says right to bear arms. So one person will go do 3.5 to 10 years in prison for having an illegal gun. The next person will walk out and be handed that gun back. There's two worlds happening at the same time. You guys just won't accept it. There's an overworld and an underworld. There's a world for living man and the living law, and then there's a world for dead speaking corporations and dead people who haven't begun the journey yet. It's pure occultism. It's pure esotericism. It's beyond, mystical, mysterious, miraculous, and all the rest of it. Like all the shit that these folks love so much, they won't accept as part of their everyday reality. You don't have to look out there in the stars to see the fucking game and the sorcery and the two worlds that we're a part of.
I didn't know this at the time. I understand it now, and I understand it much better since I've been dealing with you. So now I have a clear understanding of these two worlds, and I'm starting to contemplate it in a way where I can move forward in the world I choose to move.
And when you look back on your experience right there proved everything I've been saying to be true, because one slave got hit, who got the attorney, you got let out and had no consequences because you stood as a man.
I walked out the door, went to the police station, they handed me my guns. But it was funny, on my way out, I was accosted by all the other slaves because they gave me all my paperwork back and I had a copy of the amnesty, and everybody was following me out the door. What's this amnesty? And even the lawyers, they didn't talk about this amnesty. They said nothing about it. They just accepted pleas after pleas after pleas, and they took people's guns. I knew wops in there that had $10,000 guns. Taken, gone. And the lawyers, they do fuck all. They don't give a shit. They're getting paid and they don't care, and they're working with the judge, like somebody was saying it earlier. They're working together. It's all
that was me, sir.
Yeah, and it's amazing. All the fucking other slaves, hey, what's that paper? And so I was accosted. I'm walking out the door and I threw it to them and left. So I don't know what happened, but they got me afterwards, because I had a good reason for my license to be suspended, and I came in with the evidence, and I went in to go by myself and speak to the judge and give my evidence, and the fucking, what do you call them? They're like a public defender, but they're not called that here. They're called, anyways, whatever. They're like a public. This public defender says, "Oh, I'll help you. I'll help you with your case." I said, "Oh, okay, fine." I didn't know any different. I had all my shit ducks in a row. And she says, "Well, I'll go up and I'll talk to the judge. And when it's done, based on this evidence, you should be fine to go." And so I said, "Okay." I didn't really know. I gave her the paperwork. And at a certain point, I'm sitting in the courtroom and she kind of winks at me and says, "Okay, she spoke with the judge. Good for me to go." Well, they fucking did. You know what they did? She made me leave thinking it was all good. And they put a fucking warrant in, and I spent 10 days in jail for it. And they picked me up like 6 months later. I had no clue. Cops picked me up and they said, "Oh, you're going to jail." I said, "For what?" "Oh, this court case on this day." And I spent 10 days in jail for this shit. The bitch worked with the judge and got me hemmed up because I must have cost them some money in that courtroom. All these guns, all these fines, right? And they fucked me for it. But it is what it is.
All right, I got to wrap up here. We'll do part 2 tomorrow. Okay. We'll finish the rest of the phone call. We'll get into it. I mean, we could talk forever on this shit and, never say anything really at all of importance to a lot of folks who don't see the value inherently in what's being put forth here or the experience we're having. So for the ones who do, obviously, we're a blessing for each other here and a source of, if not validation, verification. I think that it's a a great process to be part of, right?
Do you got Calcott at your house? Tell the truth.
Timmy may have a little Talcott left. I sold him some the other night. If you want to go hang out with him and do it, I'm cold turkey.
Okay, no, I'm
Yeah.
Take care. Thanks,
I don't even
Paul.
have it around the house anymore.
I'm making cupcakes.
Boys.
Wait, are we riding into Cascadia now?
No, we're out of here. It's almost 5 hours in. I don't want to go even more insane
Are you
than I already have throughout my life.
Are you having withdrawals?
I'm getting a little bit of chills, a little bit of the shakes. It's the first 3 to 5 days off Talcott. That's what happens. You gotta sweat it
Yeah,
out.
but you haven't gone over there and said, so when are you getting booted out?
Yeah, I'm not interested in continuing to be used as fodder for these folks to justify their own meaningless existence. So I'm just kind of in the mode lately of staying away. I'm over the whole I need to be persecuted and prosecuted so they can feel something about their life. It's boring to me lately.
Relapse is part of recovery. You know that, right? Okay, see you later, Paul. See you later, Timmy. See you later.
Thank you, sir.
Later,
Take
Lou.
care.
All right, yeah, you guys have a good night. I'm just telling you all the optics with the ritualistic, satanic beast system, big tech, pogo related are everywhere, and the messaging will ramp up. And if some of you can't see some of this stuff, media relations in play. And it's sad. People like Lig, who really do eat up the tactics and hug a buddy, fuck a buddy syndrome, it's a very dangerous thing in a sense. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, bye. My final words are it's people, oh, I'm a constitutional scholar. Yeah? Well, the fucking words are dead on paper. Okay? These words are they're dead. It's not living. It's just paper, ink, or code, pixels on a screen. Right? It is the I am that gives life to this vessel, this being, and then what comes forth from that. And maybe there's some universal principles and natural law that I will put onto a paper, and others will agree, and then we in fellowship honor that. But other than that, I'm not just going to point to some dead paper. You have to actually live and be free, and then be honorable, and then be in fellowship and trust with the other folks around you. All right,
Timmy on it again. That's why I always say the best lawyer is a non-lawyer. The best doctor doesn't have a lab coat. So you could be a scholar of the Constitution. You may get worse results than somebody who's a student or a scholar of life and everything in it. Know yourself, know the universe. You fail to know yourself, you won't win any battles, right? So the more we know ourselves, who and what we are, what we're not, the more we understand how these dualities or these perspectives within and outside of self apply, the more we can generate an accurate mapping of this world and this creation in order to respond effectively and account for our responses. So I absolutely agree with you. You're on it. That's why we resonate. That's why we always speak the same ideas. And I'm sure Stan pretty much the same way on it, because it's the way that we think. We don't appeal to what we've been thinking or what we've been taught, right?
Yeah, and if we want to be treated fairly, we cannot continue we cannot continue the same energy and like presume that everyone else around us is going to be as dishonorable as they were yesterday. Like you demonstrate that really well, like giving a lot of mercy to these folks, even on these panels, right? But it's a great lesson for life. Like even if one local PD is going to trespass upon and I can't presume that everybody else is going to do that tomorrow, even if a Snappy may think so. There's no I'm not solving or healing anything if I'm going to constantly presume that everybody else is doing wrong and call everybody pigs and shit. Like, there's no resolutions ever going to happen. And war is pretty much guaranteed if I just stay in that mindset. And I'd rather attempt to negotiate first and do pen and paper and negotiate and get to some kind of resolution that everybody can be happy with instead of having to go to the sword.
All right, Timmy, I'm going to let you out of
Thanks,
here. I resonate with you. I appreciate you. I respect you. I respect
next time,
Hyman
bro.
Roth. I do business with him, but I don't completely trust him because of that crooked nose. But I'll leave that for another day.
Rub his hands.
All right, Timmy, we love you, man. Get the hell out of here.
Bye, bud.
All right. So, yeah, there you have it. Again, we're here to practice, contrary to popular belief to a lot of the worldly cultured folks and infidels, we're here to practice good faith. Part of good faith is forgiveness. right? Forgive your enemy because, number one, they're not your enemy. If they knew better, they do better. But if they want to make an enemy out of you in the truth, forgive them, for they know not what they do. If they knew better, they do better. The only way they're going to do better and know better is if you show them better. And you can't do that by living in hate and disconnection and division and lack of faith and forgiveness. Okay, folks, I'm out of here. Another resoundingly successful broadcast. We'll do part 2 tomorrow, somewhere between 12 and 3 MDT. As always, Mazel from out west. Mazel from Timmy. He is Italian. And we'll be back. Okay, much love, much love. I said it twice, so you must feel it. Get the hell out of here. I'm done.
Me, I always tell it, even when I lie. So say good night to the bad guy. Come on. The last time you're gonna see a bad guy like this again.
The great reset's happening. So when you get all your pretty and nice shit taken away and your bullshit job that leads to nowhere, and you're forced back on the land and have to be self-sustainable and co-creative and work with what is, this talk about your feelings and your ego is going to go right out the window, because the God and the elements and nature are going to present what needs to happen next. 9 out of 10 times. That's the difference between me and you. I got it in me, not on me, just like you do. I'm trying to work it out, bring the subconscious to the conscious and figure out who and what I am. Am I good or evil? Am I real and true? Am I a narcissistic, egotistical deceiver? That's the difference. I'm actually authentically trying to work it out while you lie to everyone and project your negative aspects of self onto me, and I don't appreciate it. And the universe don't appreciate it either. And the students of life in this audience don't appreciate it either. This isn't about love and money. This isn't about chasing bags or anything else in and of the world. This is about the philosophy, right? The love of knowledge, the love of wisdom, the love of understanding of self and applying it to actualize and realize and get better results for yourself and everyone else. I thought that's what we were doing here. So let's get the game back in its proper perspective. The motherfucker doing this shit shouldn't have to talk about it because you folks want to lie on it. It's embarrassing to me. I didn't come on here with the intention of the understanding that this is supposed to be for business or a hobby. That's why I show up the way I do 500 days straight. That's why I have a care in my heart with passion. That's why I do what's true and what's right and see through you motherfuckers and get amazing results for me. We can't allow the generalized experience of life and everything it has to offer, good, bad, and indifferent, to hold us back or keep us paralyzed or keep us fearful or self-doubting or unloving and uncaring of ourselves. How do I know? Because then look into me. That's all this is. I can see further than the rest. I can interpret beyond what's told and shown, and I can amalgamate and communicate the cause and effect and the root of the state of consciousness and awareness. That is a astounding testimony to the work that I've done on myself in this world and in this life and the practices I've walked with other people. The question and answer, the fellowship, the co-creational endeavors, and the conversation that leads to understanding. But again, we can't appeal to false emotions and false authority. That is the cornerstone of cognitive dissonance. You can't say that I'm respectable, righteous, honorable, presentable, and then I have balls and then turn around and hate me or catch feelings over me, be in that and live in that when you don't like it or when it doesn't turn out as favorably for you as you would have hoped or expected, right? That's the theme of a true common bond that goes long term versus the shallow materialistic worldly connections that come and go. Yeah, it is what it is. Some people are down forever. Some people are down for the ride until they got to get off, right? And some people ain't down at all. So through the life experiences, firsthand experiences, through the tests and challenges, you learn more and more who and what is meant for you and who or what is probably not going to be able to sustain the ride. And that's okay.
God of all media.